Good morning, y'all. In some places, good afternoon. In others here in the US, it's June 29th. Starting a little bit early here is this live stream here to cover a moderate risk for damaging wind as we see this storm in progress right here. Moderate risk is a level 4 out of 5, so please keep in touch with the date and time in the bottom right of the stream. Make sure you're watching live and watching in HD on this video to make sure we could get the best coverage out to y'all today. I think it's going to be a long one. We've got a couple things to cover right now, which is this huge storm called a mesoscale convective system moving through parts of central Illinois right now. Springfield has just issued a tornado warning for your county, Sangamon County there. We're going to cover that very shortly. In addition to that, we have a weakening storm, but still pretty strong, approaching Nashville, Tennessee from the north. That's just moved through Bowling Green, Kentucky. So it's going to go through the Nashville metro area in the next hour. I think the severe warnings are a little bit sparse on that one, but we're going to cover that in depth. And then after that, finally, we have this risk all the way over here that's just outside Denver, Colorado, and Cheyenne, Wyoming. Once again,
tornado warning has been issued.
This area is going to be ongoing and active probably in 4 to 5 hours from now. So we're going to cover this first, this damaging wind event that should last for the next 4 or 5 hours through these areas as it progresses off to the east, maybe clipping the Chicago metro, especially the southern part of the metro, and also this damaging wind event down here that will probably only last for another hour or two as it approaches Nashville, Murfreesboro, and those areas there. So let them know right here. A little bit of an unplanned stream, but that's what we do here is we can go live for weather coverage as necessary. And this is certainly a risk in a day that warrants it. We can get through this damaging wind event together with some spin-up tornadoes expected over the next few hours, especially in central Illinois into southeastern Illinois towards Evansville, Indiana. And then we can watch this high plains event later on, and it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day, I think, and I've got a couple of drinks to get me through here to keep hydrated, so let them know that we are covering the weather here. Let them know that this is ongoing, and we're going to get right into these tornado warnings, too, almost in the same place, right over Springfield, Illinois. So get the word out, like the stream, and sub to the channel if you haven't, if you're listening back to this. Do my best to cover the weather today. I've got Storm Chaser Nick Gorman in Sangamon County where those tornado warnings are. Let's go ahead and zoom into his location so we can see what's going on here because he's right in the thick of no visibility. So here we go, active, ongoing situation here with 2 warnings in the pink boxes. You can see him there, just right around the Chatham area, south of Springfield, whichever pronunciation is correct. Nick Gorman is right down here near Auburn and is approaching from the south towards this warning. Your rotation is right here.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, this is popping off instantly. Your rotation is right here, right to the west of Chatham here, and south of Springfield in Sangamon County. This is pretty intense. We're going to see several signatures that look just like this. Another warning issued for that as the National Weather Service attempts to get its direction straight on. Looks like it's going to pass right through the town, hopefully not producing a tornado at this moment. Down the line, that's Taylorville now in Christian County. That's in that new warning. So Taylorville, Illinois, let them know to take shelter. It's a great idea to do so. The storm is pretty strong, regardless of whether there's a tornado there or not. If you're in Peoria in Illinois, Chatham, thank you. If you're in Peoria in Illinois, Bloomington, this is right on your doorstep. You're going through it in Peoria. I think the strongest winds are actually going to start manifesting to the south of you guys. Back before, if you want a little bit of recap for this, near Macomb and to the west, there were 80, 90 mile an hour wind gusts reported in these areas. So this is not an insignificant wind event. If it continues to produce wind gusts like this over the next few hours, we could be looking at another derecho.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So, pretty intense spin-up tornado here, already upgraded very quickly by the National Weather Service. I don't even see a debris signature yet, so Nick Gorman is very close to that. He's going to be wrapped in rain here, but he is really not far away from that rotation at all. Again, he's just outside of the area of concern. Okay, Radar Omega is sponsoring. I got it. Thank you, Ryan. Let's put that up right there. There we go. Radar Omega, you can update the link. Ready, the links, I'll update it, actually. I can multitask here. Chatham, appreciate you guys. Let them know we're streaming this. We already got a confirmed warning. Actually, up here, rather. This is our confirmed warning. Everything's going so fast, I can hardly keep up with it. So I don't see a debris signature up here with this. That's just passed through Sherman, now east of I-55. It is a public confirmed tornado. So we don't see a debris signature yet, but likely a weak tornado has just started ongoing here with this northern rotation. So this confirmed tornado is actually going to head towards Mechanicsburg, Dawson, Illiopolis, and probably south of Mount Pulaski there. This one down here looks a little bit more intense near Chatham in Illinois. So quick developing situation here. So let's get them out. Let's get that word out. Everybody let them know. Right next to the radar site, Lincoln, Illinois is about to get in on some extreme winds. I believe this is a perfect example right here of a rear inflow jet developing this, pushing this storm forward right here. This little jet right here, highly localized area of damaging winds is about to impact the city of Lincoln, Illinois at the same intensity as a weak tornado, okay? Same intensity as a weak tornado right here just west of Lincoln, Illinois. Let them know in Logan County. That's coming right to them. That's going to do some damage there. It's already probably doing damage in Middletown. We're going to see the results of that, so I want you guys to let them know right now. Get the word out. All right, Storm Chaser Nick Gorman, of course, just south of this, the second tornado warning down here. I don't think he's going to be able to see it, but his latest position here is in Auburn, Illinois. All right, thank you, Kyle. I got that. Let me stick it in there. My Discord's glitching, of course. Perfect. All right, over there in Hoffman Estates, yeah, everybody checking in. Nothing in Rochelle yet, but we got the virtual Railfan cam up there just in case something goes on. We'll probably have some traffic cameras later on. Ryan's monitoring from the back end here, helping me out. So let me add the Radar Omega links. Radar Omega sponsoring today. Make sure you guys know about Radar Omega. Great app here that I'm using right at the start here, especially to show the risk in place here with this moderate risk here. That's in that red area here on Radar Omega. And that is expected to go all the way through Champaign-Urbana. That's the UIUC campus, maybe just the west of Terre Haute. And as far south as Effingham and north through Peoria and Bloomington, you guys are going through it right now. So let me know how that moderate risk feels for damaging winds over there. All right, active situation here. I want to cover Nashville as well and Tennessee, but a little bit of an active situation. Let me update the pinned message as well so you guys have easy access to Radar Omega. There we go. Replace pinned message. Perfect. Okay, so we got Radar Omega today sponsoring the stream. Let me turn that on this scene as well. Make sure you guys are letting them know. As far south, the worst of it will probably be as far south as Effingham here in Illinois. I doubt this is going to impact St. Louis. You guys can see how the storm is just on the edge of your area here. If I play that loop through, it looks like it's going to go north of the metro of St. Louis for anyone checking in from those areas. So currently progressing in this direction and well to the north of even the northern side of the St. Louis metro. However, you'll probably get a gusty bit of winds there with the gust front from these storms as it passes through. I don't think you're going to get any rain with that, okay? Intense winds there in Peoria. Yeah, let me know where you're watching from, especially if you're in the risk area today. We've got this risk area here for anyone just joining. We've got this weakening storm down here near Nashville in Tennessee, progressing from north to south towards Murfreesboro and through the metro. And we're also going to have this high plains risk just outside of Denver through Fort Collins through Cheyenne, Wyoming. Later today, that starts up 4 to 5 p.m. over there in Central Time, 3 to 4 p.m. Mountain Time is expected initiation. So we have several things to cover, and definitely going to be using Radar Omega for that. This is perfect. Ooh, man, I'm ready to talk today. Make sure you guys stay hydrated as well. You're in Centralia, Illinois. I think you might be just to the south of where these storms pass through. So let's take another look close up to these tornado warnings. Again, just around the Springfield, Illinois area for anybody joining in. I'm concerned about that area as well as this pocket of very damaging winds right next to Lincoln, Illinois. I think that this is a very concerning situation that's moved through Middletown, Illinois, right up to Lincoln, so right here in the center of the state. These tornado warnings are headed towards the Decatur, Illinois area in general as well. So again, the thing we need to do here is get the news out to as many as possible. Share the link, etc. Let them know that we're covering this in due time. I'm glad to be here. And we've had 80 to 90 mile an hour winds reported so far today. I don't think we've had any confirmed tornadoes until right now. So really good time to start the stream to make sure we can cover this as best as possible. So the worst of this looks to stick in Illinois for now. I think it will begin to lose intensity as it passes the state line into Indiana here near Terre Haute. Vincennes and Evansville. That one's going to be one I need help pronouncing. All right, the camera's going to not cooperate with me today, so we're going to fix that. Yeah, I think Sullivan, Indiana will get some strong storms, but you'll remain mostly okay over here. It should be a little bit off to your south that goes through the worst of it. So generally, this line looks to progress to the east, but also starting to propagate to the south and east a little bit more. And we'll see a little bit more of that tornado threat also down here near Effingham and I guess in the Sullivan, Indiana area as well once you cross the state line. So this is going to be a few hours that we watch this damaging wind event unfold, and then we'll switch over to the high plains as that severe risk sets up. If you've been paying attention to the weather lately, you'll have seen that we have had some incredible tornadoes and tornado videos out of storm chasers in the high plains, generally in the Nebraska Panhandle. So I believe this is another day where we could see something incredible like that. So it's going to be an active day of weather. We're going to be here for a while. Nope, Ohio is tomorrow, guys. Nothing for Ohio today. Should remain outside of Ohio for the most part, but tomorrow and the day after that. Vincennes, thank you. Tomorrow and the day after that, Ohio will be in a severe risk, though it is on a lower end than today's risk for now. Again, really concerned about Lincoln, Illinois. Some damaging winds are moving into the city and in a very localized area here, right into the city. I think we have a little bit of a jet streak right here with these really strong winds right outside of the city, entering it now. So if anyone's in Lincoln, Illinois, let me know what it's like there. Don't go outside though, because it's starting to get gnarly out there for sure. Starting to get gnarly out there. All right. Riley, do you want me to make the virtual Railfan link that? Okay. Sorry, I didn't see that till now. We're going to have traffic cameras following through this. I've got the Rochelle, Illinois virtual Railfan camera up there. Rochelle's a little bit further up north. I think most of the storms are going to miss Rochelle, so we're going to look at some traffic cameras operated by the team in the back ends here. Let me put that in here. And Riley, just go ahead and let me know when you start using those cams. Just let me know when they're up. I trust that you'll be editing the name tag and so forth. Appreciate you, Riley, helping me out in the back end today. Thank you, Laura, for the support. Anyone who's sending in support, active scenario here, I may not be able to get to it, but I appreciate it, Shar, as well. And for the Chicago Metro, I think it's going to stay off mostly to your south. You might get some gusty winds, but the strongest storms are definitely far south of the Chicago Metro. Rochelle is up. All right, let me see what it looks like. Oh, of course, it's not cropped correctly. I love that. Oh, is it the same thing? Oh, okay, I see. All right, I see. I'll crop it right now. Right after I go through our one remaining tornado warning. So both these warnings were allowed to expire to the north that went through the Sherman area. This one down here is more than likely going to be reissued near Edinburgh. You can see...
Hey, Andy, do you copy?
You can see a little bit of a signature right here, actually. We kind of have a supercell being ingested into the line of storms, and it's promoting this area of rotation right here. It's a very interesting look at what's going on here at the radar. This cell right here is kind of just getting ingested into the storm and spinning up a possible tornado right here. I'd be surprised if there wasn't one going on. So we got Storm Chaser Nick Gorman right below me. Yeah, go ahead, Nick. All right, while Nick talks, I'm going to fix this thing up. Probably in a day.
There's lots of damage being reported in Chatham, so I'm going to intercept this couplet, see if I see anything, and then I'm going to circle back around and see if they need any help up there in Chatham. Apparently the fire department and EMS are overwhelmed up there.
All right, so it does look like Chatham did take a hit from something, whether it's probably the tornado, but also some really strong winds are possible with this line. So looks like Chatham's resources are overwhelmed at the moment. Yeah, that's not a surprise at all as we watch this circulation move through, right through the town. Unfortunately, it does look like they took a hit. Let's see if there's any debris that showed up on radar over the past few scans. So we can try to take a look here. I don't think we can really see anything. But even so, we don't need a debris signature to show up on radar to let us know that a tornado went through. We've got Nick Gorman reporting, right here, right outside the town near Pawnee in Illinois. That stuff has happened here, whether it's damaging winds. We have trees uprooted in the town, possibly caused by a tornado. And yeah, whether it's damaging wind or a tornado, again, that's going to be the case today if any strong straight line winds take place, like what's going through Lincoln, Illinois right now. It's going to be no different than a weak tornado in some cases. So this is a good idea to be taking shelter out in front of once the storm gets to Decatur.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we got a continuance of that tornado warning here in Christian County. That's still going to include Taylorville. It's almost right on your doorstep. It's going to pass very close to the city there. Please let them know if you know anybody in Taylorville. We got a few minutes for them to take shelter. Don't be scared. Be prepared over there. Few minutes to take shelter still as it approaches the town. All right, so let me move this back down. And bam. All right, that'll do. Good enough. That'll do. So we got Riley controlling the cameras back there. Oh, that's actually a separate warning, too. I think this warning was going to be continued for this circulation here that's rather strong. But we actually have another spin up just below it. So new warning issued just for this spin-up tornado, possibly ongoing right below it. Okay, so 2 different warnings in the same county. That's not a repeat. That's not a duplicate warning here if you're in Taylorville. Basically, to your north and to your south are possible ongoing tornadoes. So anyone in the town should be taking shelter. No excuse if it looks like it's going north. Well, you got one going south too, so I wouldn't take my chances there. Go ahead and be taking shelter in Christian County in Illinois, south of Decatur, Illinois. Let's go back up and see what's going on here. Widespread 60-mile-an-hour winds have moved through the Peoria and Pekin areas. I believe we're about to see the same in terms of reports from Lincoln, Illinois. I also think we could have a tornado ongoing just the northeast of Lincoln, Illinois. This looks very suspicious right here. Extremely powerful winds. This dark brown dot in velocity right here, that's 120-mile-an-hour winds going out away from the radar. And we definitely have rotation right here. I would not be surprised with a tornado warning issued for this part of the county here, northeast Logan County. Let's get a loop and see where that's going if we can. Looks like it's going to the northeast. So a new tornado warning would be issued out in this direction towards Waynesville, Illinois, and Hayworth. This is definitely looking like a very dangerous circulation right here. The tiniest of little hook echoes showing up right here in the line. So I think that could be a tornado ongoing. Pretty concerned about that. You can even see if there's any debris evident in here, and it's quite possible there is. Let's confirm that with differential reflectivity. Not concise here. Not sure if there is tornado debris there or not. But I wouldn't be surprised. That's a very tight circulation. Currently unwarned.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And now it's warned. You're welcome. Again, I think this is moving just a little bit more to the north and east based on the radar track. I'd still be taking shelter in Hayworth here in Illinois as this progresses. It looks like it could be moving to the north and east here. But good on the National Weather Service. I wouldn't be surprised anywhere along this polygon. Please be taking shelter. Out ahead of that, that's Farmer City as well along Interstate 74. This is to the south of Bloomington. If anything is occurring in Bloomington, Illinois, the tornado would be off to your south. So new velocity scan. Let's go ahead and look down here closer to Taylorville. Looks like both of our possible tornadoes down here are a little bit weaker, but please continue taking shelter in Christian County as well. I think this is going to be the case. We're entering a more favorable environment for surface vorticity, which simply means at the surface, are things spinning or not? And I believe that out in front of the line, especially down towards this side of the line near Effingham, we may see quite a few more of these tornado warnings in the next hour or two as this progresses east. We're probably going to see another tornado warning right here near Mount Auburn, too. As I say that, you can see another area of possible rotation developing right here. So many different spin-up tornadoes are going to be possible all along this line. And the reason this is happening, too, right over Mount Auburn, you can see this little shower right in front of it is being ingested right into the line. It's being sucked in, and that's promoting an area of rotation. So don't be surprised, once again, if another tornado warning is issued right here, and that would be pretty close to the city of Decatur in Illinois. I'm a little bit concerned about the winds and the wind damage that's just occurred in Lincoln. We just started the stream right when that was on their doorstep. Hopefully we were able to reach people there. I'm sure they're not missing the fact that, that just went through.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm sure they're not missing that at all. All right, so an extension also of this warning into McLean County as well. We have a separate spin up just to the north. Oh my goodness, there's so much going on here. There's so much going on. So we're warning every spin up tornado possible right now, one by one, and the National Weather Service needs all the help they can get when stuff like this is ongoing. So please give your regards to the National Weather Service. They're doing a wonderful job. They're doing a wonderful job with this. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we get one down here near Mount Auburn as well. They've got to type it up. They've got to see the rotation, type it up, and issue the warning to everybody. It's a very tough job here. So we're working together at the moment. All right. So all of those covered. Let's take a look for any debris that might have happened with any of these tornadoes. Let's see if we can see anything here that's conducive to what may be going on. So this is the only one that looks a little bit suspicious. That may have co-located with that southern spin-up tornado just to the south of Taylorville. So I'm not sure if that's a debris signature or not. It's right on the edge of being believable. So we'll see. Hopefully that did not do any damage, but if it did, then we'll see the report of that. So a little bit of an edge case there. Not 100% certain about that, and that's okay. Okay, so while we wait for a new warning, maybe getting pretty close here to Decatur, y'all watch out ahead of this thing just in case there is a tornado warning issued for your area in Macon County. Now you know a little bit ahead of time. Go ahead and let them know. Okay, so we've covered all of those. Make sure people in Champaign-Urbana know down the line that this is approaching their area. They're in UIUC. It's going to be pretty strong. I know you guys haven't had storms in quite some time in central Illinois here. This is breaking the drought, so to speak, but in a very dynamic way, I would say. We still got Nick Gorman. He is back behind this line. This line is moving really quickly, just in case you need a guess at how fast this is moving. Currently, it's moving east at 60 to 70 miles an hour. So this is moving at freeway speeds off to the east. You're not going to really be able to keep up with it, and it's going to get to your location pretty quickly. As opposed to some of the storms I've been talking about recently, we've been streaming recently, this one is moving much faster. And right next to the surface here are some very strong winds. These tans and browns here that you're seeing, these are 80 to 90 mile an hour winds, very close to the surface. That's going to go through Clinton, Illinois, especially coming up here. So even if you're not in a tornado warning, still some really, really strong winds are possible across a broad area. Thank you all for joining me today. Hopefully you're doing well, getting the word out. This is a developing situation, and a very strong one, I would say, with several more spin-up tornadoes that are going to be possible. This one down here northeast of Taylorville looks a little bit worse again. And I still think we might get a warning right here south of Decatur, Illinois as well. This looks like an area of concern. So keep with me here. This is going to be a lot to cover. Let's briefly look at Nashville, Tennessee. For anybody joining over there, the storm is on your doorstep to the north. So I want to cover this really quickly. This is falling apart. If you're in Nashville, Tennessee, this is falling apart. Earlier, when it was up here near Bowling Green, it was much stronger. You can see how it's taking on a little bit more ragged of an appearance here. It's still going to be some strong winds, maybe a sporadic severe thunderstorm warning through this area, especially where the winds might be strongest in this part of the line, moving south towards Smyrna and Murfreesboro here. This would be the most concerning part of the storm for damaging winds, but the consensus here is that this should generally lose intensity, fall apart over the next hour or two as it progresses to the south, along I-24 and 65. So Nashville is essentially going to get the worst of the remainder of it, but it's nothing that's expected to be too intense here. We had that one tornado warning earlier when it was up near Bowling Green, just to the south of the city. I'm not sure if anything touched down there, but it didn't look like a strong tornado situation. So hopefully, if any damage did occur up there, it was localized. All right, so that's a brief overview of the Nashville, Tennessee, Murfreesboro, Tennessee area along I-840 here. And passing along I-40 right now, for anybody who's watching in those areas, I'm not concerned with this storm at the moment, and probably for the remainder of today as well. The general trend is for it to weaken. So let's go back up, see what we've got up here. To the north, on the northern side of this line, there could still be some severe conditions up here. We had a severe thunderstorm warning near Davenport, the Quad Cities area earlier, but it looks like for everybody on the northern periphery of this line, it doesn't look like it's really going to maintain that intensity. Okay, so up here, it looks like this is sort of decreasing in intensity. We're really going to see the most intense part of the storm progress down here, and generally with time probably track a little bit more to the east-southeast towards Terre Haute, and these areas down here near Robinson, Illinois, and Vincennes in Indiana. So I think that the Chicago Metro is probably going to avoid the worst of this, and also basically any bad conditions. Up here, it's still going to be gusty as this part of the storm moves through, but I really think that the storm is going to take a track that kind of bends down just a little bit more to the south than what it looks like right now, if it follows the best unstable air in the atmosphere, which is what it likes to gobble up. So that's a really quick look for everybody in Chicago, the Quad Cities, and those areas. Probably still pretty gusty up there, but not looking too bad compared to your neighbors down south, so let's be thinking about them while we cover this active scenario down here. So what we're seeing down here is something y'all need to be taking shelter for, even if you're not in a tornado warning right now. I have a feeling we're about to see a blanket tornado warning that might just encompass this whole line right here. You can see several areas of spin just right here in these circles on the right side of your screen. All of these parts of the line could be spinning, even up here near Maroa. So we might see a blanket tornado warning come through that basically just says, everybody out in front of this, there's so many areas of spin that are coming and going very quickly that you just need to be taking shelter. I think the National Weather Service is considering issuing one of those. If they don't issue one of those, we're probably still going to go one by one. We're going to need a new one here out in front of this to the east of Taylorville into Shelby County. We're probably going to need one here in the southern Macon County, just the south of Decatur. And we're going to need to continue these up here south of Bloomington, Illinois as well. Those are definitely the most concerning parts of the storm. We could still even have a circulation ongoing southeast of Taylorville as well, and that's in our active warning down here. So waiting to see what the National Weather Service does with this situation here, but I think we could even have several tornadoes ongoing at the same time, along with some very powerful winds pushing this forward. So what we're looking at here is a very strong jet pushing this forward. This is called a rear inflow jet right here east of Lincoln, Illinois. So this is some very strong winds pushing this forward. This is going straight towards Champaign-Urbana. For anybody over here towards Champaign-Urbana and the UIUC campus, these winds are not looking like they're going to back down whatsoever. It's really humid out there, I'm pretty sure. Very humid. As you get closer to this area, so there's plenty of fuel for this storm to continue on with. What I'm most thankful for is that we did not lose the radar when these very powerful winds moved through. This is definitely capable of widespread power outages as well, for anybody curious. Power outages would be frequent with this, so expect to lose power out ahead of this in Champaign-Urbana. I would not be surprised, so make sure you have a plan for that. Thank you for the support chart. Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so Christian and Shelby County here. So I think they're going one by one still. So we're still getting warnings one by one. Let's do a very, very quick check here if we have any noticeable debris from any tornadoes. I don't see any right now. These spin-up tornadoes are short-lived, but they still could kick up enough debris to show up on the radar. But I'm not seeing one. I'm not seeing one at the moment. But there's so many areas to check.
Semi on I-55.
There's so many areas to check here that yeah, like this is more than likely a tornado ongoing near Hayworth, Illinois, south of Bloomington. Again, so hard to see if anything's ongoing there, but this velocity signature right here tells me that there is probably a tornado, or at least a funnel cloud happening right here just outside of town. And the same is true down here near Wapella. Very concerned about Wapella here. This is not a good look at all. In a tornado warning right now, so I hope people are taking shelter there, but some of these brown pixels are up to 118, 120 mile an hour winds on one side of this circulation, essentially the mesocyclone. So that was Nick Gorman coming through, overturned semi on I-55. I-55 is back here. So he's going through the damage right now that it's occurred near Chatham and Springfield, Illinois. We have Storm Chaser now looking at the damage. There's no way he can keep up with this storm as it progresses east at 60 to 70 miles an hour. So you don't have very long as this moves very quickly, just now entering the city of Decatur in Illinois. Watching from Champaign, Illinois. Dew point is 75 degrees Fahrenheit. That's just about 24 Celsius for anybody watching in areas that use Celsius. So that's a very, very humid atmosphere right there. We've got this warning that goes into Shelby County, just like what we were talking about. This is the area of concern right in here where that green inverted triangle is. If you see that, that's a vortex signature algorithmically derived and applied here. So that tells me that, hey, there's rotation here. I'm checking if it's legitimate, and it sure as heck is. So please be taking shelter out ahead of this thing into Shelbyville and Findlay here in Shelby County. Very active situation here for all of these spin-up tornadoes. This is going to be the case for a while. And you saw that mod message come through here, that blue bar that came through just a little bit ago, talking about how they are considering a tornado watch for Cheyenne, Wyoming, and possibly through Denver. So we might have a tornado watch that includes Fort Collins, Greeley, Colorado, Denver, Colorado, or just outside of the county through Cheyenne, Wyoming. If you know anybody over there, go ahead and say, hey, looks like that is going to be another day of active severe weather, and you're probably going to get a tornado watch on your phone over there. It looks likely per the Storm Prediction Center. So go ahead and let them know over there. I know they've been going through it lately, so a lot of people in the Chicago area are going to be weather aware. They're going to understand what it means when you send that to them. Nothing has been issued yet except a mesoscale discussion, which is this image over here that I'll go ahead and show you. Okay, good. So this image over here, this is our mesoscale discussion for Denver, Colorado right here, and also Cheyenne, Wyoming up here. And the area along I-25 in this general vicinity and up to the north as well. These areas have been battered recently, and it looks like we're going to have another tornado watch possible, pretty likely here at 80% per the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to happen much later. This is going to happen, well, actually, initiation occurs just a little bit, a couple hours from now, and storms will intensify at probably 3 to 4 p.m. Mountain Time, which is in 3 or 4 hours, so the stream will pivot over to that once we get to that part. So we're going to have a lot of coverage today, and we might see some stronger tornadoes over there. All right, so hopefully no tornado just went through Wapella in Illinois. I'm very concerned. We don't see any debris there on the correlation coefficient, which is good news because that went right over the town. So hopefully that did not just do any tornado damage there, because that would have been a direct hit. It doesn't look like anything on the radar yet, but that's not conclusive. So, wow, not conclusive. For anyone joining, looks like St. Louis Metro is fine. You guys are down here, right past the southern edge of the line of storms down here. It was probably still pretty gusty, right, as these storms have been moving through. You maybe even got a little bit of some cloud action if there were any clouds down there that looked cool. But it looks like it's going to miss you guys there in the St. Louis Metro. Looks like the southern bound of the storm for now will generally be along this line. So probably miss Centralia, Illinois, Mount Vernon, and go off just to your north. But I think it's going to start to have a little bit more of a southern extent as it approaches the state line of Indiana. And the same will be true with the northern edge of it. I think the northern part of the severe risk will essentially be parallel here, or just east to west, and probably start to transition to the south just a little bit as it gets closer to Lafayette and Indiana here. Lafayette, sorry. I don't know which one it is up there. There's multiple pronunciations. Whichever one's correct. Thank you, Sarah, for the support. Where Purdue is. So if you're near Purdue there in Tippecanoe County, I can pronounce that at least. That'll let you know. I think the severe threat should probably be right on the northern side of it. I think this will transition just a little bit to the south where we see the greatest severe threat here. So there we go. A new destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued. There it is. Coming through the system. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning is the upper end severe thunderstorm warning, the upper end criteria, which means 80-mile-an-hour winds. 80-mile-an-hour winds here. I had it correct the first time. Lafayette. Got it. Lafayette, Indiana. No, I think it's Lafayette in Louisiana. I know the two. So there you go. This huge new severe thunderstorm warning in this red polygon here. This huge new one right here. You can see it has a little bit more of a dark outline to it. For 80-mile-an-hour winds, that includes UIUC, Champaign-Urbana, all the way down just to the north of Effingham, like we've been talking about. These are very strong winds. These are very strong winds
Just
that...
to let you know, my live feed's probably going to be down. There's no cell service in Chatham.
Okay, so we don't have cell service in Chatham in Illinois, more than likely due to a possible tornado that has moved through there south of Springfield in Illinois here. So cell service is down. People are trying to get information, so that's an unfortunate situation. But it does look like a circulation did pass through the town, and the resources there are currently strained, local resources. Lafayette in Tennessee. Oh my goodness. What's up, Diak? Thank you for the support. 25 you calling Laffy? Yeah, okay. Lafayette in the Hoosierville there? Really? Interesting. DeKalb looks like it's fine. Again, anyone who's up here from the Quad Cities and to the east along I-88, the severe threat is much to your south. Still, some gusty winds are probably going to pass through this area, but it definitely looks like everything is going to be taking place to your south. You can kind of see the bowing shape of this storm. It's a huge storm, but one singular line here that's got a bow shape to it. So it looks like everything is to your south. Right on the leading edge of the bow is usually where the strongest winds are, but we have strong winds from Bloomington all the way south through Taylorville here. So you guys are going through it right now. This is the drought buster, but it's certainly an extreme one for sure. Appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you for the support. So something I want to talk about here is the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. What this means is that more than likely you're going to hear tornado sirens in these areas. So if you're in Tuscola in Illinois, if you're in Champaign-Urbana, you're probably going to hear sirens here. And while you're not in a tornado warning right now, despite several to your west, and you might as well be preparing for one as such, it would be a great idea to be getting your safe spot ready in the interior most room of your house or basement, pillow, shoes, and take me with you and make sure everybody's accounted for. Go ahead and prepare for it as such, and if you hear those sirens there, it's because you're in that upper echelon, the upper tier of a severe thunderstorm warning right through this red box. So the destructive severe thunderstorm warning often means that you will hear the tornado sirens. A lot of places will sound sirens for that. It may not mean that you're in a tornado warning, but it does mean you're in a dangerous situation for severe weather. This very well could be a derecho, yes. We're watching a possible derecho in action here. This has persisted. Basically, it intensified and turned into a damaging wind event pretty much in southwest Iowa, back near the Omaha area earlier this morning. So this has been ongoing for quite some time. We've had 80 now 90 mile an hour wind gusts reported in the Macomb area in Illinois, Fort Madison, and Keokuk there in southeast Iowa. So yeah, very very possible this upper end wind event could be defined as a derecho as we continue on its path here. Anyone in Tennessee, that storm is weakening right now. It's going to be some downpours through the area. So some downpours there and some gusty winds, but I'm not concerned with the Nashville metro right now, which is okay. So hopefully you guys are okay down there. You can see there's no severe thunderstorm warnings down here. They've all been allowed to expire. It does look like what the concern would be is any flooding, and that this flooding over here in these green boxes, flash flood warnings, they may be reinforced if some of this line makes it down here into southwest Indiana. So your concern down here and anywhere in West Kentucky and southwest Indiana is flooding, even if this round of storms does not necessarily make it down to you. Again, I think it's generally going to progress along a path that's similar to this one, but I think it might go anywhere in this area, especially as it fans out. Generally, as these progress to the east, they tend to broaden out a bit, so it might get a little bit wider and weaker in this area. So we'll see how hard to the south it turns. But at the moment, I don't think we are super concerned with it as it loses intensity crossing into Indiana. It's going to be pretty severe, but the worst of it in this moderate risk is right out ahead of it here. You can see the moderate risk over here. If I go to Radar Omega, very good way to look at it here in the red. So you see this moderate risk here and our storms in place. You can kind of guess that it is going to possibly turn a little bit off to the south as it gets closer to Indianapolis. Storm Prediction Center isn't expecting as much of an extent of severe weather off into east central Indiana, so it does look like the worst of it will be right here over the next hour or two. And then we'll see how it progresses from there, whether it turns hard to the south or whether it begins to weaken on this part of the storm, and maybe this part of the storm to the south might continue to intensify. So we have yet to see how exactly these progress, and I'm not going to look at model data to understand that because models have a very, very difficult time resolving what happens in these scenarios. They have a very difficult time understanding that, hey, this is going to continue this way, or they're often very inaccurate with storms like this, derechos. So I'm not going to look at model data for the progression of this event. You can see how it's already fanned out from back here. It was a little bit narrower, and now you can see it fanning out up to the north and down to the south. That's I think that's what we're going to continue to see. As it does this, parts of the storm will generally lose intensity up here. So this part of the storm will likely lose intensity, and we'll see that progression more to the south. So that is my take on it, my scientific take, my scientific analysis, if that makes sense. All right, so we've got the University of Illinois there in Champaign-Urbana. We have a camera there, so we'll be able to see as the storm gets closer there what it looks like. Oh, one thing I did want to touch on is if there's any remnant activity down here in the Nashville metro area, there's probably still quite a bit of lightning, and I think that's the most dangerous part of this storm down here. This storm is extremely electrically active earlier in western and central Kentucky. Lightning is your biggest worry down here, which is what I would be inside for. So if it's still very flashy down here in Nashville, let me know about that. I'm happy to hear near or real-time lightning reports from y'all in the chat. If you're down there in the Nashville metro, closer to Murfreesboro as well, you might see the lightning in the distance. That's my concern down here is lightning. I was noticing extremely active electrical stuff going on down there. Very, very, very high-end lightning activity, especially for the morning hours too. All right, so that's a look at our risks. Once again, if you're just joining this red area here, the red filled in color here is the moderate risk for damaging wind. That's a 4 out of 5 in terms of your severe threat. The orange area around it is our enhanced threat that does extend into southwest Indiana, more than likely from the possibility or the future progression of this storm in particular. And then we also have this enhanced risk over here for basically parts of the Denver metro up I-25 and through Cheyenne and some of these areas that have been recently impacted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. I don't even know. This is for hail primarily, but there's also the considerance of a tornado watch being looked at right now from the Storm Prediction Center. If that goes through, we will hear that pop up on the stream here. So the tornado watch will go through. If it is issued, there's a high likelihood from the Storm Prediction Center. They're thinking about it. And that's going to include Cheyenne, areas to the north, and possibly even Denver County here. So be ready for that. That's expected to start to take place, in a couple hours from now is when these storms will really intensify. But we see some showers already popping up here in the Front Range near Boulder in Colorado. So we're going to cover this first, and then we're going to cover this after that. We got an active day of weather today. If you get through the storm in parts of Illinois, especially, and maybe west central and southwest Indiana, and you still got power, and you want to walk off a little bit of a marathon in that adrenaline rush of being in the severe weather in this area today, then you might be able to see some tornadoes, or at least we'll be covering the tornado warnings if they occur over here in the high plains later. So that would be one way to walk off a marathon, or if you know somebody in those areas, getting that info out to them would be very, very good. Very good. That's the power of the stream. That's the power of us together here on YouTube. So thank you guys for liking the stream, doing anything that you are doing here to let YouTube know this is good stuff. We need to get it out to more people. So let's go ahead and go through this line again. We've had several circulations here that I was concerned about that were not tornado warned, because it is a lot of effort to warn some of these circulations because they're so quick and then they're gone. So that's something to reinforce that we should be taking shelter as this approaches rapidly from the west here. Again, we were just talking about how this was on Decatur, Illinois' doorstep. You guys got 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported there at the airport. Downed tree took out power lines near schools here in Decatur, an Enterprise school. So, yeah, I'm not messing around. This is not an insignificant wind event here. What's really interesting is from this radar site, we can kind of see the formation of several jet streaks here. The strongest parts of the storm are showing up here on the velocity on the right side. Look at these jet streaks here, especially in the browns. These are your 90-mile-an-hour winds, 80 to 90 mile an hour. You can see one right here, one there near DeLand, Monticello here, Bement. You can see all these streaks kind of showing up, maybe even one down here near Sullivan as well. So several areas where this storm is pushing forward, especially. What a unique look at all these different rear inflow jets at the same time here. And then we have this one tornado warning down here going right to the north of Shelbyville again. Just a continuation of that. The circulation looks a little bit more broad, but what we don't know is that spin-up tornadoes are definitely a near-surface thing. So they're almost always concentrated right at the surface. To see a circulation of a spin-up tornado, which means it's happening in a line like this, if the storm is spinning up a tornado right along the line, to see a circulation 4,000 feet up right here, which is where we're looking, is pretty impressive, which means that this is still probably a dangerous situation that I would be taking shelter for. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a warning issued downstream, especially for Mattoon here, which I know is a populated city here along I-57. So if anyone's watching in the Mattoon area here in Illinois, there may be a tornado warning issued down the line. So we'll see. We'll see if that does. We'll see if that does happen. You're in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, anyways, though. So, what's going on? Anyone in UIUC? Anyone in Tuscola, Mattoon here? Are you guys hearing tornado sirens yet? You guys hearing tornado sirens yet in this area? Let me know what's happening. So we have Storm Chaser Nick Gorman His feed is not working because he is in Chatham here in Illinois, where a possible tornado went through just south of Springfield. So I'll pop up another webcam here until he lets me know his feed's working again. Let's see. So this is the Galesburg. I believe this is the Galesburg, Illinois Railfan camera, which is well outside of these storms now, but has just gone through the worst of it. Not yet in Rantoul. No. You're in Mattoon. You're in Champaign. No sirens yet. You're in Mahomet. Super quiet and still. No sirens yet. So no sirens being reported. Thank you, chat, for checking in these areas. Appreciate the reports there. Real time reports. I wouldn't. I'm back and forth on this. It's still pretty new. These destructive and considerable severe thunderstorm warnings were just made a thing in, I believe, late 2021. So these are still pretty new, and there aren't really set in stone protocols for all of the different emergency management services in small towns and in large cities. There isn't anything set in stone. There's nothing universal. So whether or not they decide to turn on the sirens for a destructive warning is on a case by case basis, is what I've seen. So I have seen many times where they do turn the sirens on for destructive warnings, which would be the case as this approaches rapidly from the west here. And we're going to see that on the bottom right webcam here. I've got the University of Illinois UIUC campus here. We're looking at the quad there, I think, and we're going to see these storms really soon from this webcam here. Really soon. So right now we're watching this storm move through, approaching east central Illinois now. Here's the progression of it. So you can see just how fast this is moving. This is over the last hour and 10 minutes, and it's basically traveled one half of the state. So you can just see how fast that's moved through. All those pink boxes that showed up are the tornado warnings that we covered in depth. And now we have some destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. The worst of it, if you watch it very closely here, you can see that it's going to stay south of the Chicago metro. Probably the southern side of the metro, and Will County might get into a severe thunderstorm warning here as this goes well to the south of DeKalb here. So the most intense part of the storm definitely looks like it's moving due east right now, and I think we're starting to see the southern part of it take off a little bit more. This is what I am concerned with, the southern development as it moves off into the Vincennes and Terre Haute area in Indiana. So I think we're going to see the northern part fan out like it has been. You see this fanning action here. You can kind of see it fan out up there with this loop. So this is going to continue to fan out and weaken, probably bring a little bit of rain for most of the southern side of the Chicago metro. So hopefully y'all get rain up there. You need it. But I think the damaging winds shouldn't be too bad up there. And then the most severe threat is really going to persist down this direction, I think. So northern side should lose intensity. It's still going to be pretty intense up towards Purdue and along I-65 here from Newton County into the south in Indiana. But I think, again, it's going to follow generally this track down this way. We might see the most intense progression of this line of storms here. This is going to persist over the next 4 hours or so. And again, I think it's going to go down this direction first and foremost. It's going to follow the path of least resistance. That's what Mother Nature likes to do here, which means generally the worst impacts will probably stay probably maybe just on the edge of Indianapolis, anyone in Indy. But to the east of Indianapolis, I'm not as concerned right now with the strongest winds. Again, that doesn't mean you're not going to get severe weather, but I think the strongest parts of the storm, that's what I'm trying to track most directly. Thank you, Riley, for updating that, by the way. All right, so no tornado warnings now. Great, but that doesn't mean tornadoes aren't ongoing anywhere along the leading edge of this line. You can see so many just parts where it's kind of bulging out there, possible areas of rotation that we're a little bit far from a radar site. We can't actually tell if there is a spin-up tornado going on here, so these upper echelon severe thunderstorm warnings should hopefully say Hey, be inside and away from windows, and that should cover for any weak tornadoes that might occur here. But the worst damage, any localized areas could be pretty bad. And I mean, we are literally just 2 or so minutes from much of I-57 getting this storm. So it is right on their doorstep, moving at you at freeway speeds. I just talked about Chicago. Just talked about Chicago. Yeah, this is moving at you from the west at freeway speeds. So this is moving 65, 70 miles an hour to the east, and that means it's going to be in Champaign-Urbana in just a minute or two, probably. You're going to start feeling it on the west side of the city there. Same is true in Mattoon, probably 3 minutes out, all along I-57 in this area. So we'll see down the line what happens for central Kentucky, but much of this area was just stabilized by a previous storm that's moved through. So if this does track down this direction, it's probably going to encounter some more stable conditions, which is going to make it harder for the storm to, persist in the intensity that it has now. Your main concern down there is flooding. Your main concern down there is flooding. Yeah, just look how much darker the webcam is getting down there. That's a live webcam in UIUC there. So if you're asking about your area, you got to find yourself on the map here. You got to find yourself on the map here. The wildfires are going to continue. Smoke is going to be dragged down by any cold fronts that come through, like the one we've just had. So that's what brought down the smoke into the Midwest. If we get another cold front sometime down the line that moves through the Midwest, it's probably going to drag some more smoke down. Wow, what a storm. And guys, we aren't done. Whenever this storm here, if this loses intensity as it goes into southwest Indiana, we're not going to be done because we have possible tornado coverage to do in the high plains in Colorado, possibly even close to the Denver metro area. That could be an actively developing situation. I don't think we have the tornado watch for that yet, but once that comes through, you will hear it on the stream, and we will start covering that area too. So that's Cheyenne, Wyoming, Fort Collins, Greeley, all the way down to Denver and areas to the north of Denver. So Denver and north, and Cheyenne and north in Wyoming. So those areas are going to be under the gun once again for severe weather, primarily hail, but a tornado watch is possibly coming for those areas. That's looking likely per the Storm Prediction Center. Any damage in Maroa? Well, 75-mile-an-hour winds just to your south in Decatur, right through the airport there. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was tree damage, widespread tree damage here. All right, there. That webcam is getting really close. You can see it's right outside the city here, right outside the city, right outside I-57. Strongest winds right along this line. So the tans and the browns, that's when it gets really powerful there into the 70, 80 mile an hour range. We're pretty far above the surface, but you can see several areas that are being pushed forward most directly here near Monticello towards Champaign-Urbana, and possibly another jet down here. So all these jet streaks are moving really quickly, pushing the storm forward. My next area for spin-up tornado concern would be this area down here near Windsor. This is getting really close to Mattoon here. So this could be a spin-up tornado occurrence here. Still no sirens anywhere in the Champaign area. Children's school are taking precaution too. Good. They don't have too much time, but I'm glad they are. Probably have been for a while. Thank you, Fetal, for the support. Where's Ryan? He is working very hard on the Y'all Squad video, but he is assisting back behind the scenes. We don't have a high-end tornado threat today, despite what you've seen so far. So that's what usually prompts the main channel coverage. I believe he usually goes over that, so hopefully that reinforces what to expect with that channel. No sirens in Mattoon. I would advise being away from windows in Mattoon at the moment. It's a good idea to just be in... It's a good idea even if there's no tornado and it's just strong winds in these areas to practice being in your safe spot in these areas. Great idea to just practice being in the interior-most room of your house and being comfortable in there. Bring a beverage with you to be comfortable. Chicago Metro looks okay. you're gonna get pretty windy. But the worst of the severe weather is well off to your south. The South Metro may get into a severe thunderstorm warning. There's sirens in UIUC. I'm trying to see what, like, we can barely see the sky on that webcam, but I think what you can see is some of the contrast and the cloud coming in from the west. There, I think that is the cloud moving across that webcam. That's a live feed there on the bottom right of the stream. The other area of concern for a spin-up tornado that I would have would probably be up here closer to Fisher, Rantoul. Nothing is tightly rotating up there yet, but this is that northern edge of where any of these jet streaks are pushing forward, where we could really get some rotation wrapping up just like that. So I'm watching this area most closely there, to the north of UIUC for any spin-up chances. And I wouldn't be surprised if there were a warning issued down here for Mattoon. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at the correlation coefficient here. This looks like a developing hook echo right here, right as it enters Mattoon. So we don't have a velocity update yet. 3 seconds. See what it looks like. Hopefully, this is not something that's going to enter Mattoon. Okay, doesn't look too bad. There could be a spin-up tornado right in this area, right near Mattoon, but we're a little bit far away from the radar, so I can't be certain about that. Just concerned because that part of the storm does look like it's rotating. So hopefully everybody in Mattoon stays safe. All right. It's pretty much getting there. I think this webcam is about to start popping off just a little bit here. It is pretty much on I-57 here for most of y'all from Champaign into the south. All right. So that's that. We'll wait to see if there's any tornado warnings, but that's the latest radar scan there. Just let me know how it's going there along I-57. Let me know what you guys are hearing. This is a pretty strong wind event. If it keeps having these 75-mile-an-hour wind gust reports, if we get another one anywhere along I-57, pretty confident that this is going to be classified as a derecho after the storm is said and done. That's when we can call it one or not, because it depends on how far it moves. So if it doesn't move as far, then we can't call it one. If it does move further, then we can. So it just depends on how far the storm is going. The name of it is less important than the impacts it has right now. I'll do a quick checkup over here in the Nashville area. Storm continues to fall apart. You guys are just getting in on some downpours here and some gusty winds, but no severe thunderstorm warnings down here for anybody who's concerned in these areas. Looks like the storm down here is falling apart as expected. So this will continue to lose intensity over the next hour or two and fizzle out. All right. Now the webcam is getting in on it, so see if you can spot any anything, any loose debris flying through on that webcam. Yeah, definitely widespread tree damage is what we're going to hear for quite some time in these areas. Widespread tree damage. There may be some hail in here too, especially down here. Probably is where we might see some small hail also with the damaging winds, maybe just behind the strongest winds in the storm. But when you have these jet streaks like this, just off to the north of Tuscola, and just off to the south of Champaign-Urbana here, when you have these jet streaks, that means that it's not just the gust front and done. That means we're going to have strong gusty winds for a prolonged period of time as this moves west to east across this area. So really strong winds are going to last longer than usual, and that's why we can see that tree damage that's so widespread. Yeah, this is definitely going to have quite a few power outages in these areas. So I mentioned it like 20 or 30 minutes ago, but be prepared to lose power anywhere along I-57. Have a plan in place for that. Again, I'm really not liking the look of this near Mattoon. I know we had viewers in Mattoon. Anything that might be happening might be just south of the city. I don't like the look of that. I'm concerned if, we can't see it directly on the radar because we're far away. I'm concerned if there's something ongoing in Mattoon that's tornadic here. So there is no tornado warning there. We might hear about a spin-up tornado, though, and we might hear about several for quite some time. So that webcam looks, yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at that on the full screen here, if I can bring that up. That looks kind of incredible, doesn't it? All right, let's bring this up. This is a little bit poorly cropped, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it. So this is what it looks like in Champaign on the UIUC campus right now. We're looking at parts of the quad here, and you can't really see anything. There is no visibility. There's probably small hail falling in this. This is quite an extreme downpour. You literally you can't see the building. I think we saw there was a building on the other side. This is looking to the north on the quad here. Dang. Yeah, this is I I wonder if we'll see a power flash anywhere in this camera. Let me see if I can actually crop this a little bit. I see you come through, Riley, but your mic isn't working. So you can fix that up and then you can talk again. Yeah, this is a little scuffed, but it's because the cropping on several different webcams we use is different, so I can never keep it 100% perfectly cropped there, but yeah, just for a little bit there, maybe a little bit less intense now. Look at all the lightning flashes, so very electrically active storm as well. Just for a little bit there, you could not even see anything. You do not want to be outside in that. Surprised there that we don't see any tree damage actually from any of the trees here on the quad. Absolutely wild, low visibility there for just a little bit. And here's the radar for what you just watched there. This is the radar scan for what you just watched. So right there, right in the middle, in Champaign and Urbana here, we had an area that may have had hail in it. If this wasn't hail in these pink values here, if that wasn't hail, that was incredibly powerful downpour to where you just had zero visibility. So if that wasn't hail, if there was no hail,
I think my mic's working now.
Yes,
there
it
was
is.
arcing visible on the tree in the left side of the camera.
Oh wow. Okay. Thank you, Riley, for coming through. Yeah, your mic's going a little bit quiet on my end, but that's okay. So there was arcing visible. Wow, can we get a clip of that? That would be a great thing to clip from this stream. It'd be a great thing to clip. Wow, my goodness. There was arcing visible on that. Yeah, definitely want a clip of that. I know it was small, but we'll be able to see it. I can turn Riley's voice up just a bit. Don't worry about that. I got it. Arcing visible. I turned you up, Riley, so you're good. Thank you, ABBA, as well. Ottawa and LaSalle County. Whoa. Could not say that very. Let me see. Are you going through it right now? You're up here. Right. So you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, the northern part of this line is much weaker for anything that's going to pass through the southern Chicago metro. It does look like you guys are going to get some rain. Then it looks like we still have enough rising air to get some rain up here. So hopefully we get some drought-busting rain for y'all in the Chicago metro. A little bit more of a drought buster there. That would be good. But the severe threat is much to your south. Thank you, Weather Nerd. Super scary in Stewartson, Illinois. Power going in and out in Rantoul. Yeah, it's right on your doorstep now and there in Rantoul. I don't see that spin-up tornado threat that I mentioned earlier, so the latest update that for that area, Rantoul, not looking too bad tornado-wise. Think, again, I'm really concerned about Mattoon. If anybody is in Mattoon, I don't know, but that's probably the most concerning area for me on radar. I really hope there wasn't a tornado that went through. But there was no warning if there was one, because we're really far away from the radar in this area, far away enough to where we can't really see a spin up ongoing. Thank you, Weather Nerd, for the support, though. Y'all quad. Yeah, I guess he woke up. Ryan woke up with a sore throat. He's working really hard on the Y'all Squad videos as a result. Thank you, Milwee, for the support as well. Guys, if you haven't liked the stream yet, let them know. This coverage is going to go for quite some time, not just for this storm moving through the Midwest here, but also for the Denver area and the Cheyenne, Wyoming area, Denver, Colorado. We have a tornado watch possibly coming in for those areas, and that's going to be into the late afternoon and evening. That a tornado threat and a large hail threat once again goes through those areas. So we got a lot to cover today. Stay with it. Stick with me. Stick with me. All right. So find yourself on the map. Find yourself on the map here for this storm moving through. Again, I think our general progression is going to be somewhere like this. Follow the blue. General progression is going to be like this, with the northern part weakening with time, and the southern part is probably going to intensify with time, especially as it gets to Robinson, Illinois, and maybe even across the state line in Sullivan and down to Vincennes. So find yourself on the map here in this corridor. If you can see yourself here, then this is the area of immediate concern over the next hour or so as this moves at freeway speeds to the east and beginning to the east-southeast. Wires arcing, power poles down in Champaign-Urbana area. We don't have any wind gust reports yet to look at numbers on that, but we'll have that. Don't worry. We'll have that. No problem, Marianne. Happy to help anywhere in the Chicago Metro. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Jen, from Pekin. Intense lightning. Yeah, that's going to be the case. So another thing to look at here is, the electrical activity of this, because it's very, very humid out there. And we have deep moisture is what I was noticing, is that it's actually very humid, miles above the surface as well, which is what is promoting the continuation of these very strong storms. It's because we have really deep moisture in the atmosphere that extends very far above the surface. So plenty of lifting air, that the storm is lifting air as it moves through these areas, and it's just raining itself out, essentially like squeezing a what do you call it? ShamWow? Squeezing a ShamWow that's full of water. That's what this storm is doing. That's a good way to visualize it. If you're in Evansville and this storm does clip you, it's probably going to be in an hour to an hour and a half from now, maybe up to 2. Let's see. Frank, do we have a rail cam anywhere in this vicinity, essentially? I think we do. I think we might have one near, maybe we have one in Mount Vernon. That might be better than the Galesburg camp here. I believe there's still a smokiness in the Chicago metro area as well. So something I want to talk about is that you don't want to be outside in the rain in the Chicago metro if once it gets to you later. Any of this non-severe mess that gets to you later and does rain on the metro, it might be a little bit interesting to have some smoky rain. I wouldn't really want to be out in that rain. So the tornado threat for Evansville does exist. It is the same as it is right now for these areas, per the Storm Prediction Center. So we're going to continue to cover it as such. So that new destructive severe thunderstorm warning came through. That is a new one that goes now to the Indiana state line, includes Danville, all the way just outside of Terre Haute, just to the north of Robinson. So the strongest winds right now are focused in the leading edge of our bow shape right here. Strongest winds focused right here. You can see that progressing forward. And the destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place here is going to be for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. No hail in this warning. This warning does not include any hail in it, which means what I can tell you about what we're seeing on the radar here on this side. Normally, you guys are like, "Oh yeah, he talks about the pink. That's where the hail is, right? This is hail. This is hail." Not necessarily. No, it's not a 100% correlation there. Essentially, is what you could call it. It's not a correspondence. Because this essentially just indicates the intensity of what the radar beam is hitting. That's what this side of the radar does. It shows us where the rain is, where there could be hail, etc. It shows the intensity of what the beam is hitting. So these pink areas, if they're not hail, because the National Weather Service doesn't think that it's hail, that means these are incredibly powerful downpours. And we saw firsthand evidence of that in the UIUC camera that we just had up a little bit ago. It was just absolutely blinding. You couldn't even see the building across the quad because it was raining so hard. The visibility was almost zero there. So that's what's happening right here east of Tuscola on Highway 36. That's what's happening down here in Charleston, Neoga, Effingham, about to enter the city down there. Blinding rain is what's going on in those situations there. Rochelle and Galesburg are the closest. Okay. Riley, do you want to do both webcams? I can do that if you want to handle 2 at 1. Just let me know. You can do 2 at 1, and we can switch over the first to another RTMP feed. Trees and power poles down, widespread, and we're gonna see from the airports in these areas and the personal weather stations.
Hey, Andy, do you copy?
Wind gust reports will come through here in just a little bit, so we'll be able to look at numbers that occurred in these areas. All right, so Nick Gorman's there in Chatham. He's probably going to talk about damage. So let's see what Nick Gorman is talking about here. Let me up his volume a little bit too. Okay, go ahead, Nick. The odds of this being a derecho pretty high.
New update. I didn't have service for the last about 30 minutes or so, but I can confirm there is tornado damage here in Chatham. Trees are snapped in different directions. Like F1 damage though. Pretty weak tornado went through.
Okay. So Nick's back here. Here's his indicator. He's basically stayed back here because he's chasing, but he can't keep up the storm. It's too fast. It's moving at 65, 70 mile an hour east. He can't keep up with that. So he's confirming tornado damage back here in Chatham per his personal observations. So those were his personal observations. It's not official, of course, but it does look pretty conducive to what we saw earlier with the rotation signature moving through just south of Springfield, Illinois. So, yeah, local response there is in place. Said it doesn't look too significant, but definitely widespread trees down with that. All right, so, yep. Worst of this storm is moving towards Terre Haute and areas just north. Doesn't look like it wants to quit, but I still think that this is generally going to track and take a little bit of a southward dive in its most intense part. We might start to see this become the main bow echo down here. So anywhere along this line, once again, for Purdue to the south is where the primary impacts I think are going to occur, and as far east as the eastern Indianapolis metro. This is my thought on where the storm is currently moving, the most powerful part of it. And that's based on, what we're looking at in the atmosphere, the environmental conditions in place, whether it's more unstable down here, the winds are more supportive down here, if there's that moisture in the atmosphere all the way up to the top of the troposphere. Ooh, man. Just for a little bit there, we saw those tornado warnings nonstop, and that's because we were much closer to the radar site. We were able to see those spin-up tornadoes much easier. And now that we're far away, we really aren't. We really aren't going to be able to see spin-up tornadoes right now. If they are happening, we don't have a really good idea as to whether they're doing damage, tornado-wise, or damaging winds, damaging straight-line winds. 3-inch tree limbs broken and 62 mile an hour gust is what we have so far from this area. Lots of reports in Decatur. Some large tree limbs down basically everywhere. I'm sure it looks like a mess in these places. Numerous trees and limbs down. So widespread tree loss over here, especially with this part of the storm here. How high are winds in Charleston? Probably above 60 mile an hour winds. 60 mile an hour gusts are happening there, so really powerful winds. Thank you, Joe, for the support. Wow. All right. Yep, we more than likely, as we continue to see these destructive warnings, this has persisted for long enough with enough significant Damaging wind gusts, meaning 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts or greater, that this is more than likely going to be classified as a derecho. It just looks like it, and it's moved over, a couple hundred miles by this point. So we're basically right on the doorstep of that. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if it's a derecho or not. It's an upper end wind event, strong wind event. That's a little bit of a drought buster. We at least got some rain back behind this thing too for a lot of these areas. So hopefully that continues to bust some of the drought in this area. Thank you, Harry. Thank you. That's a shame from Bloomington, Indiana. Yep. It's on. It's getting there. I think you'll definitely get in on something in Indianapolis into the south and west. Yep, a bow echo. It's literally shaped like a bow. See that? And the arrow is the rear inflow jet, driving it forward. Wind's picking up already in Terre Haute. Wow, well out ahead of this. I bet they're probably southeasterlies. I can go ahead and take a look at the observations in these areas. Let me know what it's feeling like if you're out here. Let me know what it's let me know what it's feeling like out there. Oh, they're even southerly, due southerly in this area. It's still pretty humid out there, I bet. We got massive 70-degree Fahrenheit dew points. Oh wow, and just off to wow, this is so interesting too. This is riding this the periphery of basically what looks like a warm front now, but storm outflow. We're down here. It's 97 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, it's almost 100 degrees down in this area. And then up here, the storm is moving through. I bet it feels like heck in Cape Girardeau. I said this like 17 times. I think I forgot the pronunciation. That was a stressful day, but I might have gotten that right. That was back in April. I tried to remember the pronunciation. Southeast wind in Centralia. Really? Yeah, that's certainly interesting. But yeah, just outside of these storms, it's in the upper 90s, and it's very humid. So that goes to that should just tell you just how much fuel this storm has to work with. Essentially, is Vincennes going to be hit hard? Yes, I think so. Vincennes is going to get in on at least some severe criteria winds and very heavy rain. Very heavy rain. Yeah, trees are probably the most concerning thing today. We've seen so much tree damage, trees falling on whatever is just like the number one thing with these windstorms. Not necessarily. If it's really hot out, it also has to be really humid to fuel the storms. It's got to have that humidity. Thank you, Real Life Problems. Princeton, Indiana, wild. Cape Girardeau, I got it right. Let's go. Terre Haute? I mean, I said it right. Pronunciation correctly? I got it. Yeah, thank you. Owensboro? Probably down the line, yes, but I'm hoping that it loses a lot of its strength by that point. Centralia, you're just outside of it. So, it's going to be very close to you, but the worst of the impacts are well off to your northeast. Evansville, maybe about an hour to an hour and a half out for Evansville if it does reach that far south. Waiting to see. The most untouched air is basically where this storm went through, especially in central Illinois. Out ahead of this, it should begin to lose intensity because this is where our previous storms have moved through earlier today. So it's much less, it's much cooler out here. Even though it's still very humid, it's much cooler. So the conditions over here are not as favorable for continuing a very strong storm. Rensselaer, north side of it, much weaker, but still probable severe gusts. Nashville, it's just raining there, right? That storm is dying off. Would be concerned about the lightning primarily in Nashville and any flooding that might happen. Guys, we're not going to be done today, by the way. Not done at all. Once this is, if this storm weakens, we have another one to cover, and it's going to be way over on the other side of this risk area over here. This area is expected to be maybe getting a tornado watch shortly. for Cheyenne, all the way down to Denver in Colorado, Cheyenne, Wyoming. All this stretch of I-25, and large hail possible once again over here. This is going to be another day of classic supercells with a tornado threat over there, and that's going to start up in a couple hours from now. It's going to intensify in a couple hours from now. Starting up pretty much right now. You see this shower right here over Boulder? That's one little bit of our expected activity over there. So we have multiple things to cover today. You want to see a tornado today? You're not going to see it in this line of extremely heavy rainfall. You're not going to see it here. If you want to see a tornado today, it's going to be over there, if one does happen, like it did yesterday. And several times in the last week. It's going to be another round. So we're watching this. This is it's going through the moderate risk area perfectly. You see how it's just spanning this this red filled in area. That's our moderate risk, or a 4 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. It's getting right into the end of that. The expected primary impacts from this storm are now on the edge of that, and I think that generally it's still going to follow these risk areas just like this. So the worst parts of the storm, if it continues to be pretty bad, will skirt along the southern edge of, especially just right here in the tri-state area near Evansville. So the worst parts of this are probably just going to skirt along the enhanced and through the slight risk area here for my observations. So I think this is where the storm is generally going to go. Find yourself on the map right here, and those will probably be the primary impacts. You know where you are? Very good. Is Charleston, Illinois over yet? You're almost through it. You're probably through the worst of it, but it might stay a little bit windy for a while there. Is there a lot of lightning? Yep. There is quite a bit of lightning. Quite a bit of lightning on these strong storms. The one that was in the one that went through central Kentucky, west central Kentucky earlier, that one was much more electrically active, this one down here. But this one is falling apart as we're expecting, so it's just going to be some heavy rain as it continues on to the south. This is just going to be heavy rain, but this one had a ton of lightning with it. I noticed very upper end lightning activity, I would say. So that would be the concern for staying inside. Okay. Yes, give you 10. Okay, sorry, Riley, I didn't see that till now, but I'll add it. Wait till you see. Wait till you say go. Okay. I've got it ready, Riley. Whenever you do want to go for another cam, and then I'll enable it. I had Zello up because Nick was talking. So, did you find yourself on the map there? You gotta know where you are in the state, especially to get weather coverage. You gotta know. So Kentucky about to get it? Yeah, once again, but I think because we had all this rain moving in, you see all this rain moving through and promoting that flood risk down here, this has stabilized the environment down here. This is all much more stable compared to what this storm just moved through, which is a very unstable atmosphere. So essentially when it moves from unstable into stable, that means it's going to lose intensity. We're expecting that to happen. Expecting that to happen. Thank you, Bree and Laura. So if this gets pushed really far to the east, some of that weakening impacts, I guess, could be felt all the way over here towards Cincinnati. So as this storm fans out, you can see it fanning out with time there, and just becoming more and more broad with time there. As it fans out to the east here, we'll still see probably lower end impacts, probably all the way up from Kokomo and Fort Wayne and over into west central Ohio. But by the time it gets over there, I'm really not going to be concerned with it. We're going to start focusing probably on the area near Denver, Colorado, for sure. So if I'm not focusing on an area, that should let you know what I'm thinking about the storm. Yes, after these storms are done, parts of this area are in an excessive heat warning now, meaning that the excessive heat is going to start up. It's going to funnel right back into some of where these storms just went, so it's going to be really hot really hot from the basically Nashville to the west. That's still expected to happen as we get through the end of the week into the weekend. Nope, no DVD size hail. Extreme downpours, though. Extreme downpours. Ooh. I love it. Yeah, happy to help. Thank you, John. Yeah, man, what a coverage so far, but we have so much yet to go. We have so much yet to go. If you lose power here in Illinois and you're bored and you need something to do, why not watch and look out for your friends in the Denver, Colorado area later, because we'll be covering that weather on this same stream, so you might be able to see something over there. We got a lot to go here. We're almost through the end of the moderate risk here, the expected worst wind damage impacts here, but the same is really going to be generally true probably over the next 30 minutes as this gets closer to Indianapolis here. So really thinking about this corridor in particular, this one in particular. And as we get closer to the radar site over here as well, I think that we might start to see the chances at those spin-up tornadoes again. So we might be able to cover those more in depth and understand why any warnings might come through. So right on the northern edge of this thing, we're still going to have some rain trying to form and move through the southern side of the Chicago metro. But again, this is looking far, far less intense than anything down here. So this part up here may give some rain, some relief over here for anyone looking at in this area. Hopefully you all get rain. Hopefully you do. Ryan is controlling it. I'll be back in a second. Can I see what it's doing right now? Do we have anything there? Oh, great. Of course. We have to crop that. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, thank you guys for getting this stream out so far. This has done rather wonderfully coverage for y'all in this area without really a plan in place for a stream to happen. Essentially, I was looking at the possibility for a stream, but once we got that upgrade coming through, I set up in 5 minutes, 5 minutes flat, and I'm here. All right. So, yep. Man, look at the shape of this thing, too. If you haven't just taken in the shape of this storm yet, just look at the shape of it. That is the most classic looking progressive derecho I've seen in a long time. It just is. It just looks. It's just 100% classic. 100% classic. So let me know what you're experiencing there as it gets to Danville. Right on the edge of the Terre Haute area in Indiana, crossing the state line, the worse the impacts, and also to the southwest as it gets closer to Robinson and Sullivan. Let me know what you're seeing here. Whether it's a derecho or not doesn't really matter. The impacts are going to be the same as it progresses. But yes, more than likely, it's looking like a derecho. And that simply means that this is a very powerful windstorm that has persisted for quite some time, at least a couple hundred miles back in here, with significant severe gusts all along its life cycle, its lifespan. In fact, if you really want to know what this is, this storm right here is generally the same storms that were all the way in northeast Colorado last night, producing tornadoes and very large hail. Those storms moved across this entire track and are now over here. That is true. In their life cycle, they dropped a couple tornadoes, especially the one you saw near Kimball, Nebraska, from good old Reed Timmer, and many other people documented that one. When they were in southwest Nebraska, they dropped over 3-inch hail, and a lot of it. Widespread hail damage. And now they have turned into this incredible damaging wind event. So that's the origin story of these storms and their progression. I mean, how many frames can I play here? 250? Let's see how far back this goes. Let's see the power of radar Omega here. How far back does this go? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is when they were in southeast Nebraska. And our previous storm that materialized down here as well. You could just see the progression of them over time. Incredible event. Wow. That is just stunning to look at. That is just stunning. You ain't gonna see something like that very often. The risk for progressive derechos is typically once a year or once every 2 years in the general vicinity of the Midwest here. So you see one of these a year on average, or one every 2 years, whether it's an upper end one or just a general damaging derecho. That's the frequency of them. So this, if we get a derecho up here this year, that's expected. That's within reason. If we get 3 this year, then we're starting to look at the abnormalities. Pitch black and Terre Haute, yeah, it's getting really close to you. Let's go ahead and zoom in on some of this stuff that's going on here. We're a little bit closer to the Indianapolis radar now. We got some destructive warnings in the Indiana state now, so let's see what those are doing. Especially this one here, including Terre Haute and to the north. Let's look at it from this radar site. Yeah, it's definitely got to have one heck of a shelf cloud. Man, look at this. Goodness gracious. Okay, so for Terre Haute and Clinton, Indiana, up to Rockville, especially. Okay, thank you, Ryan. I see that. 80-mile-an-hour winds are possible here. The strongest part of the storm right here. So Terre Haute, get ready. Are they sounding the sirens in Terre Haute and this area, Vigo County here, up to Park County? Anybody in this area, are they sounding the sirens? All right, let me see if that's working, Ryan. Of course not. I don't know why it does this. All right, I'll fix it real quick. Let me know. Let me know what's happening there. I don't know why it does this. That's fine. I can fix it myself. No sirens in Terre Haute. Yeah, this is going to have the shelf cloud of a lifetime. You see that there? Here, we have the Terre Haute. Oh, now you fixed it, Ryan. What the heck? I fixed it while I was moving it. All right, whatever. I got it. We're working. There we go. Okay, I got it now. I don't know why it took time to update. That's so funny. All right, so we got Vincennes looking west, and we've got Terre Haute looking southwest. Let's go ahead and zoom in on these cams. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. Oh, it's coming. It took some time. Oh, yeah. Classic. What's going on in stream text? One sec. I'm looking at Andy channel. Sorry. What is it? Tornado watch likely. Oh, that was a while ago. Okay, so that's for Denver, Colorado to Cheyenne, right? Guys, we're still waiting on that tornado watch. That has not been issued yet. So they're deliberating on it for a little bit here. 80-mile-an-hour wind gust estimated here in the Charleston, Illinois area. So yeah, you guys went through it. You still got power there in Charleston and Illinois? I don't know. If I were an emergency management person here, it would be not a bad idea to sound the sirens, in my opinion. It's a destructive warning. Sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. We need some consistency. All right, so we got these webcams. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the Terre Haute one. That's just popped up there. All right, I'll fix this up. This is going to be a gnarly looking one, but let me fix this up. The Terre Haute webcam here. I want to look at this real quick here, and I will fix the cropping. I'm working on it. Oh my goodness. It's huge. There we go. This is the Terre Haute webcam right here. This shelf cloud is basically coming in. I just missed the shelf cloud there, but you guys could see it in the stream while it was active. That shelf cloud is zooming in. Zooming in. Man, my feed is messed up. We have so many different croppings going on here. This is just, it's so much to There's so much to do. All the cropping is different, but it gets it across. So what you're looking at now is the webcam glitching a little bit. When it frames back there, you can see the edge of the shelf cloud, but you see that glow right in the center? Yeah, that's your down burst. So that's literally 80-mile-an-hour winds and incredibly blinding rain is what I would say. Is right off in the distance of that road. Isn't that ominous? You can kind of see it through the tree clearing. And now we're starting to shake. So some of these semis... Oh, there's the glitch. So yeah, you can see a little bit of the shelf cloud there. I don't even know, like if this webcam, if the power source to it is out in front or is back behind, like this webcam's power source is in that cloud of rain now, it probably just lost power. So we could definitely assume that. Yeah, that's pretty gnarly looking. So that's the visual for a lot of people today here as these damaging winds move through. Now into the Indiana side. I will not be looking at the future radar for these storms because models have a generally really bad handle on the progression of wind storms like this. We will not be looking at future radar. We will be using the analysis of the atmospheric conditions to assume where the worst of the impacts will progress. Future radar is a bad idea to use for events like this. Future radar in general is a bad idea, but people love it. Thank you, Lynn, for the support. Your cam got struck by lightning. The Terre Haute webcam got struck by lightning, apparently, according to Riley. So that's why we lost that feed. So that just got struck by lightning, according to sources. We got power lines down everywhere here. Look at all of these damaging wind reports. All these green boxes there. These are all damage. Trees uprooted, power lines down, trees and power lines down. Extensive tree damage reported. Trees down near Oakland in Illinois. Just all in this area. The leading edge of the line here. That bow shape. Yeah, this is definitely pretty wild here. Thank you, Lynn. I appreciate that. Yeah, well, we lost the cam. Find another one, Riley. Goodness gracious. So what a great look at this. This is just such an amazing windstorm that we can see from the radar site. So we're looking well, let's see. We're looking parallel to the rear inflow jet here that's driving this forward. So the rear inflow jet is along this blue line, pushing this storm forward very, very quickly and causing all those damaging winds. And the radar beam is scanning this direction. So we're looking parallel, and we can just see that we could see the jet just all in this area. You see how large that is, just moving straight this way and driving that storm forward. See that jet really clearly there. That's impressive stuff. It likely already is a Derecho due to its longevity and very high in damaging wind reports. I believe this is probably already qualifying as a Derecho. Rip camera. Apparently got struck by lightning there. So again, worst of the damaging winds, I think, moving through Terre Haute right now. And as far south as Robinson, Illinois, and Sullivan, Indiana. I mean, on its current path, it's really trying to stay steady state here and include parts of the Indianapolis metro. So we're watching that. We're watching that get through there. I don't know about taking a cross section of this. Like, we're not really going to be able to see too much of the vertical part of the storm. I think if I look up, if I look aloft, it is pretty tall here, but it's just going to look like more of the same. It's going to look like a wall of wind, really. Most powerful as you get closer to the surface. So the strongest winds are about 1 mile to 2 miles above the surface. Ottawa, you guys are not even in a severe thunderstorm warning up there, so rainy and probably a little gusty. Fresh winds. Appreciate that, Mythos. That's going to be the same case for everyone in the Chicago Metro again, for anyone just joining. It's going to be the same thing. St. Louis is fine. You're behind the storms now. All right, so that new warning is a considerable warning. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts that goes just to the west of the Indianapolis metro here in Marion County. Just the west now, so it looks like those damaging winds are reaching. That thing is gnarly. Yeah, this is more than likely. I mean, a Bow Echo can be a Derecho. They're not exclusive. They are not exclusive. What are you in for? Damaging winds, hopefully from a weakening storm by that point, but widespread severe weather is happening right now. Widespread severe weather is happening right now. And then for your neighbors here in Illinois, there are, I mean, all of these green boxes, a little tough to see. There's like 15 of them in this circle. Those are all trees and power lines being reported down. So widespread damaging winds are going through right over the state line right now. And causing widespread power outages as well, is what I'll say. Widespread power outages. Yeah, I'm happy to help. And guys, if you're just joining or you're you're here today, this is not going to stop. The stream is not going to stop today because it's looking like we're going to watch another event back in the Denver, Colorado area up to Cheyenne, Wyoming, up the I-25 corridor there. And that's going to start in the next couple of hours, and we're going to watch that. That may pose a another tornado threat to look at today. Yeah, it's gonna be there's more coming up. Long day for me, but I'm happy to spend it with y'all. All right, so let's look at some more conditions out here, out ahead of this thing. Oh, I see. So it still is in the mid 80s in Indiana, central Indiana. Huh. I wonder why they didn't extend the risk further east into this area then. Feel like, given what I'm seeing here, the storm might actually try to take a little bit more of a path that goes this way. Still some really unstable, favorable conditions right through this area, for sure. I was looking down here in southwest Indiana where it's rain cooled air down there. It's still really humid, but it's all rain cooled down there. So I'm interested. I'm interested in the progression of the storm. I feel like it might try to go through Indianapolis. Looking at this, I'm gonna look at some more data. I'm gonna look at more data to confirm that. So yeah. Let's see. What is this really gonna follow? I could see it following, yeah, that path of unstable air right through Indianapolis. So maybe the winds will still be pretty strong right through the metro here. I think that's a case we could see happen here. That's a possibility. So be ready for that in Indianapolis. Current conditions do look favorable for the continuation of this storm. There is still quite a bit of deep moisture as well, so it's still humid above your head and through a few miles in the atmosphere above the surface. So yeah, I don't see why this doesn't really continue to progress toward Indianapolis. I think it's still going to be pretty powerful. I am in Minneapolis, not Indianapolis. Yeah, I think the most surprising thing to me today so far is the lack of is just no sirens with the destructive warnings. That's pretty surprising to me. All right, so we got to look at that shelf cloud in Sullivan in Indiana. So down here in Sullivan, shelf cloud rapidly approaching. Let's go ahead and pull that up. There's a look. This is what everybody is seeing today and what probably Indianapolis is going to see. It's going to look like this. I swear that truck was driving backwards, but it was just towing something. I was like, what? Whoa. Webcam moment. So the Indiana Department of Transportation, their webcams they use seem to have that reversion issue where it goes back to a previous frame. Now that is a proper shelf cloud. And that is approaching Sullivan, Indiana. Man. I remember the March 31st tornado here. We had this webcam during that would have been extreme. I know it was at night, though. Every 30 seconds, I need to refresh, or you need to. Oh, okay, okay. I see what happens. Riley's doing a bunch of work refreshing the feeds. You're running auto clickers? Wow. You guys are just immediately on top of it. I love it. Yeah, it's looking mean right here. Yeah, we're starting to see into the belly of the beast. Starting to see in the belly of the beast there. It's moving so fast too. These storms are moving. This new warning has these storms moving east at 80 miles an hour. Is how fast this the leading edge of this line of storms is moving. 80 miles an hour to the east. So in no time, this is going to be right on top of this webcam. In no time. Really good look at this. I think, again, per my analysis, while I think that the damaging wind threat and a considerable damaging wind threat will continue into Indianapolis, especially given the unstable environment still in place there, and especially just to the south, Martinsville and Bloomington in Indiana. I think the storm itself is still continuing to broaden out. It's widening out, which means that overall its impacts should be less severe rather than in a concentrated area, very severe impacts. So I'm still thinking that it's not going to be as bad in Indianapolis, but it still will be pretty severe. This is a wonderful view here. Seeing into the belly of the beast, the shelf cloud is going right overhead, and you can see it moving. Got a little bit of a transition there. I don't know who's controlling this cam, but they might be looking at the weather right now. They might be looking at the weather right now, because they just moved that thing in there. I don't think there's any hail falling with this. I think this is blinding rain, more than likely. So any glow, any blue glow, or maybe even a greenish glow you see in there is probably just due to the intense amount of rain. Yeah, the Indiana Department of Transportation flips the cam over there to see it, and we can see the winds, the inflow into the storm maybe just beginning to shake this thing around now. Yeah, Indianapolis, you got about 25 minutes, 30 minutes or so from west to east across the metro before this gets to you. So you got plenty of time to prepare for a possible power outage if you have a little bit weaker infrastructure in your area. All has no power in Terre Haute, so there you go. There's your confirmation of possible power outages headed toward you. You can even see the most intense rain in this footage right here too. So you can see how there's a little bit more contrast on the left side, right underneath that blue glow, the bluish glow there. There's more contrast there. That is definitely the most powerful rain, or like the strongest. I don't even know what to call it. Just the absolute worst downpour. The absolute worst downpour. Indiana Department of Transportation watching the stream. Really? Well, hello to you, and thank you for your work there. If so, appreciate that. Yeah, in just a couple minutes, this is already on top of this cam. Starting to see the trees move quite a bit there. Some gusts are moving in. All right, this is looking pretty intense. This is what's moving through west central Indiana right now in mass. Northern Illinois, yep, you look good. It's going to be much weaker up there. You've seen this before. Windstorms happen up here. Windstorms happen up here. And I am watching the radar just in case. Don't worry about that. And just in case anything starts popping up on the radar that looks very concerning, I have my eye on it. Yep, that rain's getting it's getting there really, really quickly. Yeah, this will definitely be far, far weaker in Cincinnati at the moment. You got sirens in Vincennes in Indiana. You guys are in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning down there in Knox County. if the sirens are sounding anywhere out ahead of this this storm that you can see going absolutely wild here. If there are sirens, it's because of the damaging wind threat. It's an upper end damaging wind threat. Yeah, Nashville is fine. Any lightning is my concern with Nashville, but I think it should be quieting down. All right, we're getting into it. The rain is just a little bit behind, I think. It's very close though. Some intense downpours possible in Sullivan. Oh yeah, definitely. Sullivan, Indiana has part of probably the strongest downpours are right in this area. Some of the strongest ones. So the most blinding rain is approaching this road right here. Thanks for reporting the sirens there in Vincennes. Anyone else confirm? Rochelle's fine. Okay, we have a new destructive warning as well that again goes just west of Indianapolis for 80-mile-an-hour winds. So it's we're continuing to see the strongest part of the storm really approaching Indianapolis and areas just south and west. Just south and west. And again, I looked at once I saw those observations there, and the unstable air is still in place and deep moisture is still in place here in central Indiana, I do think that the strongest part of the storm will probably continue through the city, through that metro area. Earlier, I thought it was going to transition more to the south and west, but once I saw that it was still in the mid-80s in Indiana and still like 70-degree dew point, yeah, no, definitely we're going to get some damaging winds through there. Not too bad in Terre Haute. You're almost done with it. You're almost done in Terre Haute. So Bicknell. Looks like Bicknell near Vincennes has got emergency management on top of stuff, letting people know to be inside. No tornado warning down there. Yes, this is more than likely a derecho in progress. All qualifications for a derecho are continuing, ongoing, and have been in place for a couple hundred miles now. So almost certainly, it's looking at least very evident that it could be one. Again, the definition of it and the delineator doesn't matter as much as the impacts do. I think it might stay to the north of Evansville because of the latest look at this stuff in place. I think Evansville will get clipped by the southern end of it, but the worst of it is off to your north. Danville, Illinois. Danville, Indiana, you're right in the path of this, so prepare for some power outages, especially with above ground infrastructure. Prepare for power outages in Danville, in Indiana. Large tree on the interstate in Terre Haute. Randolph County should be much weaker on the eastern side of the state, hopefully, by that point. Kokomo should be a little bit weaker than what's going to go on for your neighbors to the south, but still some severe gusts possible. Did we lose the cam? I think it's properly frozen here, so probably a power outage that has caused this cam to go out now. So here's a look at the latest radar. We were looking at Sullivan, Indiana, which is right here. Right there. And the line right on top of it now. Riley lost another one. Yeah, these widespread power outages. Oh, it's back? Okay. I see it. Oh man, look at the rain coming in. It's right there. You can see it going through the road. Yeah, you can see it approaching rapidly. You can literally see that. Man, it's gonna get blindingly rainy there if this continues to live. It lost power briefly, came back, probably lost power again here. Oh, in just a few seconds it came back, and now it looks like this. Yeah, I don't want to drive through this. Hopefully no semis get impacted by this. I think this road is moving into... It's looking west, so generally all the semis on this road are going to be facing into the wind, so they shouldn't flip on this road. Hopefully. But yeah, that blinding rain is coming in very quickly to Sullivan. It's just outside the town there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Oh, wow. Is that up here? Okay. Wow, what an interesting place to get a tornado warning. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Well, You'll be able to see this cam on the bottom right there. So just keep an eye on that rain coming in there. That's extreme. What an interesting place to get a new warning. Up here in this little area of stronger storms that's taken off here, we now have a tornado warning right on the edge of this. I did not think that this area of storms up here would do too much. We just have a little bit of rotation right here that's prompted it, especially near Lamoille. Lamoille is this area that's warned here in the northeast corner of Bureau County. And we're right in between radar sites, so I don't have a great look at this. Even had a 1-inch hailstone reported north of Milwaukee. Man, active weather. Just some hailstorms up there, though, if anything does go through. Thank you, Keith. I go visit a National Weather Service office. That would be dope. I think we'll actually be able to do something like that, though, because we have a team member who might be looking into something like that. So keep your eyes peeled. Thank you, Kevin. St. Louis is in the clear, yes. Appreciate the support. All right, so there's your new warning. Just a little bit of rotation started up right on the northern side of this small storm system just starting up here. It has made one for itself here in some of this rain-cooled air. Very surprising to see this going on, especially back in here, where basically all the storm outflow is, progressed out in front of this thing. The fact that it's able to hold its own right in here is pretty impressive. So again, yeah, this is going to go generally just south of Rochelle and the DeKalb area, and maybe progress with some heavy rain to the southern Chicago metro. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Did not think that I was going to look back here at all. That is a very interesting storm stuck back in here in the stable air. Yeah, didn't expect that. All right, so keep shelter there in the northeast corner of Bureau County. Sullivan, the Sullivan webcam is going strong. We also have the Vincennes camera there. Vincennes is about 10 minutes or so out from the line of storms reaching them. If we had a webcam closer to Indianapolis, maybe near Danville,
a new tornado watch has been issued.
We could look at that. There is our new watch. So we finally got that coming through. That is going to be the next thing we cover on this stream. It's going to be continuous. Now we have our tornado watch in the Nebraska Panhandle. And over there in Wyoming. And I think we're going to get, we're also going to hear that for Colorado here in just a second. Yeah, that's going to come through for the Colorado counties also in the watch. So once we have a graphic for that, I'm going to show you guys that tornado watch. You probably got it on your phones if you're watching over there. So now's the time to start getting information for those people that we will be covering that as well. Sullivan webcam's holding strong there. You can see that blinding rain. Again, Sullivan down here. Watching that rain come right through the town right here. So many people losing power due to this this huge windstorm. All right, Ryan's looking up. Let's see what we got here. This camera looking a little bit at the sky, mostly at the road. Ryan's trying to get up here in this destructive warning that does include Danville, Indiana, and areas just west of Indianapolis. Yeah, we got a good look at the shelf cloud on the Vincennes camera. Now we're trying to get in to look at the most damaging part of the storm, which we believe is the leading edge of this bow shape here. So the leading edge of it right here would be the strongest winds, right where you'd put the arrow in the bow shape. So the leading edge of this right now has the strongest winds with a destructive warning issued. Right in this this polygon right here is our destructive warning. So let's see if that continues to be the case as it gets closer to Indianapolis. I think it's about 20 minutes out from and further from the west. So it's coming in from the west, so further east of the metro, a little bit further out. Probably about 20 minutes out, moving about 70 to 80 miles an hour to the east. So it's moving very quickly. Can take you by surprise. What is going on there? There we go. See where this webcam is. That's Ryan in behind the scenes cropping the webcam so we can look at the storm. Yeah, if any chasers get stuck behind this, they are not catching up with this storm. There's no way. I've been close to some tornadoes, but most of them have stayed very far away from me in the 2 years I've been up here in Minnesota. Yeah, that Sullivan cam is really getting the rainfall. I think we're almost through the worst of the rain there in Sullivan. This is DR2 Analyst. I use a combination of that and Radar Omega to display different things in their strong suits here. So I use Radar Omega to show you guys the risks, the risk areas in place here. Wow, what is this? This is this looks wrong. What the heck is going on here? There we go. I use Radar Omega to show you the broad view of what's going on here, so you can see these risk areas in place very easily. And I'll also show you the tornado watch. Let's see if the tornado watch has come through on Radar Omega already. So we'll go ahead and do that and see if we've got our watch. There it is. This is a really good way to also look at the tornado watch here in yellow. It does include Denver. It does include the Denver metro area, even up to Boulder in Colorado, through Fort Collins, up the I-25 corridor, through Cheyenne, Wyoming, even as far west as Laramie, and all the way up to Douglas and just south of the Devil's Tower here, I believe. So look at this. Look at how fast these storms up here have popped off. They're in our northern extent of this new tornado watch up here in yellow. We will be covering this, especially as these storms continue to mature. So I've got to have a close eye up here. These are all vulnerable areas that have been recently impacted by tornadic storms over the last the last 2 weeks, over and over again. So another round is possible today. A bunch of hailstorms have moved through the Denver metro area, so that's an area we want to make sure is weather aware as well. So this is going to be the late afternoon to evening threat. We're going to be watching this for quite some time. And that's your tornado watch in yellow there. If I could get probabilities on that, that would be great. That would be great if I could find the probabilities. Yeah, alright. So far, good coverage today. We've still got a lot more to go with this, getting ready to get going. Okay. I don't know. I don't know the progression of the storms in Colorado. They might just take the same path along the Kansas-Nebraska border and continue on through the night again. We could see that. They definitely have the potential to ride essentially the outer side of the high pressure in place, the anticyclone. So they'll ride the outside, the northern periphery of that, and very likely go down the same paths. That's why we have those huge slight risks in place. All right, so just watching, waiting. South of Indianapolis, looking south, is our new webcam over here. So again, this is probably 15 to 20 minutes out for much of the metro in Indianapolis. Still looking pretty strong as we get closer there. And as we get closer to the radar site, I'll also be able to pick out any possible spin-up tornadoes that might occur here. So I'm going to go ahead and have this radar site up, and I'm also going to bring a radar over to I'm also going to bring a radar over to Evansville here so we can track the southern end of this. So we're going to get some data down here just to see what's going on the southern edge of our very powerful windstorm, possible derecho. What do we got? Doesn't look like anything is rotating down here. More than likely, we've got this southern part of the storm that might be cut off from any inflow that could reach into it here, but we're definitely going to see those damaging winds move through. Looks like it'll just barely clip Mount Vernon. So again, this southern side is fanning out, so we'll still see some strong storms make it through these areas, down through Vincennes and through Evansville as well. So it looks like the southern side will continue to fan out, lose intensity while it fans out. Is what I want to emphasize is that the longer this storm is, essentially the wider it is, the less intense it will be overall as we get further into the day. That should generally be the case. Wow, I think I've defined a derecho like 15 times today, but I'll keep doing it. Derecho again is a windstorm with significant gusts of 75 mile an hour or greater throughout its lifespan. In sporadic instances, severe criteria gusts are 60 mile an hour or greater throughout its entire lifespan along the entire width of the storm, like you can see in all of these severe thunderstorm warnings in red. And it lasts over a few hundred miles. So if all those things are checked off, you got yourself a derecho. And we've almost checked all of those things off already. All right, so I want to see the probabilities on this watch. That is what I want to know. Anyone post it? Am I going to have to look at it myself? It looks like I'm going to have to. That's fine. I can do exactly that. So our new tornado watch is, okay, 40-20. Thank you, Riley. So it's on the lower end of a tornado watch. 40% for 2 or more tornadoes, 20% for a significant tornado. And the hail is the primary reason for the issuance of that tornado watch for Denver up through Cheyenne, Wyoming. Up I-25. Cool. Looking good. Bunch of considerable severes all along this line. Yeah, man, looking like a proper derecho here. Thank you, Jerry, for the support, and anyone who's sent it along, even if I missed you, thank you, Dreamweaver. Oh, man, this is going to be a long day, guys. We're not done covering this. Again, it looks like, from this radar side, it looks like the strongest part of the storm is trying to gear up down this direction, too, but I still think it's going to be pretty significant for Indianapolis in just a little bit here. We're a couple of minutes out from Danville. We've got the Vincennes camera as well in the bottom right now, which is right on the edge of this, right on the edge of the line here. So the shelf cloud is basically overhead. We start to see it shake there as the winds come in. I don't think this destructive severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue to be issued into Indianapolis. I don't think it's going to keep going. So probably not going to see the destructive winds in Indianapolis. There's our new warning that does include the city now, and it is considerable, which means 70 mile an hour winds. That's the middle level for a severe thunderstorm warning. So it looks like you guys are going to get in on powerful winds, probably some good power outages in the area, but hopefully from a relatively weakening storm. Right now, not seeing anything tornadic directly with this storm as it approaches Indianapolis, so that should be good news for you all. But we're keeping a close eye on it. Let's go back to our tornado warning in Illinois from our tiny little storm here that's popped up right in the back end of this whole thing. The rotation looks a little bit less intense here, a little bit less concentrated, but maybe this little subtle area right here near Sublet in Illinois might continue to be a problem. We might see another warning for that as the National Weather Service eyes it. What a very interesting storm that's just gone through this area. I mean, man, that could have been a tornado right there, just outside the town of Lamoille, right before that warning was issued. So we're gonna keep an eye on this this little storm that's just embedded right here in the back end of the whole derecho here. Very interesting stuff. All right, and then anything else that I want to look at? I'm not sure. I mostly want to keep my eye on this storm as it gets really close to the radar, just in case the circulation starts up here. Some of the furthest traveling derechos have been I think one in the Intermountain West that went through parts of Utah. The Indiana, Ohio to the Mid Atlantic one in 2012 was also very long tracked as well. Those are the ones that come to my mind. Right. Getting through it. Guys are making it through one heck of a windstorm. How's it been thus far for you? Anyone still watching that's lost power? You guys staying up? Valpa's okay. You got anyone in the Chicago metro is fine for now. I'm hoping you guys get a decent amount of rain that might drought or might bust any drought you might have up here. That's a remnant drought. Hopefully you guys get in on some good rain and not too much severe stuff. Looking okay right now. Looking okay. It's a derecho that started over the ocean. The one that impacted Sicily, I believe, and Italy. Not Sicily. Whatever that island is. That might be Sicily. I can't remember. It's not Cyprus. That was a derecho that happened over the bay, the ocean in there. Or the sea. I suppose that's a sea in that area. I don't know if it started over the ocean, but it certainly went over quite a bit of water compared to most of the ones we see over here in the US. Cincinnati ETA, it's not going to be too powerful when it reaches you. It should be dying out over there, but it's probably about 2 hours out from you getting rain in that area if it does hold together. Yeah, happy to help with the Chicago update. Blah. Lafayette, shouldn't be too bad up there. Again, I've been talking about the northern periphery of this weakening quite a bit, and that's exactly what's happened up here. So I've been talking about that for the last hour. Our strongest wind gusts are being focused now a little bit more to the east-southeast, which is exactly what I had in mind. So we're still on track. Still on track with the nowcast. Just south of Indianapolis, we have a camera right there. That's just south of Indianapolis as well. So whatever you're seeing, we'll see on the stream as well. Yeah, anyone in Missouri is basically fine. I don't think this storm is going to impact Missouri at all. But there may be a chance for more severe weather, maybe even tomorrow morning in Missouri, northern Missouri especially, if you're in that slight risk. Santa Claus, you're in South Indiana down here. Yeah, did you guys know there's a Santa Claus, Indiana? I'm trying to find it. I forget where exactly it is, but it's in this general area near Louisville. Where is it? Yeah, I forget exactly where it is, but it's definitely down here in this area. And it does look like the storm's going to reach you and also Louisville. But again, it should be weaker by the time it's down there. We're generally seeing the decrease in intensity of this storm. Right now, it's at its most intense, and it will continue to decrease in intensity in terms of how damaging the winds are. I am fairly certain about that. Holiday world. I just talked about Chicago. Again, that's the same thing. Same thing with that northern extent. You guys are very far removed from a severe thunderstorm warning. It's just this little blob back in here, if it holds together, might track towards some of the south metro. So we'll keep an eye on it. Right now, I'm not too concerned about y'all. Close to Jasper. Oh, okay. I see. It's over here. Let us know when to blow the sirens. You got your own sirens to blow here. It's not looking too bad. I think once we see this destructive severe dropped and we look at the middle tier of considerable severe thunderstorms, that we'll probably not see too many tornado sirens being blown over the next hour. I think we might have seen the end of most of the sirens, but it depends on the emergency management in these areas and whether we get another surge of some damaging winds, maybe down south, closer to Bloomington. Some of these areas are a little bit more vulnerable as well because they were recently impacted by our tornado event, especially south of Shoals down here. And also in Greenwood here in New Whiteland. Just want to make sure these people are weather aware. Since a damaging wind event is not the best thing to have happen after a tornado does some localized damage. Don't want that. You're in Vincennes? Yeah, we got that camera in the bottom right for Vincennes, showing it exactly what you're seeing. If you're just joining, guys, we're not going to be done watching. This is not the only thing we're watching today. We have this tornado watch in place. You can see it here on Radar Omega in the yellow. This includes the Denver Metro, Fort Collins, up I-25 through Cheyenne, and up into central, or not central, but southeast Wyoming, east of Casper along I-25 here, along I-25. And that goes into the Nebraska Panhandle, areas that have been impacted by several tornadoes recently, right in here. So this is another tornado watch today that I will be covering. That goes through late afternoon to the evening. So we have more and more to look at. If you want to see a chance at some proper supercells, we're going to have both a derecho and supercells today in different areas. So if you're interested in that, stay tuned. If you know anyone in those areas, definitely stay tuned to see what happens out of those storms. It's going to be it for good traffic cams. That's fine. We've done great so far on that. Thank you, Riley, for helping. We're probably about 10 minutes out from Indianapolis proper in downtown, 5 minutes out from the western side of the metro, and 15 minutes to the east. Fort Wayne's fine, guys. You guys aren't, you're not going to get anything up there. Maybe some rain. You're all good. Let me show you the risk area again, so we quiet down the location asking. Let me show you today's risk area in place. So you can see the storm here. I'll play back the last 30 frames of it. You can see the general progression is fanning out and weakening as it goes off to the north. So Fort Wayne, you guys are fine. I'm concerned basically with the rest of the enhanced risk down here, where this line should continue in intensity and then start to fizzle out as it gets to this rain-cooled air down here. So Indianapolis getting the worst of the remnants of this, and then I think it'll start to weaken here in east central Indiana towards Cincinnati. Shouldn't be too bad. So really, primary impacts are along this line, more than likely, in the western extent of this, if this makes it to Evansville. So right down into this bend, I think, is where we're gonna get the rest of the intense winds today, and then it should begin to fizzle out. Yeah, there you go. That's a look on Radar Omega for what I'm thinking. What a progression! One heck of a windstorm. I've seen several of those downbursts in the storm, which is essentially that really heavy, blinding rain. That's been one of the key features I've noticed today from the progression of the storm. Really interesting how low the visibility gets in that very, very intense rain. Alright, still trying to monitor this as closely as possible. In fact, I'm going to pull up the terminal radar really quickly here so that we can take a look at anything that might be happening right near the surface. And right next to the surface, the terminal radar is showing plenty of 55 to 60 mile an hour winds right next to the surface in the first 30 feet above the ground. So yeah, definitely severe gusts are moving through all of this area in mass. Per this radar site right here, right at the airport. All right. Nothing tornadic though. As it approaches Indianapolis, I don't see any sign of any spin up tornadoes. We're looking okay on that. But we're south of Indianapolis, looking south here on this camera. It refreshes again. Looks like it's starting to get pretty rainy in that one. They're probably on the southwest side. And Vincennes looks bad too. It's kind of in that downpour down here. This is where Vincennes is. Looks like it's kind of in the middle of that downpour ongoing there. You can see the winds Moving those rain curtains, those rain sheets across the webcam. Blow that up for you. Pretty intense stuff there in Vincennes. Producing about 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts widespread. Storm is fanning out. These power lines are drooping just a little bit, but so far no power lines down from this at least. I think the widespread power outages are looking a little bit less unless we have some weaker infrastructure in the path of the storm. We'll probably still see power outages. So I'm talking about Indianapolis. I'm talking about Greenwood and New Whiteland. Oh man. Yeah, I'm waiting to see how strong these winds are back behind this. I don't see any reports of non-thunderstorm gusts yet, but I'm going to keep a close eye out on observations, just in case. Yeah, there's the downpour in Vincennes. Not as bad as we saw in Champaign, Urbana earlier in Illinois. That was definitely blinding rain, so that was pretty incredible to look at. I was stunned by that. All right, let me find some observations over here. All right, back in this rain here, this lighter rain, especially around Kankakee here and south of the Chicago Metro. Still some strong winds pushing this forward, but that's due to the line. So I'm not seeing any impacts of a wake low developing here, not yet. Not seeing any really strong winds. Blah. So nothing in effect there yet, but I'm keeping an eye out just in case anything strong in terms of winds develops back in here at the surface. This is mostly going to be stable air at the surface though. So if there are strong winds happening aloft, they're probably not reaching the surface down here or back in there. All right, on the doorsteps of Indianapolis now. I think the Indianapolis cam is not working anymore, so that one went down pretty quick. Yeah, that one died. So we don't have that cam anymore, but yeah, it's gonna start looking like the Vincennes cam down there in the bottom right in Indianapolis. Quite a bit there. Let's take another look at our little embedded storm there. Along I-39. It just looks like an absolute mess. Can't really see much of anything there. Maybe from the Chicago radar. This looks a little bit better. Not seeing any rotation. So this is mostly a disorganized blob of heavy showers now, with some severe gusts going over Mendota. So we're keeping an eye on this over here too, just in case it brings any severe criteria into the southwest Chicago metro coming up. But right now, not looking too bad. How is it in the Chicago metro? Still hot and humid out? Warm and humid? Is it starting to get windy there in Joliet? Anyone reporting in from those areas? Let me know. I'm watching the chat. Down here on the Evansville radar, we're getting pretty close to seeing some impacts here near Princeton. And southeast, south central Illinois here near Mount Vernon, right on the west side of this. Not looking too bad down here, but it's going to be pretty gusty. It does look like we have that separate Boeing action maybe taking place down here, maybe being pushed down further more quickly near Vincennes. And now we have a Railfan cam in Colorado. Do we have any chasers in Colorado for later on? Let's start thinking about that ahead of time. We'll start thinking about that ahead of time. Very muggy, Julia. Everything is okay for now. Looks like the gust front's pretty close to you, but it's not gonna be too bad there. Very humid and calm. Still hazy. A little bit of smoke left. Yep. Sky's getting dark. And we'll see how that transpires there. Terre Haute neighbor has a tree in his house. Whole tree uprooted. Yeah, I believe that. Widespread tree damage and power line damage, especially earlier. No storm chasers that you found yet. I'm sure they'll start up in a couple hours, especially LF Sim. We'll see. You're seeing the huge shelf in New Whiteland. Yeah, everybody's seen that shelf cloud now. If you can do so safely, you have a couple minutes there to get a picture, but definitely be inside when before the winds get to you. So keep it safe. Keep it safe and sound. Pretty impressive shelf cloud approaching much of your guys' areas here. Again, we're right next to the radar site, so we can pick out some velocity pixels here, right next to the radar here in Indianapolis. I see below 100 feet above the ground, we've got an 80-mile-an-hour wind pixel, 75, just about 60 feet up, so maybe some pretty intense gusts right on the front of this are possible. we always work with Railfan. It's literally the virtual Railfan cams are in the description of the video. I've had them in there for the past few streams that we've started them. It's how it's always been. So yeah, we've been using virtual Railfan cameras there for a while now, and it's always been good. Yeah, it is definitely weakening. It is not as intense as it was before. We still have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in place here. So let's see what's happening in Wyoming. If we have a good look here, we can start to look at these storms beginning. We already have a pretty intense hailstorm up here south of Douglas in Wyoming. A couple of storms that are very far away from any radar site that I can't get a very good look at. Hunter is on the close here. I see him there. So we might have Hunter today. He's making his way over there to the tornado watch. Of course he is. So maybe we'll have Storm Chaser Hunter if he's got his live stream set up with him. I'm not sure. So this is just now getting started with some large hail initially here in Wyoming. We'll see what these supercells transition into. If we get any tornadic threat with them, we'll be right here to cover it. So might blend the two together here. Coverage across the nation. I'm going to pull up another radar site as well, just so I have more of a look. More of a look in this area. There's our Wyoming warning, just in time. Pull up the Rapid City radar here, because there's more hailstorms going up here, more than likely. Going to drop hail in the Rapid City, South Dakota vicinity. Nothing like you guys aren't used to. You see this all the time now. So many hailstorms this year. And you can just see the moisture on this radar. You see all this stuff right here? This isn't rain, but this is literally just the moisture in the air. This is the swamp air, essentially. It actually shows up on the radar, too. So there's your swamp air out there. Air you can wear, air you can see on radar. Pretty interesting stuff. All right, let's see what this looks like now going through the Indianapolis Metro. We lost the cam down there. We've lost the Indianapolis cam, but the reason is a good one, because we have some pretty strong winds. I think that are going to be very localized to Southport here, the southern side of the metro along I-74. Here in Indianapolis, I think this is going to be some of the more intense winds. Some of the more intense winds are happening right here. It won't be too bad in Cincinnati, but it might still be on the lower end of our severe threat. So you may still get some pretty strong winds over there. But it's definitely not going to be anything like we've seen in Illinois today. Yep, you can see this weakening trend in place pretty well, especially as this broadens out here. The weakening trend of the storm is very much in play here. As this fans out more and more, we've been watching this over the last few hours now. This fans out more and more, it weakens because it doesn't have that localized, concentrated area of very strong winds here. So it's all just fanning out here. Still severe, and quite a bit of areas are going to be impacted here, but not by the destructive winds we were seeing earlier. So you can see that you can see it fan out really nicely over this loop right here. So earlier, much more damage. Now I would say it's going to be a little bit of the middle tier of damage. Maybe some small tree limbs are going to be down. I would be surprised if we saw any more reports of like widespread trees uprooted and so forth. That was definitely in the Illinois side of things, and now we have a little bit of the weakening trend ongoing. Not gone. It's not gone. It's still pretty powerful, and you're still gonna see it and feel it, and that shelf cloud's gonna make itself known. It'll make itself known. But it is not on the destructive tier anymore. I don't know if we have another cam for the first one. One heck of a windstorm, though. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that this will more than likely be qualified as a derecho. I mean, we could look at the storm damage reports so far today, and I mean, yeah, like if I show you guys this image of our storm reports today. Give me a second here. Give me 1 second and I'll do that. To pull it up. There we go. So if I show you guys, this is our storm damage reports so far today. You can see the path that this has taken. These black squares right here are significant wind reports. 246 wind damage reports, some of which were from this earlier storm. Not as intense down there, but this one has tracked a couple 100 miles so far, is now into Indiana in the Indianapolis vicinity, so we'll continue to see these blue dots show up. But yeah, there's the path of your storms, and they actually initiated back here yesterday, so yesterday's storm reports aren't shown here, but yep, there's your storm. Lasted for quite some time. Definitely looks a little bit like a derecho. Definitely looks a little bit like one for sure. Alright, so what do we got going on there? A couple of people are saying Evansville sirens. And that would be for our considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So some emergency management services will issue or will turn the sirens on for the middle tier of our severe thunderstorm warning because it's still pretty impactful, still pretty powerful. Just want to let people know to go inside if you do have any sirens going on. There are no tornado warnings ongoing right now. No tornado warnings ongoing right now. So if you hear the sirens anywhere in Indiana, that is the reason why. I mean, Evansville isn't even in a considerable, it's in a basic severe thunderstorm warning, so that's pretty impressive that they would sound the sirens for that. Starting to lose power there in parts of Indianapolis. Yeah, we lost power to this webcam right here that we were looking at. But it is now properly through the city. Again, some of the worst winds I'm looking at are right here near Southport. More than likely, the strongest winds in the storm are just on the southern side of the metro right here through Beech Grove and Southport. Maybe just off to the north of New Whiteland and Greenwood, but it's probably still going to look like it. They're at the surface. Storm's moving pretty fast. Right now, the latest one has it moving east at 70 miles an hour. Which is high freeway speeds. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to outrun this at all. Going through it there in Bloomington, Indiana now. A little bit weaker part of the storm, but definitely still packing a punch. So losing power down there. But yeah, nothing's really looking too bad here, except any loud lightning that keeps you on your toes. and any strong winds that might down a little bit of those thicker tree branches. Definitely pretty crappy, yeah. Whew, all right. So yeah, this is step 1 of today. Step 2, our tornado watch in Denver and Cheyenne over there in the high plains. That will be step 2. All right, let's go. So we looked at Indianapolis. Y'all are going through it now, getting some pretty severe wind gusts, damaging winds. Power's going out for some people. Let's look at southwest Indiana as well down here in these severe thunderstorm warnings. Want to keep an eye down here just in case. Still non-tornadic down here, but this is the southern part of the line. And I mean, it's going just about what I expected to. Back here, we were watching the storm. It looked like this. This straight line up and down like this. And now it's bowed out like this. So basically, almost perfectly with what I lined up there earlier. I said it would probably go like this. So pretty good forecast there. Let's go, meteorologist Andy Hill moment. Keeping it going here. So now just waiting to see where the southern or the western extent of this is now. I think it's going to move through these same areas. My primary concern with this is moving into these flash flood warnings here. More heavy rain on the way to already flooded areas is not going to be great news here in western Kentucky, especially the southwest corner of Indiana. So hopefully, hopefully some of this rain falls apart. Flooding situation might not be that great here, so hopefully that's hopefully we lose a little bit of the rain intensity there, because that is not good. That is not good. Will I be live tomorrow? No plans right now. Still a slight risk tomorrow. We'll see what occurs from that. Subject to change, subject to update. All right. So that's a look at southwest Indiana. Now we have a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust reported at the Indianapolis airport. So this considerable warning is verifying. That went right through those wind speeds we just estimated right next to the radar. And this general path here right through Beech Grove and Southport that I was most concerned with. The strongest winds right here in the tans and the pinks. So I think this was probably the localized area of the most powerful winds in the Indy metro. Yes, it is probably going to be a derecho. It's looking pretty close to being one for sure. I would be surprised if this wasn't a derecho. Yep, moving fast, moving east at about 70 miles an hour, and carrying with it very strong wind gusts still. Losing intensity, though, believe it or not, even with those numbers, this is less intense than it was just a little bit ago. That is the good news. We want to make sure and hope that that continues to be the case, and I think it will be. This in a derecho? Probably nothing. They're probably the same. I mean, it looks like a classic progressive derecho. You've seen the path of it. It fans out like this. This is exactly what a derecho looks like. From way back in Iowa all the way over here to Indiana. I mean, it's hard to say that it's not. A lot more people asking what it is. A derecho is a line of winds that carries severe criteria throughout its entire life. 60-mile-an-hour winds or greater, along a width of over 60 miles an hour, or 60 miles, rather. So this storm is probably 100 miles long. That qualifies. It's got severe warnings all the way across the entire line here in these red boxes. That qualifies. And then the last couple of things it needs are to travel a few hundred miles, which it has, and stay severe the entire time, and also have several significant severe gusts, 75-mile-an-hour winds or greater. That's it. Fisher's in trouble. All of the Indianapolis metro is not under too much of a concern here. It is a severe thunderstorm with some pretty damaging winds. I think the most damaging is off to the south of Fishers and the southern metro. It's a Pleasant View, Morristown, down towards Shelbyville maybe is where the most intense winds are probably going to be at the moment. Yeah, I probably should, MD, but we got Radar Omega sponsoring the stream, so that's what that pin message is. Shouts to Radar Omega for getting this one today. It is a long one, and that's why one of the reasons why we want to emphasize Radar Omega, because we have two different areas that are going to happen at two different times. Yeah, hopefully this will clear out the smoke for some people here. It would be great to have a little bit of fresh air, right? You don't think you've seen a storm spread like that? Yeah, the winds that are driving this thing forward are so intense that it causes it to just fan out eventually. North of India isn't as strong from what I can tell. Trees down in Westfield, Indiana. Thank you for the report there, Daisy May. I am going back and forth between Indianapolis and Evansville. Sure. If Ryan is still controlling the first one, if we have any Evansville cameras, we can bring that up because I think it is trying to. I think there is a separate jet streak going on down there, so we can watch that if there's any cams down there. But Ryan is currently not feeling well, I believe, so I don't want to pressure him at all. I mean, photos today are going to be of downed trees. If you send me a picture of a downed tree, I appreciate that, but like, yeah, there's going to be 1,700 of them, I believe. So do so safely. Make sure you're not near any downed power lines. Lafayette, you guys are fine. I think you're okay. I'm keeping a close eye on the surface wind conditions here because those might start to accelerate if it gets bad at all. Back behind this, we could have the development of a wake low, which could bring some pretty powerful winds. I already see a little bit of it. It's not intense yet, though. What is this county? McLean County? It's still pretty windy in Bloomington, in Illinois here. Bloomington, Illinois. And the winds are actually coming out of the northeast. So that's our wake low, maybe in progress back in here. The winds are not really reaching the surface in this, in this strength. But if that does start to happen there, I'm going to have eyes on that. So we have a little bit of that rear inflow jet, a little bit of probably a low developing back in here. If that starts having damaging winds, I will have an eye on that. Something else to keep a close attention to. That may not just be the leading edge of the storms. All right, let's go down to Evansville. Storm is approaching Evansville from the north. Round 2 for y'all over here, I believe. Round 2 for y'all over here. This looks to be maybe a little bit of the stronger part of the storm right here that's just passed through Vincennes. And it's going to go towards Evansville. My concern over here is a little bit of the winds, but also the flooding is going to be pretty bad. With any more heavy rain that happens down here, I'm worried about the flooding. So this looks like it will reach Louisville. Looks like it will reach Cincinnati, but again, guys, I think over here from Louisville up to Cincinnati, it's going to be far less severe. And our focus is going to change over to the Denver metro area. Let's take another look at our storm up here. This sneaky little guy on the northern side. Doesn't look like too much is going on up here, but it's still putting down some strong winds here near Sheridan in Illinois. So south of DeKalb, a good clip, and west of Joliet here. So watching the path of this thing on the northern edge, it looks like it's traveling to the east, maybe the east-northeast, maybe a little bit more east now. It's just a little blob of some heavy rain and some stronger winds right here on the northern side. So just keeping an eye on that just in case. Looks like it will go towards Joliet in general and give you a good dousing. Good dousing of rain. Yep, Denver. We'll be covering that today, actually. Starting up over the next couple hours. You guys are in a tornado watch over there. Okay, that's good. Let's go over to the Cheyenne radar just to see if anything started up here at least. You have this one supercell that's dropping some golf balls south of Douglas, Wyoming. So far, though, that appears to be about it. Showers are getting going in the Denver area, Boulder area, in Colorado, but nothing tornadic yet. Just the start of our hailstorms, and we'll see how they progress. All right, some more Indianapolis Metro reports here. 1-inch tree limbs, 1-inch tree limbs. Trees uprooted or snapped. So snapped trees, maybe some small snap trees here in Rocky Ripple. And trees down blocking the Marion Hendricks County line in the Northwest Metro. So some of the weaker trees are definitely being snapped here. Any dead trees or weaker trees are being snapped in this area. But I think that is going to be most of the worst of it here. Looks like our next area for the strongest parts of the storm is probably just southeast of the metro now. Generally passing in this direction, so Greensburg, Indiana, and anywhere along this line is where I'd be concerned with southeast of Indianapolis. Some of our strongest winds are down in that way, and also the separate area that's starting to bow near Evansville. So these are our stronger winds that I am watching. Anywhere in between is a little bit less concerning. Lots of lightning. Yeah, how's the lightning activity for all of you? And hopefully enjoying these storms, but not, staying weather aware. Hopefully enjoying them as much as you can. How's the lightning been? How's the lightning been? There was a lot of lightning this morning for some of y'all down here in Evansville. Sure, round 2 is not very much appreciated. Especially if you haven't gotten storms in a while down here. If it's getting, if there's any rapid onset drought down here, it's going to make 2 rounds of rain, especially a concern for flooding. Oh man, I'm ready for those hailstorms in the Denver area later. It's wild that I'm stringing together two different areas of coverage today. Hitting the ground in downtown Indy, so you got cloud to ground lightning over there. Wow. Some more reports showing up. 60-mile-per-hour squalls up there in Fishers for those who are asking over there. Large tree down in Bargersville, and power lines down with it. So trees are the cause for concern over here. Yeah, some pretty strong winds are definitely showing up in this part of the line here. That might break off just a little bit. So Evansville, you're about 10 minutes out or so. We got a gust front out in front of this as well. So a little bit of the winds might get there first, and then the rain will follow just a couple minutes after that. All right. So far, so good. I think our most intense coverage was a little bit earlier with those spin-up tornadoes. That was definitely an intense moment, but looking okay right now. And I'm watching this line very closely just in case it decides to do the same thing at all. This is already a derecho, more than likely. It ain't formed. It's not forming. It's formed and gone through multiple states. Welcome to the coverage. Yeah, I've seen water spouts plenty of times on these streams in particular. All right, we're chilling just a little bit here. We got severe thunderstorm warnings way out in front of us. Watching the line as it goes, keeping an eye on the development of our hailstorms, and maybe tornadic supercells later down the line in Denver, Colorado, and Cheyenne, Wyoming. So keeping an eye on everything. So what's going on with y'all? I'm watching the chat. Where's Carly? I guess Carly wasn't available. I mean, this started up with barely any notice. I got out of bed, I came down here and set everything up in 5 minutes because I was like, yep, we're covering this. So I don't want to inconvenience anybody else by being so sudden. So sudden and unscheduled, but it is very important, I think, to cover this today for sure. Play this loop through so you can see it fanning out. Look at that fanning out. It's just expanding, essentially. Expanding, and we're getting a little bit of that southern surge, especially there near Jasper, in Indiana. So just east of Evansville might be the worst of the winds over there. I think it's looking pretty bad down there. So I'm gonna have close eyes on that. Tennessee, I believe this line is going to hit so much stable air because of the storms that went through there this morning that more than likely Tennessee will not see too bad of an impact from this, except for flooding. I do need to have that pinned Derecho comment. What is this, number 19 now? It is a long-lasting and constantly severe windstorm that has significant gusts, quite often of 75-mile-an-hour winds or greater. And it is 60 miles wide or longer, and progresses over 250 to 400 miles in its path. Yeah. Cincinnati, you'll be okay. It'll get to you, and it'll be a little bit severe, but it's not going to be too bad over there. How humid is it there in Cincinnati? What are you feeling? Is the back portion of the storm going to be bad? I am watching that just in case we get the development of a wake low, which means in the wake of the storms back in here, we could get some pretty powerful winds. And if you watch this closely, you can see this circulating just a bit back in here. You can see that in the yellows and oranges. Pull that up real close, and you can see it moving. You can see it rotating back in there. So that's your low pressure right back in back behind this derecho, essentially. Mesoscale convective vortex is what we call that. Looks like it's moving northeast. So we're keeping an eye on the surface winds just in case they start to intensify up there. What a wild look at this storm. And still think most of the damaging winds are going to move through Shelbyville right now. East along I-70. North of that is looking much weaker. You can see almost all of the storm has fallen apart up here. So it's just going to have some really gusty winds, but we're really not going to see downpours up here. It's all falling apart. So just sporadic showers up here and gusty winds, but down here is where we're starting to focus our efforts. Focus our attention for the stronger winds right in this vicinity. And I believe still, as we watch this area, it's still on a weakening trend. How many people do I estimate to be without power overall after this derecho? This might knock out the power for a good 500,000. Wouldn't be surprised. We're probably in the six figures right now. We're probably above 100,000 through Illinois and also parts of Iowa. Would not be surprised. Alright, let's go back down to Indiana. Or, I'm sorry, to Evansville. Yeah, once again, starting to see the most powerful part of this line right here near Jasper. This is where it's surging forward down here. So our separate area of intensification is now down here in southwest Indiana, moving into west central Kentucky here. So Owensboro, heads up, still going to be a pretty powerful storm as it approaches from the north. Second time today, flash flood warning there already. That's probably going to become more of a problem. Worried about the flash flooding. Aside of that, though, nothing looking too intense here. So let's go back up to Wyoming very briefly. See how our storms over there are doing. Very incredibly, direct intensification of this supercell northwest of Cheyenne. Just a little bit ago, we didn't see much of anything from this guy. Wow, look at that. And there you go. There's your huge hail core in the pink showing up there. So maybe some golf ball size hail already falling with this west of Farthing. Going towards, wow, wouldn't you believe it? Chugwater. That's a name we've been saying really often. And this rotating storm up here near Douglas, also a supercell with some pretty large hail, probably, or a lot of it, or both. So we've got several supercells firing here. They're discrete. So that means that if they are in the perfect environment, they could produce a tornado. Which is why we have that tornado watch out here. So we're starting to see this risk taking place today. Starting to see these storms go up and mature. And we will continue to see exactly that over the next few hours. And our focus is going to shift over here to hopefully watch some areas that are much more rural and photogenic. Some photogenic storms in rural areas not impacting anybody. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great? Tree on house reported northwest of Bloomington, Indiana a while ago. Power poles broken south of Columbus, Indiana. So we've got wind impacts going. And they are going. Chug water, yeah. Subtle, real subtle, chat. I see you there. Telling me to chug water. Yeah, I wish there were a more straightforward, universal issuance of the tornado sirens in these areas, but it's down to the local county. It's down to the emergency management services whether they turn the sirens on or not. I wish it were more universally done, like we would have a set definition of what you would do. But these considerable and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are new. They were started in 2021. So I think we have yet to really wrap together precise messaging and universal guidelines to follow. Thank you, John Wilkes. Like the name. The Derecho's namesake. Very true. You looked up the history of it. And thank you, Carl. I appreciate that. You have severe weather overnight in Omaha, Omadome, and Council Bluffs. I know where Council Bluffs is. I don't know if you'll have severe weather overnight. It is going to depend on the progression of these storms back here in Wyoming. This is what happened yesterday. We had a tornadic supercell here near Kimball, Nebraska, right in the Panhandle. And then we had a couple more pop up in northeast Colorado that continued literally all the way to Indiana from last night to today. The supercells that popped up here are the ones in Indiana, is the line in Indiana right now. It's the same storm, the same genesis, the same storm system, essentially. So if that happens again, that's what blew through parts of Omaha as well in the morning. If these also make it over there on any axis of instability across Nebraska, across the slight risk, then yeah, you might see more in Omaha, but it depends on the exact progression of that, which is, of course, really difficult to nail down. You know, you're like, I'm looking at a storm in Wyoming. I have no idea if it's going to take that direct line to Omaha in particular or to the south. We are many hours away from that, but I guess the setup is in place for them to track right in the same region because we have a high pressure in place down to the south, and the storms are riding all around the edge of that high pressure, moving clockwise here. So that's what we call the ring of fire. If you ever hear that term, it's storms that ride around the anticyclone, the high pressure. Ring of fire. Bloomington reported a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust just about in Indiana. I don't know what this is. This is the process of picking a new webcam. I don't know what's going on there. They kind of left it up. That's Ryan and Riley working the back ends to put on new webcams, so we don't have one right now. But what we do have is this area near Evansville. Again, I'm focusing on this area because it's flash flood risk, getting really close to the city, starting to get that gust front going through there. And I think we have a separate area of just a little bit of intensification here in southwest Indiana. So stronger winds down here, flash flooding, a very big concern for the storms that went through earlier, now being compounded with this one moving through now. So not a good case. Not a good case for y'all. It's going to be pretty powerful. Owensboro is up next there into the Kentucky side. For more flooding and more damaging winds. Looks like the worst will stay to the west of Louisville. There you go. And generally the progression of this as it moves to the south and to the east along this corridor is for it to weaken rapidly. So I don't think we're going to see widespread severe impacts, you know, a couple of hours out from now. Once this passes through Louisville, gets closer to Cincinnati, it's really not going to be as bad. That's not expected to be the case. So the primary impacts were back in here. The severe threat and the severe outlook from the Storm Prediction Center definitely drops off. In fact, I think we're already out of the enhanced almost entirely. So we're already almost only in a slight risk, which means, you know, that it's really not expected to be too big of a concern like it was earlier. So find your area. It's a widespread event. It's not like Brandenburg's gonna be much different from Louisville here. Widespread damaging wind event. Yeah, a lot of people bring up Johnny Cash when I say that. Dayton, almost not that much. Probably not that much up there in Dayton. We got that Railfan cam up as well in the Denver metro area. So West Denver, I believe, because we're looking out from a foothill here, which is a really cool camera. So let's go take a look over there. I have to bring up the Denver radar, I think. We don't really have any storms going up over here, but Arvada's right here. So that's just about where our Railfan cam is. Probably on a foothill somewhere in here. And we've got these showers that are slowly intensifying on the Front Range. No hail with those yet, but they might rapidly intensify like this supercell has up here northwest of Cheyenne. So no tight rotation with these yet, but this is definitely going to be one to watch. You see this little shower popping up just to the south of the supercell as well. That's more than likely going to interact in some fashion here. And when you get those interactions, that's when you get the possibility of tornadoes here with our strong cells. So I'll be watching that closely. That's what happened a couple days ago that produced a bunch of tornadoes in this line towards Scottsbluff through Chugwater. Or actually just about up here near Yoder. And that's what happened down here in Kimball yesterday. Many storm chasers got a picture or video of that dusty tornado over there. So another round. And possibly another photogenic tornado is possible today. In this tornado watch. Yesterday, that happened outside. There was no tornado watch yesterday with the tornado that happened over here. It was great. It's on my Twitter page. After the stream link, it's the last thing I retweeted. If you want to see it, there's actually quite a bit of shots of a lightning bolt going through the tornado that happened right here in the Nebraska Panhandle. So I retweeted one of those because you don't see that every day. So you can go find that on my Twitter. Lightning bolt going through the dusty tornado. Very, very unique capture there. Storm chasers thrilled. Didn't impact any structures, I think. It was the best possible case. So that's our supercell there. Entering tornado watch area. We'll see how it progresses. Now, I'm paying most attention to Evansville, but I'm going to take a brief look again at the Indianapolis radar. See how far this thing has progressed. It's already so far away from Indianapolis. I feel like it's been 10 minutes. But we have all these wind reports here. Nothing significant, it looks like, besides a bunch of wind damage. So it's just a bunch of widespread damage here. And you can see how the northern edge of this line is falling apart now, even east of Indianapolis. So we're really focusing down here. It's almost like I said that 3 hours ago. Not bad. I'm not bad at this. Not bad. That's why I didn't want to use the future radar, because it's pretty notoriously bad at handling things like this. I wanted to use environmental conditions and generally follow, like, oh yeah, I think that storm's going to take this path because it's going to follow the most favorable conditions in place. And that's proven to be pretty good today. Pretty good case. So we're worried about flash flooding now, as this loses intensity in East Indiana. Alright, it's getting to Evansville. I think the worst is off to your east in Evansville, anyone watching from that area. So maybe just around Owensboro is going to get in on some of the stronger winds here, and west of Louisville in particular. So right in this corridor, a little bit more impactful, especially with the flooding. Thank you guys for liking the stream and joining me so far. We got a long ways to go. So stay tuned, especially if you want to see what a supercell looks like later today. We might see another instance of a tornado. And we'll be tracking that very closely here. And I think I might be able to have some storm chasers over there in the high plains too. Make sure you're staying tuned. And if you sub to the channel today, I appreciate you. If you've liked the stream so far, to let YouTube know it's good stuff, I appreciate you as well. Thank you, friends. Topped out over 10,000 viewers, doing good work. And of course, also the power in the numbers. You guys have done great giving me those reports so far. Hopefully everybody has stayed safe while talking about the thunder and the wind and the smoke and all the other stuff that's happening. Thank you for the reports in chat. Been building off of you guys. Risk of tornado down here. I don't see very much, too much going on down here. There's just this one little weird lone supercell here with some hail in it. It's got a nice little hail core right there from this radar site. We could look at it more closely, but at the moment, no, it's not looking too bad. I think our tornado risk down here, maybe in this area, might have to be looking just a little bit closer. Might have to look just a little bit closer at, just in case this one supercell here decides to do anything, because it is on its own, which means discrete, which means a tornado possibility is a little bit higher with this near Marion, Illinois. So we'll have to watch this storm just in case. It's blown up just a little bit on these latest scans, so we'll keep an eye on it. This is in a tornado threat area today, so again, these discrete cells, they might pose a little bit of a problem here. Yes, I know the camera's out. It's been out for 45 minutes or so. We don't have any cams. If only I had 6 arms, then I could put in a webcam for you guys and then do this and that. But I don't have 6 arms. I have 2, and I want to look at the radar. All right. Well, we got quite a hail core down here. What's going on down here? We got our local radar there in Lawrenceburg. Let's see what's going on. I'm actually gonna bring this one all the way down from South Dakota over. Let's see what's going on down there. We have a little local radar here in Lawrenceburg, scanning very close to the town, just in case we could see something very close to the town here. I don't know if we're able to scan too much here, but there was wind damage reported. And this radar updates every 30 seconds, so heavy rain falling right over Lawrenceburg. I saw that hail core, that's what I want to look at here, so let me get to one radar, hopefully that's adjacent somewhere here. Take a look at what's happening. So a little bit, definitely a little bit of a rotating storm here, but also a little bit of contamination. This is a bit of side lobing, so I'm not sure how legitimate that signature is. No tornado warning on this, but looks like it's been rotating for a while here. Looks like the product of several supercells, several multi-cells actually developing on the tail end of that previous line of convection we had. So this one's continuing back in this area. Building off the western edge here. Continue to keep an eye on that. See if this radar has a better look at it. Need multiple radars to tell us something about what's going on up here. I didn't see anything on the Lawrenceburg radar in particular. I love radar holes. These are the best thing ever. This is just so great. So great. I love not being able to see anything. Alright, so just in case the storm's rotating, putting down some wind damage here and also some pretty large hail back in here. Got a little bit of a hail spike showing up here. Good idea to be inside here in south central Tennessee. Alright, back to Evansville. Also watching this storm back here, just in case it starts to do something funny. Kind of want to have the Paducah radar up as well. Got so many different radar sites up. Now it's in Evansville. Yeah, the worst is definitely off to your east a little bit. It's looking a little raggedy too. It's not the best. Not the best organization we've seen today, but it's still severe in these areas, so generally watching the weakening of this storm, which is really nice. Just about what we thought. So yeah, actually nothing too concerning on the leading edge of this now. From what I can see, it's just going to be pretty gusty. You're going to get that shelf cloud, but yeah, I don't see anything in particular that's concerning for anybody in Louisville, Owensboro. I'm concerned about the flooding. That's the first and foremost thing. All right, so let's go over back to Wyoming. What do we got going on over here? Well, I don't know. It's just a couple of supercells and one maybe rotating in a funny place. What is this guy doing? All right, a little funky supercell here with rotation right in this area, east of Laramie. I look at the storm, that's definitely counterclockwise. Yep, so we got rotation right here in this funny little hook of this storm. I think this is probably our supercell. We probably have a competing updraft back in here, back behind it. Just east of Laramie. Might have something funny ongoing there, some funny business, not currently warned. And I do think this one near Farthing, Wyoming is going to do something here, especially as this this preceding shower kind of gets drawn up into it. We might have a really good look at something going right here. I'm watching this area very closely. Worst case scenario, this has a tornado right in the next 15 minutes. Best case, it doesn't do anything. So watching that. That's what I think might happen up there. Could see it though in a perfect scenario. This gets pulled, wrapped around nicely, and then generates a tornado right in this area. Hopefully not over any populated centers here. And Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is out in front of that. I have no communications from the office right now though. I like that Denver cam though. You see how pretty that is? You can see the showers right in front, looking out from a foothill. Wow, that's. And the sun shining on them, on the back of them. That's awesome. Our tornado threat may be developing in this area today. Let's play this back for Laramie. Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado warning right here, east of Laramie in Wyoming. This is starting to approach the criteria where we could see a warning issued here, just off of Interstate 80 to the north. Should track through mostly rural areas, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a warning right here. looking like some rotation is being intensified. Very funny looking hook as well. Again, this is a weird looking storm right here, but it doesn't matter because it is rotating. So let's see if that does come through. If that does come through for Albany County in Wyoming, I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, look, it's Wyoming, Wyoming. I didn't know that existed. Yeah, I live in Wyoming, Wyoming. Oh yeah, this is easily looking like a tornado warning, guys. We got almost a pretty tight rotation here. It's still a little bit weak, but don't be surprised if we get that warning coming through, and it's almost stationary too. Someone in Laramie, Wyoming is getting the view of their life right now of this thing if it's producing a tornado. Almost certainly going to see a warning if this, maybe one more scan of this is what I would say. This is in Laramie, Wyoming, which has gotten a couple of landspouts recently too. Will we get a warning? It's been a little bit since we've had one, but we went through quite a few of them earlier on in this stream with those spin-up tornadoes. Had my eyes very close on those storms there. And watching these cells over the Denver metro and to the west, the moment they start intensifying and producing hail, I have my eyes on those as well. Yeah, I think this is worth a warning. See, that next scan is definitely in a more intense area of rainfall here. So if it continues to look promising on velocity in 11 seconds, then we'll see that warning come through. More than likely. I think it's going to stay outside of Laramie. It's mostly stationary, but it might be going off to the east just a little bit. It's trying. It's trying in there. Again, don't be surprised if it does come through. Indiana getting hairy, been hairy. Time to shave in Indiana. This is GR2 Analyst. I also use Radar Omega here. Radar Omega, which you can find in the description below the stream or on that pinned comment in the chat. And also really have eyes on this storm. I've been talking about it. Look how that's coming together there. Right as the forward flank, the leading edge of the storm kind of gets wrapped around into this leading supercell. I do think the worst case is a tornado there. And I said that 5 minutes ago and 15, so we'll see if that comes true. See if that comes true. It's definitely got a lot of hail in it, so this is a strong, mature storm. And that's what's led to a few of our tornadoes recently in these areas. Front range is gaining momentum. Yeah, we got that cam. The Arvada cam is down there in the bottom right. What's going on in this? All right, we can at least have this. I think this is Galesburg. Can at least have another Railfan cam up for you guys to look at instead of that map. All right, let's get that up there. So this is well back behind the storms in Illinois, but we still have a cam up there just to demonstrate. And that would be back in also parts of the storm that might have that wake low developing. So I'm keeping an eye on the observations, surface observations for that. Where do I want to look? Let's take another look at our storm down here in south central Tennessee near Lawrenceburg. A little bit tough to tell what's going on here south of the town near Loretto in Tennessee. But if we get a tornado warning here, I wouldn't be surprised. So let's see what happens down here. We got a little bit of that protrusion there. It might be a hook for this supercell. It looks like a proper hook with a huge hail core off to its west. Different storm. Just in the worst case scenario, we might see this happen. We have some trees down in Lawrenceburg, so this has still been a powerful storm that's popped up here on the western edge of our previous line. That went through parts of central Tennessee here. This is generally traveling south-southeast, it looks like. So towards, across the Alabama border here would be Lexington and Rogersville. Staying west of Athens and Decatur here in Alabama for a while, but just in case this does get a warning on it, we'll see what's going on there. Again, hoping like this radar can give us a look at that, maybe? It's so tough to tell. It's all just, it's a little bit distorted from FWLX, unfortunately. Can't really tell what's happening here. Don't have a different tilt to look at either, so a little bit far away from this local radar, just in case we could have another resource to tell what's happening down here. But this does look like a concerning signature, so if this gets warned, you know why. We also have a little bit of some showers out in front of it that are going to get ingested in. Again, these mergers can also prove to start up a tornadic situation, so another thing to watch there, just in case. All right, let's go over to, let's check on this real quick. All right, so this storm that was going to enter the southwest Chicago suburbs has fallen apart. Might still have a little bit of a stronger gusts associated with it, but this doesn't look like it's a concerning situation here for anyone in Will County in Illinois. So I'm not concerned with that. Looking like maybe a little bit of these tiny hailstorms might be popping up out in front of this thing too here near Valpa. So maybe we get a little bit of small hail over parts of the metro here, but overall not too bad. Not bad. All right, Evansville radar. Take a look at what's going on down here, and also our supercell over here that is a little bit concerning. Near Marion in Illinois, so watching that one. Hasn't done anything too funny yet, but it's got its own hail, and it's separate from the rest of our continuance of the derecho here that's weakening. So right now, not too concerned with any part of this. We just have a line of severe thunderstorm warnings here. Expect a little bit of power outages if you have weaker infrastructure, anywhere from Owensboro up to Louisville in Kentucky, and into southeastern Indiana. The rest of the storm is weakening, but could still be pretty fresh and breezy when it gets to you. Yes, there is a hail spike on the storm near Farthing in Wyoming. Hill areas. Big boom heard. Hey, it's a lightning strike. That doesn't mean it has 75-mile-an-hour winds with it. Every thunderstorm is going to have a little bit of lightning activity, and you're going to hear that. That doesn't mean it's a derecho. That's what we're focused on, not a single lightning strike. Don't be silly. Chat's always being silly here. You guys are silly. Well, you don't want to be out in the lightning, so there you go. Reason to be still inside, still indoors. There's probably quite a bit of stratiform rain lightning back in here, too. So you're getting a lot of moderate rainfall back in here, back behind the line. There's probably still quite a bit of activity, and you're going to hear that lightning for quite some time. Some of that stratiform rain-induced lightning can be kind of incredible, and very loud, too, if the rain isn't loud. So watch for that to come through. Any of these areas where it's still raining, you can see the huge rain shield of this thing. Massive rain shield, so still raining in a lot of these areas here. Bunch of very much needed rain, too. This is good stuff. But I wouldn't be outside in it just in case you get those sporadic lightning strikes. Which chat believes is a sign of an intensifying storm. All right. Almost through the entire state of Indiana is this derecho on its weakening trend. We watched it go through the entirety of Illinois, and now it's almost crossed 2 states in this stream. That is wild. So far. Okay, let's go back to Wyoming. Actively developing situation. There it is, guys. Whoa, did I call that or what? This is almost certainly starting to become a tornadic storm right here near Farthing. And when did I say that? Was it about 15 minutes ago now? How does this not have a tornado warning? Guys, what is going on here? We need... What? Seriously, this has come together in 5 minutes now. We need a tornado warning on this for sure. This is almost certainly an ongoing tornado east of Laramie. That's been there for a while. You can see the velocities here. This would be our tornado right here. We have winds going this direction. I'm sorry. The wind's going this direction and this direction. That's rotation. This is going to need a warning on it 5 minutes ago. Let's go. Clap, clap. Get some reports out to the National Weather Service, whatever they need. And this one up here, let's see, 15 minutes ago, it looked like that. And I was like, yeah, worst case scenario, this shower gets ingested right in here and starts up a tornado process. And wouldn't you look at that hook? 17 minutes and 35 seconds ago. Okay. So it was a little slow. It was a little slow, but that's not bad, right? Not too bad. Yeah, this is looking like it's definitely trying to do something suspicious here. So a proper supercell shape to it. We even have that flying eagle look too. This is where, if you look at this really quickly here, you can see the split updraft right here. So one part of the core is going this way and the other this way. That's the flying eagle. So nice flying eagle supercell right here. Drawing the wings. Might be trying to produce a tornado as well. So this tornado is likely almost done with. So if the warning comes through and it's already done with, see if there's any debris with it. No, there is not. No debris with this this tornado signature here. So hopefully it didn't hit anything. But oh my goodness, it was at least a funnel cloud for sure. That's very, very tight rotation. I have no idea how this wasn't tornado warned. I mean, that's the best I can offer is I don't know why that didn't have a tornado warning on it. Maybe it was more of a land spout, but that still is usually given a warning. So hopefully nobody was impacted here. Y'all watch out. This thing is stationary in Laramie. Just watch this come through here. It's basically not moved. Right over Highway 30 there. So there's the development of our storm. Bam. Pretty fascinating to watch that through. Yeah, there's no warning. I heard those boo-boo boofs come through, so my side of stuff's still working here. Laramie has a virtual Railfan feed. Does it really, Frank? If we have that virtual Railfan in Laramie, that is not a bad idea. It would be better than the Galesburg one here. I did not know that. I try to keep track of all the Railfan feeds. I mean, it's already almost done with, but if we could play back the last 5 minutes of that feed and it was pointing in the right direction, that would have been something. Let me see here. Chat is saying... Oh, there's Frank. Chat is saying that Laramie, Wyoming has a virtual Railfan on it. Okay, you don't even need to talk. So there is a virtual Railfan. Oh man, we might have missed a tornado right here on that feed if they were pointing toward it. Oh my goodness, Frank, if you want to try to go back 5 minutes and see if that feed also had anything on the YouTube stream, if it does, then we could do a clip of that for sure, just in case. Just in case. Okay, so what I'm noticing with this attempt at wrapping up here the farthing, so didn't quite get to a tornadic place, but what it has done is established a very well-defined rear flank downdraft. So that's that rear flank of the storm is pushing down, and you can see these stronger winds right in here in those blues, the bright greens and blues here. These are 55, 60 mile an hour winds here on the rear flank of the storm. All it has to do is find a way to wrap up the surface winds into it, and then we'll get that tornado more than likely. So right now, nothing yet. But if it finds a way to wrap up, you're looking at it. You're looking at it. So I should have said 15 minutes till a rear flank downdraft, not 15 minutes to a tornado. But we ain't far away from one right here. Looking a little bit less like it's going to do exactly that, but there is no current Laramie feed. Okay, so it might be on the premium site. Got it. Right, so that's the latest Wyoming scans. Big hail just north of Glendo, Wyoming as well. And anything on our front range cells? Not really. These haven't really started to take off yet. I'm waiting for these ones near Denver to develop hail cores, really start to intensify. Right now, they've remained steady state, oddly enough. Find that a little bit weird. But storms will do what they'll do. Okay, let's look at Wyoming. Let's look at this supercell over here that's splitting in Marion, Illinois. So we have a little bit of a split supercell ongoing here. I'm going to bring the radar over to Paducah. See what's going on here. So no real low-level rotation with this, but if I play back this loop a little bit, you can see this supercell might be splitting. Here we'll have the left split going off this direction, and our right split storm going basically south-southeast. Let's see if that occurs here. Very interesting process. Yeah, definitely. There's the start of our supercell, and you can see the one part of it basically moving off to the east-northeast now. And we'll see what that right split does. That's going to be our possibly tornadic part of the storm if it does do anything, but it might not. Doesn't look like it's too favorable over there. Keeping a close eye on it, though. Okay, through the rest of Indiana, no more severe thunderstorm warnings, basically from I-70 into the north. They're all to the south now. Still going to be pretty gusty whenever this finds its way through, though. So even though there's no rain right here near North Manchester and west of Fort Wayne, I think you're still going to get gusty winds, just below severe criteria. If we bring a radar over, I guess we'll use the Louisville one. Bring the radar over here. These storms are on the doorstep of Louisville on a weakening trend. You guys on the Kentucky side are not even in a severe thunderstorm warning yet. One will probably be issued, but at the moment, this is not looking super impressive. It's just going to be pretty blustery out. So a couple minutes away from downtown Louisville. And further on as you go to the southeast. 30 minutes out from Cincinnati, getting a little bit of a blustery day. Don't think it's going to be too much worse than that, though, for y'all. So hopefully that solves any anxiety. It's on the downtrend. Again, I'm concerned about flooding over here, west of Louisville, near Owensboro. That's my flooding concern. As any rain, remnant rain, passes through western and into central Kentucky. That's really the only thing I'm concerned with. There's sporadic. If you have a dead tree and it falls down, that might be a concern as well. But I think flooding is, you don't want to drive through flooded water. So make sure you know in that. Now, I want to take another look at this storm down here south of Lawrenceburg in Tennessee. Generally traveling to the south and to the south-southeast. It is going through this, merger right now. So this, previously, right here, this supercell was our concern. And now we had this storm pop up in front of it that's moving into it. So no tornado warning was on this. But it looked concerning for just a little bit, despite a little bit of a side lobe contamination. So I'm not 100% on that, but waiting to see the results of the merger. That could lead to something more intense. Thank you, Kathy, for the support. You guys enjoying the wind there in southern Indiana, eastern Indiana? Don't be outside in the lightning. Nothing? How about wind? More than likely you'll get wind. I mean, the weather's going to change up there for y'all in northern Indiana, so hopefully it blows some of the smoke out. That would be great. I don't know if it's going to get up to Michigan to blow any of that smoke out, though, unfortunately. So Hunter did message me a while ago. I don't know through text. It's so hard to keep track of every different feed here, but I do want to. We'll probably have storm chasers in place for the risk in Wyoming. I know Hunter's going over there, so he messaged me that he has. Let's see. So he's gonna throw up a stream on his YouTube. Okay. So we'll see if we can grab that for our chasers covering the tornado risk later in the high plains. Yeah, I hope it gets the smoke out for sure. I agree with that. Okay, so that merger's ongoing. We're going to wait for the results of that there. Entering North Alabama, North Central. Take another look at our storm over here. That's kind of discombobulated. One supercell that I'm concerned with in South Central Illinois. Headed towards Harrisburg, Carrier Mills. Nothing really intense on this yet, but I'm waiting to see what happens here, just in case. And then let's go back up to Wyoming, where we never did get that tornado warning east of Laramie, but good grief, if that didn't produce, I don't know what will. And our storm up here, we have some weak attempt at producing a tornado right here, southeast of Farthing in Wyoming. Still got that a little bit of a raggedy hook on it, but we still have a strong storm with the flying eagle shape here. But yeah, in Laramie, there's no more. The rotation previously has fallen apart. So if we get a new instance of an attempt at rotation here, it would happen out in front. We'll see how that progresses. But no tornado warnings over here yet. Hunter's actually going north towards Scottsbluff. Interesting. So it's going to take him some time to get in position here. We do have Ryan Scholl in the area. Just in case something goes haywire, we'll have to see if we can get Ryan's feed there. But for now, we're chilling. We're chilling. Oh my goodness. The Derecho coverage is always a lot. It's like the third, possibly the third, if not maybe the second, but close to the third Derecho I've covered in the last 11, 12 days. I don't think the second one qualified, the one that went through, especially the Oklahoma Panhandle. The first one that went through Tulsa, definitely, in my eyes, was a Derecho. The second one that happened a few days ago on my last stream on this channel, that one I don't think qualified per the definition, but today's definitely will. So, whew. No chasers, Ryan Scholl's right here, just in case we need him. Funny you say that. There are 2 Laramies in Wyoming? I don't think so. It's a larger population center in Wyoming. Larger. Yeah, Ryan is going to try to intercept this storm, so if we get a clear indication something happens on the radar here, he will be very valuable. Very valuable. Lots of lightning there in Owensboro. Hopefully you can enjoy the rain without getting flooded out. Oh, wow. This is what I was hoping for. I was hoping for a little bit of a lull. We're going to have a little bit of a lull, and then we'll come right back up with this. If these storms start to become tornado producers in Wyoming, we'll come right back up and have a lot to cover out here. Hopefully impacting nobody. But since this goes down to Denver and these storms are starting to get a little bit more intense down there, I think we've just begun our second risk for the day in the high plains of Colorado and Wyoming. Just begun the second risk. I'm going to pull up my 7th radar. 7 radars at once. And we're going to go over there. See what the latest is on our Denver storms here that are just trying to get started. And will become hailers. Over the next hour, maybe there will be some hail somewhere in the Denver metro. Keep a close eye out just in case you need to know in these areas. Got a couple of storms that have tried for a while, but maybe starting to take off here as they hit the level of free convection. A brief funnel is what we saw in the Laramie storm. Shouts to Max Olson. You were confirmed. Okay, thank you, Frank. Shoutouts to Max Olson. A brief funnel is what we were able to see from that tight rotation. Not every tight rotation equals a tornado. It's very true. Yep, let them know there in Denver that we're gonna be covering this. What's interesting is we get to cover this from start to finish, essentially. Usually, you know, if this were the tornado threat today, and we had to watch out for Denver and Cheyenne here, and we were gonna stream that risk essentially on its own. What happens is I wouldn't even start streaming this area until maybe 30 minutes or 45 minutes or an hour from now, until things start getting going and we have something immediately to cover. But what's interesting about this is because I streamed the thing before it in the Derecho that went through the Midwest and is still ongoing, but has weakened. We get to watch this event from start to finish, essentially. So that's pretty cool. You get to see really what leads the beginning of these events, and we get to spend that time together. I like that. I like that, and hopefully it doesn't lead to anything catastrophic. So our Laramie storm here definitely looks like it is maintaining intensity, if not maturing here. Got a pretty nice, decent hail core here in the pink, more than likely. So we'll see if it attempts to wrap anything up again. Is the Galesburg camera frozen? Really? Nope, it's not frozen. Timer's still going on it. We still got the time on it. Just hasn't had anything roll through for a while. Unless the time is working and the rest of the feed is frozen. That might be the case. Right, let's go back to northern Alabama, south central Tennessee. Let's see what that storm is doing. Down here, as it merges together, I need a better radar site. There are just no radars in place for this, unfortunately, because the Lawrenceburg one is too local for what I need here. So watching these storms closely. Currently, large hail producers is all I can see from them, and maybe some damaging winds as well. Waiting to see what the result of this is. It's a very localized area right here in northwest to north central Alabama. Just waiting to see what happens there. Conditions in place I don't think are too favorable for tornadoes down there. So I'm not expecting anything super intense. In fact, yeah, I don't know. I don't think we are going to get a tornado. The winds down here are from the north. So in Florence right now, the winds are going this direction, which means we're not really getting inflow into this storm at all. So in order for it to wrap something up, it would have to do it within the storm itself. I'm not seeing a reason at the surface here for this to actually produce a tornado, so that would be kind of incredible if it did. Thank you, Linda. You're always such a huge supporter. I appreciate you. I hope I'm able to teach you a lot and so forth. Much appreciated. All is well there in Owensboro. Glad to hear it. More money. There's a mountain just east of Laramie. That could mess with it a little bit, but mostly it messes with the surface conditions in place. So if it prevents moisture from getting in the storm, then that would be the reason why the storm doesn't produce a tornado if there's a mountain. Otherwise, tornadoes can go up and down mountains and go in and out of valleys, across rivers. It just depends on the conditions in place at the surface. So yeah, I don't see a reason for these storms right here to be tornadic, especially with our winds that are not going into the storm, they're rather going out from the storm. So I would be very surprised if these did anything more than produce hail. Very surprised. Thank you for looking out for me, though, Linda, and anybody who sent along support today. I don't like to focus on that, of course, as I say. So the fact that you're doing it means you are investigating and doing that yourself. You're thinking outside the box, and I do appreciate it. I mean, this looks gnarly, doesn't it? I have a brief tornado attempt here, but it doesn't look like there's anything conclusive I can draw from the radar here at the moment. But the storm's definitely trying to do something. A little bit more than just hail. Happy to help. Casserole. Yeah, as many people as I can inspire or influence to get into the weather, I'm very happy to serve as a beacon for that. Thanks for the support, Dave. Thank you, Diana. Yeah, I know the smoke is really bad. I even had a little bit of the periphery of it over here in the Twin Cities in Minnesota. Just raining heavily in Evansville? Yep, about what we thought. About what we thought. Ooh. In the Louisville area, you're getting a weakening, the tail end of a derecho. How do you tell an outflow boundary on radar? You can see the line coming out of the storm, essentially. It's always a narrow line on radar, narrow line of lower reflectivity. So these lighter blues here, you can see that protruding out from a storm, and if it remains consistent, that's how you can tell. Western Indiana done for the night? More than likely, yeah. Got a couple of areas of severe weather that are on the lower end right now in place over the next couple days that do include the Midwest, though. So if I show you these on Radar Omega, actually, we could come over here and I'll show you guys what the next few risked areas look like. So our latest update from the Storm Prediction Center includes this to the east. You can see how the slight risk kind of just comes down here. And we'll take a look at the tornado risk to soothe any worried minds. Just a little local area right here near Evansville, Owensboro, and Louisville. The storms are almost out of this 2% area here in the green. So we're almost done with the tornado risk right over here and for the rest of the storm, essentially. So this is almost done with, and then expected to become a non-issue. And here's our tornado risk over here in the high plains. You can see the watch in yellow. And the brown underneath it is our 5% tornado risk, or slight. That's our latest outlook there, just outside of Denver. Just outside of Denver. But the watch does include Denver. Thank you, Draxian. Thank you for the drink support. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. You're awesome. 426K out with the Derecho. My estimate was 500,000. It's probably going to go up just a little bit more. I didn't mean to be that accurate. I was just a guesstimate, man. An educated guess on how many people might lose power due to the Derecho. I said 500,000. If it's at 426 now, that's not bad. Not bad. And I know about Freddy. If the team is listening to me right now, if we can start thinking about chasers that we want to put up, if you want to put chasers up, that would be pretty cool. So we could start looking into that, because we've got some stuff over here that we want to start taking a look at. Do I comment on space weather? When there's an active aurora event, I definitely have gone out and gotten my fair share of pictures of them. And posted them on my Twitter as well. Alright, our front range stuff is starting up here. Starting up. Waiting to see those tornadoes today. I think we already had a couple attempts at at funnels. Possible tornadoes up here with these two storms. So this is a view on Radar Omega. Now let's look at the next couple days. That's what I came over here to do, of course. So day 2. Our day 2 risk, that's tomorrow. Go ahead and ignore all the stuff that's going on now. Here's our day 2 risk. It's really broad. Looks pretty similar, right? Looks like a little bit of deja vu, but maybe a little bit further east into Knoxville. Eastern Tennessee, maybe. But essentially the same thing is possible, where we get storms that basically travel all the way around the Ring of Fire. Here's our Ring of Fire visualized from the Storm Prediction Center. Boop. There we go. So we could have some windstorms that travel around this, maybe clipping Omaha, maybe going just north of Kansas City. Could happen again. So we'll see how this subject to change as well. This is a slight risk or a 2 out of 5 at the moment for wind and hail, I believe. So we'll see how that changes. And then if we go over to day 3, see most of the same thing is true over here in the Midwest and into the Appalachia as well. So still a little bit more of the continuance of that ring of fire over here. Severe weather just basically possible, subject to change, maybe be enhanced, or I mean upgraded here in these areas over the next couple days. But even if you're in the severe weather and you get any storms up here, be thinking about your friends down here that are getting in on some of the most absurd heat this weekend that you can even think of. So nobody is escaping. Nobody in this general vicinity is escaping from some bad stuff. So that's a look at the next couple days. No plans to stream yet. Subject to upgrades. It's going to be scorching in Dallas. Yeah. We have a ring of fire. The center of that ring of fire is definitely going to be scorching. Cool. All right. So let's go back in and take a look at the latest on our Wyoming storms here, which you can also do on Radar Omega. You can follow along on your own here using velocity and so forth. Nothing nothing conducive here. Looks a little bit disorganized on our velocity. The wind's on the right side of your screen here, but you can clearly see what looks like a little funny elbow that this storm has. And we got Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl right in front of it. So the next step for these supercells over here remains to be seen. More than likely a little bit of topography there too. Take a look at that just so I'm uber familiar with what's going on here. A look at the topography. All right, so east of Laramie, just a little bit of some bumpy hills right in this area. A little bit of some bumpy hills. On the other side is Horse Creek. So once this storm down here makes it to Horse Creek, we'll see it be on the other side of these hills and see if it starts to ingest some more surfaced winds a little bit more efficiently. This one up here near Farthing is on the east side of those, but still a couple of ridges going through here on approach to I-25. Nope, no tornado touchdown that, to my knowledge, in Indiana at all today. We had some really powerful winds there. We definitely had a few spin-up tornadoes do some damage in Illinois. And now we're waiting on our High Plains event to get started. These are the events that Reed Timmer screams about and so forth. The one he captured yesterday, so we're ready. We're ready to capture it. And there we go. Once one storm was able to take off in Denver, look how fast. Look how fast that's popped up. Now we got a proper hailstorm. Oh, and wouldn't you believe it? It's whatever this amphitheater is called, Red Rock, something like that. You know, that went through that hail catastrophe recently. It's right over the amphitheater. Once again, so our hailstorms are starting up here in Morrison, so southwest of Denver. This one up here near Netherland has also reached the LFC, level free convection, meaning that it is blowing up. And we will see what results. Red rocks. Yes, rocks plural. Thank you. So our storm's getting going. Nothing's stopping it now. And you can see in our Arvada cam there that now the sky or the horizon looks pretty gray. And that is a result of some of this activity right here with Arvada being right there. Our Arvada. Yeah, this one is begun to hail. We will see its next step. I don't think anything's going on right now in Red Rocks. I certainly hope not. Not again. So there we go. We're keeping a close eye on this. More than likely, could see a severe thunderstorm warning in Denver County. pretty shortly with this storm here, now that it's blown up. Arvada. Thank you. That was the pronunciation problem. Okay, got it. Arvada. Shane, thank you for the support. Severe weather starts in central and southern Illinois tomorrow. What part of the day? I don't know, actually. I mean, it was a little abnormal, and I don't think I've ever started streaming this early before. We're on hour 4 of the stream already. So the Derecho moved through parts of Iowa, southern Iowa, in the morning hours, and thus I think it's just a day to be weather aware, because I've said it a couple of times. We don't want to focus on. I didn't want to focus on the future radar with the Derecho because it has such a usually really bad way of handling those things. Can be really inaccurate. So I want to look at the atmospheric conditions in place, but unfortunately that doesn't really tell me, when exactly the storm will take off in a specific area. So with the Ring of Fire, they're a little bit less predictable in their place and time. So that will be a near-term update, I suppose is what I would tell you. A near-term update would be best for accuracy on when storms would be in your area. Alright, the hail's starting up here in southwest Denver. More than likely going to get a severe warning for that. Or in Michigan. Okay. Why not? Let's go take a look at Michigan. If there's I see. So it's hailstorms up here. Sorry if that was loud. I was like, oh man. So we got hailstorms up here. These are I talked about these briefly when it was over Valpike here, and some of the Chicago metro, maybe very small localized area getting some small hail. There's some larger hailstorms up here. That's all they'll do, by the way, is drop some hail up here in the mitten here, west central mitten of Michigan, near Reed Timmer City, and White Cloud. So some larger hail falling up here in Michigan that's of severe criteria, an inch in diameter. If this can clear out some of the smoke, that would be great, but this isn't necessarily a big windstorm that's clearing everything out. These are just some hailstorms popping up. Oh, they're moving it around there. Very nice. All right, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that. Perfect. Okay, let me bring this up. So they're moving the Arvada virtual railfan around here. We can get a good look at all the storms that are going on. Really good look at all that stuff. That's the virtual railfan for this angle right here. As this hailstorm blows up in the last 30 minutes, this has really just been allowed to essentially popcorn all the way up to the top of the troposphere. So the storm's likely getting up to 40,000 feet, 50,000 feet maybe. And all the hail in it is falling just west of Morrison and reaching into maybe Lakewood and Pleasant View at the moment, west side of the Denver metro. So yeah, this is a heck of a shot. You're watching the generation of a hailstorm here. If they move this around, if the operator of this is listening to the stream right now, because sometimes I know they do, you can give us another pan through there. That would be dope. That would be dope. Concert tonight at 7:30 in Red Rocks. Wonderful. Well, I hope that most of the severe threat is out of the area by then, but there is no guarantee. No guarantee. I know this scene is screwed up. I have to do a bunch of I have to do a little bit of editing down there, but at least we got Radar Omega showing up there. These silly webcams like to change resolution on me all the time, but this is worth the view, of course. If we get another pan through of that, I'm going to keep my eye on that just in case. This is the storm that's looking at here. Arvada's up here in this blue circle, so the storm is kind of off to the south, and I know we're looking east. We're probably right up here in the foothill, probably looking east at the northern side, and the bulk of the storm would be off to the south, off to the right side of that that camera view. All right, awesome. So yet another hailstorm starting up here. And we'll see what that transpires into. Now, let's take a look at our storms up here, because this one looks a little bit more significant. This looks the most tornadic I've seen today, besides our spin-ups earlier. Ah, yes, so recent scans of this, you can see another attempt at producing a tornado here. So this is very much tighter rotation right in here. Right in the right spot where this the hook of the storm is coming down just like this. We are seeing an attempt at a tornado right here. The storm is trying to do something. Trying to vertically align a rotating column of air. Yep. I would be not surprised if we get a tornado warning with this signature right here. And hopefully that impacts nobody except drivers on I-25 that would need to know about that in between Chugwater and Ranchettes, Cheyenne. This is looking conducive. This would lead me to believe that there is a funnel ongoing with this storm. Or anything in particular here. So, yeah, first tornado warning in Wyoming might come through for this, even though we probably should have had one already. But I would venture to say that this is something they're looking at closely. They've got live feeds of chasers up, and I think we might see a warning here. The radar side of things, it looks like it could do it. Shoutouts to the 25-second delay on YouTube just so I can have closed captions. Anybody enjoying the closed captions today? Let me know. How many closed caption viewers do we need to have support for here? Let me know if you're using the closed captions if you need them. Because there are arguments both ways for whether or not we should have them, given I can only have them with a 25-second delay on my feed. 25 seconds in issuing a tornado warning is a big deal, so I want to, fix that, but I can't if we have captions. All right, I don't know what the team is doing, but I haven't heard back from them at all. So, if they're still watching, it would be great if we could start to have a view of this tornado warning that now indicates
a new tornado warning has been issued.
It would be great to have a feed of that. So let's see if I can get a hold of them. Because they are not talking to me right now. What's going on, Riley? Can we get some chaser feeds? Now that we have a tornado warning, it's definitely a good thing to have. This might be dropping one right now. This might be about to produce a tornado, so let's see. Let's see what we got here. Yes, you always use them. Good. Use them. Sometimes you're indifferent. What I will tell you all is if you know how to speed up the video feed 1.5 to 2 times, you can reduce the delay that way. Otherwise, everyone else watches at 25 seconds. But if you speed up the video feed and I start talking really fast like this, then you can get it down to about 5 seconds and you'll be in the near term. It is a YouTube hack for you guys. I don't know if we have any YouTube cams, Frank. It's in rural Wyoming. I don't know if we'll be able to do it. We're gonna need the chaser feeds. Ryan Scholl's there. I know we work with him. Can I just throw it up? I'm pretty sure that I can do it here because this is more than likely about to be a tornado if it's not one right now. It looks exactly like a tornado here on the radar. Looks exactly like one. There you go. Really classic presentation if you like to see the radar side of things. Very classic. Just about as classic as you can get. I know Freddy's on. It's just we have to work out the back ends before we can put them up there. To work out the back ends. Yeah, our warning comes through instantly over the National Weather Wire Service. Comes through instantly. So the moment that they click the button, we get it, essentially, as long as it travels at the speed of light. So I know I have, like, Ryan Scholl's feed, I'm pretty sure. As long as he's streaming the RTMP, I can use it, but I don't want to put him up just in case until we have confirmation. Come on. I'm not going to step out of line. I respect the chasers and their feeds and their content, so I want to make sure we think of that first, but think of the fact that this is about to produce a tornado and even has a little bit of a vortex hole right here in reflectivity at the moment. I mean, this is almost as classic as you can get. Vortex hole and reflectivity, rotation out the wazoo. How is this not producing a tornado? Well, it's probably because it just got blasted apart there, but for one frame there, it looked really good. Right. So I don't think Ryan is streaming to our RTMP right now, so I can't pull it up. That's the problem when we don't have any communications. They're probably out getting steak right now. Riley and Ryan are probably out getting a steak, so they're not paying any attention to me, and I'm left here with no chasers. What do I do? Well, I just show you guys the radar. That's fine. We can work with that. If you want to watch Reed, if you want to watch Freddie McKinney, all these people I like to support, I love to work with them. Have their feeds open at the same time as mine here. Bring them both up on your monitor there, or bring them up on two separate devices so you can get the radar from me. You can get the Storm Chaser perspective on this now incredibly dying off circulation that doesn't exist anymore, basically. So, yeah, right now it looks like it's completely died off, but for a second there, man, that was pretty impressive. So it's probably at the tail end of its life cycle, whatever we're watching here. We'll see if it comes back at all, but not looking too conducive there. Another look at the Denver storm here. Watching this put down some outflow right here in Ken Carroll, in the southwest corner of the metro here. And really, what usually happens here, and what's happening again, is these hailstorms are just popping up right here all over the suburbs here. So suburbs, Wheat Ridge and Lakewood, in between there's got some hail. And all the way down southwest to Morrison along the foothills here in Golden. So just a few hailstorms up right now. Nothing tornadic there for anyone concerned about the tornado watch. That does include Denver. So we're watching it closely. All right, just in case one more look at these storms in North Alabama, again, I think these are going to remain hailstorms. The reason why is because we already have winds coming from the north out in front of these. And that generally means that the wind isn't flowing into the storms, and we need that to happen in order to wrap up any rotation. So right now, these ones in North Alabama, I'm not really concerned about. They're going to drop some hail, but at the moment, I'm not seeing anything else about them. So I think no tornado potential with those at the moment. Let's go over to the Louisville radar just to see what's happening over here. Pretty much the end of our derecho. It's falling apart here. Right as it's on the doorstep of Cincinnati here, you can see it's just a bunch of sporadic showers. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings over here anymore. Just about what we expected. So over here into southwest Ohio, looking all good. It's going to be a little blustery, but that's about it. And moving through Kentucky now. Just one little strong storm here approaching Glasgow, east of Bowling Green. The rest of your concern is any flooding that might happen, but that's it. That's it. All said and done for our derecho today. Looks like it's done for. We might just get some heavy rain from now on with the remnants of it. There you go. That's for anybody in Kentucky, Ohio, etc. Okay. New radar scan here. Keeps something going right back here in the hook. This is definitely an occlusion that we can see, actually. So you can see the rotation is kind of stayed stationary on the right side, right where that area of interest is. You can see those winds ramp up there. And then it kind of just stays stationary in there while the rest of the storm is moving off to the east toward I-25. So back in here was where our rotation is. And now the new part of the storm that may start rotating is punching out in front of it. That's a proper occlusion. Basically, occlusion means detaching from the storm and moving back away from it or not with it. The storm moves on without it. That's an occlusion. So watching a new area of circulation that may start. If we get another wrap up right here, it would be out in front. We'll see a new hook punch forward there, right over I-25 in the worst case. Let's see what happens here. Happy to help double D's. Yeah, we're starting to get into the front range, high plains, tornado part of today, which means continued coverage. And my hope is that this just stays over rural areas, and we could just, after a very intense derecho for a while there, we can just sort of chill out a little bit, calm down a little bit, and hopefully see something photogenic here. But even so, any warnings that do come through are of concern, and I'll relay them immediately. You know me. I'll do it. You came in 5 minutes after I started. Can't believe it's been 4 hours. Thanks for sticking with me this long. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm happy to help, happy to inspire, and so forth. It's great hanging out with you guys. I don't know where anybody is. I don't know where Ryan is now or anybody, but they're not helping me out with any chaser feeds. So yeah, what I'll say is keep me open, keep the radar side of things open, keep me up, and keep a chaser up alongside of me. You can support them on their own channels too. Lots of people talk about Freddie. I think Reed's got a stream going on over here. Ryan Scholl's in the area. So keep both streams open at the same time, and I'll get you as much info as possible. If I can't have them directly on my feed, that's fine. You guys can have 2 streams open. Especially because a lot of this area, of course, is, a lot of people are watching these storms over here not exactly to get that information because there's not that many people out in front of this, but, maybe a little bit more on the entertainment side of things, and that's okay. As long as we don't get any significant impacts, I watch the radar for my whole life, and I understand it. It's a little bit of an adrenaline rush. Bring me a roll from Texas Roadhouse, yeah. Seriously. That's fine, Esp. Yeah. Yeah, my official tornado warning, yeah. I haven't had to do that today yet. Thankfully this has not frozen up on me and the warnings keep coming through. Yeah, we just had a funnel, and so far that's it, but you can already see on this latest frame of data here that we might have another hook starting to punch forward just a little bit here. The next attempt at this storm to have an area of rotation. So watch it. This is still in its early stages. Plenty of major tornadoes that have happened in the past have happened on the 7th, 8th cycle of a supercell. As the 7th or 8th attempt at rotation, and then finally it does it. So we're still really early on in this storm. What happens remains to be seen. I mentioned Cincinnati not getting anything. Pretty sure that it goes out to say that, or like Cincinnati not getting anything severe, that means. But that extrapolates out to Columbus as well. You're fine over there. Very good, Professor Tim. This is over Wyoming right now. You know Cheyenne? Was a derecho, long-lived windstorm, severe along its entire line of storms, and a path of about 400 miles with some significant 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts or greater reported occasionally alongside it. Long-lived windstorm. And today we've definitely checked all those boxes. So we saw a derecho today, especially if you joined me at the start of the stream, we got to see it in progress. Lots of spin-up tornadoes as well happened in Illinois. Well, let's take one more look at that south central Illinois cell as well. While we have some time, what happened to that? Because I never heard anything else that came out of that. And I don't even see a... Oh, there we go. Oh, it's gone. All right. Well, that's good. It's gone. It was back over here near Harrisburg. I think this is the remnants of it there. So that supercell did not end up being tornadic at all, which is good news. So that's the last we'll see of that. We can safely close this radar site out. And just watch as our storms come together in Wyoming. Louisville's fine. You guys aren't even in a severe thunderstorm warning anymore. Is it blustery out? Just don't lose power. 40-mile-an-hour winds might be going on there. But nothing I'm concerned with at all. Yeah, let's look back at Denver. Okay, so we got this Denver storm here. Let's do a little bit of analysis on it, since it might look a little bit scary to the untrained radar viewing eye. So you have this supercell that we're kind of watching in the bottom right cam here, from the Arvada camera here. We're watching a couple of these supercells actually, kind of in the middle of it, on the foothills there. This one down here near Morrison has got quite an intense hail core on it now, right about here, just to the east of the Red Rocks Amphitheater. It's going into Kincaro, Littleton, Inglewood, in the southwest Denver metro. And on the velocity on the right side, you can see what... Oh, man, what is that rotation? Wow. No. What's happening here is we have our gust front. Our outflow from the storm is right out in here. You see this band that comes out of it? So if you play back a little bit of the frames here, you can see that moving out of the storm. It's a little bit of a gust front there. So all this wind is coming out away from the storm. Nothing is wrapping up into it. Nothing is rotating here at the moment. That can change, of course, but right now this is not a tornado situation. So we'll see if that does change, but right now, not concerned with it. Right now, we're looking okay. Absolutely, Becca. Yeah, I think that was the last push of its intensity was right in as it entered the Indianapolis metro. Hopefully, you can get some rain there, Lynn. Yeah, for sure. So that's the latest look at the Denver storm. Hopefully, that helps shed some light on what's going on there. In Wyoming, we haven't had a tight attempt at any more rotation here, so nothing I am concerned with at the moment with this storm. But again, it's just going to keep on chugging here near Chugwater, so we might see several attempts down the line. And if this supercell back to the west of it gets closer to it, let's play that back. Looks like it's mostly maintains its distance apart here. But if these start to interact at all in between here, then we might see the progression of something more intense. But yeah, you can watch the storm swirling. Look at that. Just that swirling effect right in the hook of it as we go through time here. We'll zoom in on that so you can see it. One brief funnel was reported with this storm, with that loop. But no confirmed tornado. So far, so good. Yeah, there are a lot of chasers on that. A lot of chasers on this storm. We definitely have a view. We have a view and a half. I wish I could do a rain dance for Minnesota. Yeah, we need some rain up here for sure. I would like some rain. It looks like we might be a little bit out of it, but hopefully chances increase soon. Let's see what the next attempt of this storm is. See if anything comes together. But right now we're in a neutral state. I did not end up going chasing yesterday. Thanks for asking. Everything formed way off to the east of me. I didn't have a ride, and nothing really happened. So I didn't go chasing. Saw some lightning in the distance here. So another funnel attempt was seen on some of the chasers' feeds here. Oh. Tennessee's okay. Yeah, I was literally just looked at the Denver storm. The problem is a lot of people will turn on the stream when something is happening and then they miss me talking about it before it starts happening to them. I wish I could do better at that, but there's only so much you can do. Meteorology moment. Still very smoky in Chicago. Hopefully a little bit of rain gets through there, but I don't know, most of it is managing to stay off to the south. Yeah, Hunter's okay. He's over here in Chugwater. Hunter is right here chasing in another vehicle today. He doesn't stop. So yeah, he's doing fine. He's a car, not so much, but hopefully that goes smoothly. Yep, he's in place right here, and I will have his feed, and I will use his feed once he gets a little bit closer to this storm. So we will have a feed from Hunter, although I think it's a YouTube feed. So I'll let Frank know that. So we might have to pull a YouTube feed for Hunter if you have his channel, Frank. Hunter Hurley WX. I think it's with a dash. You should be able to find it. But we'll probably end up using his feed. Because I have communication with him. No rain in the western suburbs of Chicago. Dang it. I was hoping something would get there, but nope. I was hoping something would get there, but no. Looks like it's going to stay smoky and humid. It's unfortunate. I don't know if anything's ongoing in Georgia. Are you talking about the heat warnings down there? Then yeah, you just definitely have a plan in place to deal with any heat that might happen. Gotta have a plan in place for the heat. Make sure you got plenty of fluids. What's interesting is the storm is trying to do something funny here. Trying to do something funny here with a little bit different of an area of concern. We got rotation right in there. That might be a little bit of an artifact, but you can see it's trying to have two different hooks here. It's like the storm has two legs. He's not live now? Okay. We'll see what he decides to do. Maybe he is streaming to the RTMP. I don't know. I can try to look at that just to confirm. Because I know Ryan isn't streaming the Hunter or to the RTMP. Ryan isn't streaming to the RTMP, so I don't have his feed. He's on his YouTube. So he would be there. But again, I don't know if I can just get the okay for that. You know what I mean? Thanks, Frank. I don't know what happened to everybody else. They all just left. It's me and Frank and the mods in chat. What happened to the rest of them? I don't know. They're all at Outback or Texas Roadhouse. How's the UP in Michigan looking? All right, probably pretty smoky still for some of y'all up there. I wish. I don't think Hunter's going on the RTMP either, so I can reach out to him and let him know as he gets closer to this. Yeah, he's headed to the south now, so I'll give him a text. Live texting my chasers here. I want to do YouTube or RTMP or me. There we go. All right, so Hunter Hurley, after hitting a deer yesterday, or whenever my last stream was, I forget. The day before yesterday, that is now in place, storm chasing in another vehicle down here. Over here in Chugwater in Wyoming. Tornado warning allowed to expire, so we have no active warnings as we wait for the next step of this supercell here in Wyoming. Let's look at the Denver storm again. Still non-tornadic. You can see the gust front out from it. out in front of it. So if this continues to develop and it starts to look a little bit more suspicious here with any inflow that's managing to get into the storm, we'll have very close eyes on that. So maintaining a look in Denver, but nothing imminent right now, is what I'll say, except for hail. Hunter says whichever one's better. Just got YouTube set up. Dodgy connection. What's better is RTMP. Always better. So I'll let him know that. But if he wants to stream to YouTube, it's okay too. Is there a chance of a tornado in Denver? There is a tornado watch in Denver. So it's not impossible, but I'd say the chances are much better off to your north and east into the rural areas of Colorado here. Off to the north and east is a little bit better, but we got the storm in place now in Denver, so we got to see what it does. What's going on in Chicago? I heard huge lightning strike. Let's see. You probably heard a lightning strike in some light rain. Yeah, nothing. So if you get a lightning strike out of this, it's going to be loud, because there's not much going on here, but... Nope. You just heard a spare lightning strike. Okay. Ohio's fine. Yep, Cincinnati's okay. You're just going to get a little bit blustery. I'm not concerned with anything over there anymore. The Derecho has fallen apart. We don't have severe thunderstorm warnings over there at all, so I'm not looking over there at the moment. We have covered that area through and through. Through and through. The storms over here are basically done for. But back a little while ago, these were down in trees left and right, so you're all good here. Just one little severe thunderstorm warning down here near Glasgow in Kentucky. And that's the remnants of it. So closing this radar out. We're good to go over there as we transition back to the west. Still keeping a little bit of an eye on these slightly more powerful hailstorms in north central Alabama here, but at the moment, still nothing super concerning with those, so just have my eye on it just in case. I use the radar scope color palette. It's the one I've used for 8 years or so since I've been watching the radar. So my eyes are most attuned to looking at the differences in color every 10 dBz. So I like that one the most. But that's just a general color palette. It has nothing to do with whichever app you're using. It's just called that. Bowling Green, still fine. Yeah, if you're in Colorado, you're in that tornado watch, I have a stream going for you. You can keep me up with any storm chasers you watch that have any feeds going on in these areas. Keep me up side by side with them so you get some ground truth. I'll have Hunter Hurley up in just a bit here once his feed is up. And it might be not up yet. Oh, there it is. Hey, look at that. So we have Hunter's feed up now. Of course, the cropping is funny, so I'll have to fix that in just a second. I have your feed. Alright, so let's fix the cropping on Hunter's feed as he goes and chases this storm. We're going to have a look, just like several other chasers do, at this large hailstorm ongoing here from Hunter Hurley. So let's fix the feed first and foremost. That's the most important thing, because we got a large Hunter in place. Actually, there we go. Large Hunter stream in place. There we go. So we're going to have a look at this from Storm Chaser Hunter, doing fantastically after dealing with the deer incident recently. Okay, perfect. Getting that in place. And done. I love it. Oh, now I have to change his name too. Yeah, that's no longer that's not the virtual Railfan cam. That is Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley, who we will also maybe not talk to. He might not have his radio. That might still be in the old car. So if that is the case, then we won't have any updates from him as he's texting me. But yeah, we're gonna see it. We're gonna see it as long as he keeps service. So I've changed that name tag over. And we'll see the progression of the storm, which is currently not tornadic. So nothing's going on right now with this storm in terms of tornadoes. Just looking at a bunch of hail and its next steps here. Louisville's okay. There in Franklin County, Alabama, I think you're going to get hail and maybe some wind. It's pretty hot and humid over there, yeah? Lots of moisture for the storm to take up and produce some of that hail. What's a mesoscale discussion? That is from the Storm Prediction Center. They are highlighting an area of interest before they issue a watch or an update to a watch. Will this affect the Denver airport? More than likely over the next couple hours, yes. So right now, Hunter Hurley is right here. And the supercell is moving off to the east here. So we're going to have a really good look at that soon. He's going out just in front of the storm here. He's headed south at the moment. So the area of interest he'll be watching is the base of the storm back in here. We'll have a good look at that very soon. Make sure you're watching live. Some of these people are silly when they ask a question and I answer it, and then they ask it like 7 more times because they were watching the stream 3 hours ago. You gotta keep up the date and time in the bottom right corner of the stream, otherwise I can't help you. A live stream is live, after all. Let him know. Alright, back down here. Latest on our Denver storm. Yep, no rotation here. Very good looking. You can see a little bit of the panorama there from the Railfan camera. I love that that sun is still coming in through the foothills there from the west, and that you can see the storm off to the distance in the east there from that virtual Railfan cam. Got that popped up there. Really good look at how we're losing visibility. We're losing contrast mostly because the sun is back behind the camera there. We're back behind the camera. And then we're looking out in front at the storms. I'm trying to get my bearings here. Which way am I pointing? Why are they so rare west of I-25? The further west the moisture has to travel over there to produce a storm like that, the harder it is to get a setup going. So that's why a lot happens further east in Colorado. In the eastern part of the state. I'm not sure what we're looking at there. I don't know what we're looking at there, but we got those storms just west of our Arvada. There is what the camera is looking at there, and we're looking east. You can begin to see some of the structure on this Wyoming supercell as well. The edge of it here, as Hunter comes into view. Oh yeah, nothing yet. Feeling good about this. But things can really go haywire in a moment there. Haywire in a moment. It might take a couple hours before we really see anything tornadic from these storms, but hey, I'm down to chill today if you guys are. After going through the Derecho, especially if anyone needs to walk off a marathon of adrenaline from that severe weather moving through Illinois, Indiana, and so forth. No problem, Jemima. Hopefully I was able to help. I did answer your question there, so. Any tornado chance in Wellington? You're in the watch, so make sure you're weather aware. The watch is there for conditions in place. Now we wait to see where the storms take place, if they're going to impact your area. From Australia, thanks for tuning in. How's the weather over there in the southern hemisphere? Nope, Cincinnati's looking all good. Was it a derecho? More than likely, yes. Per my observation and not measuring anything and all the reports I've seen, it looks like one to me. Thank you, Frank, for letting me know. Bowling Green, are you in a severe thunderstorm warning? It is off to your east. So the storm is strong, but maybe not severe over there. You should be okay. Michigan, there's some hailstorms in the western part of the mitten, west central. Only hail expected up there at the moment. Is it derecho by definition? By my observations, yes. What caused it to fizzle? There's a lack of unstable air out in front of it. So a derecho really needs really unstable air, like those upper end cape values that sometimes you hear, like, oh man, you got 6,000 joules per kilogram cape. Hatched area simply means a 10% chance for whatever severe thing happens there, whether it's wind, hail, or a tornado, to be significant, meaning it's more of an upper end, so 2-inch hailstones. Stronger winds at 75 mile an hour, or an EF2 tornado. So whatever severe threat you're thinking about, if it's hatched, it would have a 10% chance to be significant variant of it. I know we need more rain on the northern states. I'm not sure if there'll be another round of storms in southern Indiana. These things are really hard to predict when they form. Really, what we're watching here is these storms in Wyoming and Colorado. They could make their way all the way across overnight through Nebraska and do the same thing tomorrow. Maybe not as an intense windstorm, but there still could be storms in place due to that. That's what happened last night. And models are infamously bad at being able to show you something like that. So future radar ain't gonna tell you nothing about something like that. Ain't gonna tell you nothing. Appreciate that, buddy. How'd you find the channel, if you care to answer? You're there in France, Insomniac. Happy to help any way I can. Happy to help. Thank you, Pot of Gold. Rain in the PNW? Yeah. Pacific Northwest should get some more rain. Just might be pretty helpful. But you guys you're probably used to not getting it and then getting some of that wildfire smoke, especially in the Spokane area. That considerable severe thunderstorm in northwest Alabama's for golf ball size hail now. A little bit of larger hail falling over there. Doing okay, though. Tornado threat should be next to 0. Just came across in your feed. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. That is a result of the good work that y'all have done in massive numbers, liking the stream and so forth. That's let YouTube know to relay the stream to new subs like Buddy. Let them know that we're doing good work here. So, yeah, it's been this is hour 5 we're entering here, or maybe hour 6. Almost 5 hours have been live so far today. 2 different severe risks to focus on, so this one's just getting started. And it's much more lax, much more chill than our earlier one through the Midwest. Thankfully. No, if I take a break, it's not. I'm a streamer. I've been a streamer for 6 years. I understand the dynamics of a stream, and I'm gonna stay right here. I'm gonna stay right here for now. Don't worry about me. Where are those thunderstorms in Minnesota? Oh, what are? I assume is what you mean. Yeah, I actually saw those when I pulled up a radar, but they're not probably going to do anything but give us a little rain, which would be great. Talking about all of these that have popped up in parts of the state here, if we can get some radar data, maybe. Hey, give me some radar data. There we go. A little bit stronger than I expected. But nothing severe up here in Minnesota. Some local downpours. Not too bad. Raining sideways in Denver. Probably some hail getting pretty close to you, too, if it's starting to get that bad. Can you go golfing? I don't know about that. Depends on where you're at. Overnight, no. The Midwest is not going to have another storm overnight. It might be tomorrow. You get the 5-second delay. Click on the cog in the bottom right of the stream player here down there, and change the playback speed to 2x, and then it'll catch up. Ah, very good, Cody. Yeah, Carly has starred on some of my recent streams actually here in the last 12 days. She has been on a couple of those. We work really well together. I'm really happy that she's finally able to be on the Andy channel, which is really cool. Maine? Okay. Sure, I'll look at the storms in Maine. That's interesting to me. Let's go off there. Take my closest radar site up there. Storms in Maine. Some flash flooding up here. Okay, let's have a look at what's going on here. Thank you, Joanna, for the support. Maine thunderstorms. Posing a flash flooding problem here from the Department of Transportation. Closed due to flooding and washouts, especially in the mountainous areas here in southwest Maine. So let's play this loop back. From all the radar data that I have, you can see these storms are basically training over the same spot here, which means that we've had these this flash flood warning in place over the last hour or so, just constantly dumping heavy rain right here in Wilton in Maine. It's a good look at that. Thanks for bringing my attention over there so we could look at some training thunderstorms. Baked potato money, thank you, Heather. You're wild. What's the wildest storm me and my team have covered? I think the progression from Rolling Fork through Winona through Amory was some of the wildest stuff I've seen. That was my first stream on this channel too, which only compounds the fact. I think Hunter might have decided to go back up north. Originally he was traveling south on this road, but I think he realized the cell is going to cut him off, so now he's headed east. Headed east along this road. He's going to stay out in front of this storm. But it might be a little bit of time before we get a look at this main hail core from Hunter Hurley before me. You want to go to sleep in Alabama? Isn't it 6 p.m. there? I mean, if you want to take a nap, maybe. You should be okay, yeah. Yeah, for anyone who's went through the storm stay in the Midwest, you might not get another storm until tomorrow, and there might be another storm tomorrow. Yeah, Carly works really closely with the Y'all Squad, so if that's what she's busy with today, that is what she's busy with today, for sure. Ohio's fine. You got some marble to golf ball size in northern Alabama. Good verification of that considerable severe thunderstorm warning over there in northwest Alabama for golf ball size hail. Thanks for the report, David. Thank you for the report. I'm sure Ryan does, but we got Hunter very close by too. So Hunter is going to make his way out in front of this, and then we're going to see probably the structure that this is putting at. This probably has some incredible looking clouds with it, given that it's not tornadic right now. So if you look really closely, you can see the gust front from these storms right here, right out in front of this. You have to look really closely and piece together what you're looking at, but here's the gust front. And it comes right up in here into the storm right here. So at the moment, if there was a hook back in here, it would not be it wouldn't be tornadic. It's back behind the gust front, which means the winds can't get into it. They get walled off right here by the air being pushed out. If you ever watch a storm chaser and you hear him say outflow dominant, that's what that means. Any rotation that might happen would be up here where that gust front hasn't yet cut off the rest of the storm. You know what I mean? So this part of the storm isn't cut off. Inflow surges in this area, and that's where we could see our next chance at a tornado. If you look closely on the velocity side of things, that's right where this bright green is, indicating higher wind speeds. Louisiana's fine. You guys need to prepare for the heat, though, if you're not already getting it. The heat is going to be bad. Excessive heat warning down there. Thank you from Kansas City, Missouri. Happy to help Diane. The hail threat over in western Kentucky? Maybe not. There might be a little bit of some small hail, especially, but probably. I would say there's a really good chance it is, yes. What does isolated thunderstorm mean? It just means that instead of having maybe a thunderstorm every 20 miles apart from each other, 40 miles apart, you just have like one here that might develop. That's an isolated storm, as opposed to scattered storms in this area. So simply a difference in whatever the word is. Can't remember the word. In intent, in meaning. Oh, I thought of it. Starts with an S. It's gone though. My brain is. I'm turning into a middle-aged adult here. I can't remember words. Oh man, it's right on the tip of the tongue too. Isn't that annoying when you can't remember the words on the tip of your tongue? Dang. Can't think of it. Semantics. That's what it is. There we go. I got it. Semantics was the word I was thinking of. Any bad storms for Georgia? Not expected to be pretty any bad down there, I think. I mean, and from the Storm Prediction Center is going to have the most up-to-date stuff for you. Maybe like the very northern part of the state over the next couple of days might see some spare severe weather, but as you get further down in the state, no. Just a marginal risk or lower. You can't even remember your name? It happens to the best of us, right? Yay, thank you, Carly, for the support. We'll be here next time for sure. Man, how long are you filming? We got some time before we get our next tornado attempt up here in Wyoming. Thank you, Carly. You don't have to do that. I appreciate that. How long are you filming for? Kentucky is okay. There is one severe thunderstorm near Glasgow about to expire. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be worried about your truck over there in Kentucky. You guys, you'll be all right. I'll drag down a radar site just to make sure we're okay over here. Lawrence, think the storms are past you to the south and east. Yeah, there ain't hardly nothing going on here. Yeah, you're all good. You're all good in Kentucky and Ohio. Enjoy, hopefully, a little bit of that cooler air. Cool you off a little bit. That's the best part. Thank you, Chandler, for sending that along. We've had Alabama open for a while now. I don't know what I did with it. There we go. It's just this one storm near Moulton. It's mostly moving due south here, all along its own path here. You can see it take that southern track. And this one is non-tornadic. Surface observations in the area show us that winds are actually coming from the north all along this region here. So we don't have winds going into the storm. So right now, this leads me to believe this has no tornado threat. It is dropping some hail and wind. And interestingly enough, this is the result of our previous morning storms that went through Nashville and Bowling Green a long time ago, like 8 hours ago. This is the result of those. We've only got one supercell remaining that's developed on the western edge of it. Really cool stuff going on there. Okay, back up to Denver, where the storm has started to take off to the north and east. If we play back this loop, we can see it stuck around for a little while. And now we can see it trailing away also in that Railfan camera down there near Arvada in the foothills there. So now we have a great look at most of this storm from the Railfan camera over here in western Arvada. So we're looking at this supercell from the west. That's what you see in the bottom right there. And now it's moving off to the north and east. It's gone through downtown Denver. A bunch of quarter-size hail reported right in downtown. And it's looking like it's going to skirt the Denver airport with some of its hail that it's flinging out. So we'll probably get some hail over here in the Denver airport area shortly. And then this will begin to move along I-76 out of the metro. Looks like it's trying to come together as one supercell. The tornado threat goes up as it goes off to the northeast, away from the city. So we're going to watch the continuation of this storm very closely. This might become a tornado producer somewhere out here. Or if it turns more to the right, somewhere out in this area. Couple of possibilities. Will the storms push out some of the smog? I certainly hope so in the next couple of days, Amanda. Certainly hope so. Yeah, Indiana should be fine for the rest of the evening. Yeah, we're deep into El Nino. I think we're getting into moderate to strong El Nino at the moment. Okay, what's next? Nothing. Right now, nothing tornadic is ongoing. This is good. We're just watching a hailstorm, and we got Hunter Hurley, Storm Chaser, right below me in the vicinity of this storm, getting ready to chase its next step. As eventually, this storm back here has merged with it, and this is sort of a complex here, but it's got that gust front out in front of it that's preventing anything tornadic from happening in here. So we're waiting to see if this begins to accelerate to the east, accelerate forward out ahead of that gust front, if anything catches back up. Next steps remain to be seen with this storm. Storms and pizza, great combo. That sounds good to me. Omaha, you might see another round of morning storms depending on how these ones in Wyoming and Colorado evolve. El No-No. I like that. I like that a little better than El Nino. Yeah, El No-No. No, get the heck out of here. Power outages? Yeah. There is a good site for that. I wish I could pull up, but I don't remember what it is. Dang it. But last I heard there was over 400,000. Last I heard there was over 400,000. Oh, there we go. I found it. I found it. Okay, so doing some quick math here. Quick maths. I show you guys this over here. We've got this feed. Also, right below it is our power outage map. Show you this right here. Quick maths here from poweroutage.us. In Indiana, 253,000. 196,000. That's 449,000. 12,000 in Iowa, 461. 22 in Kentucky, 483. 23 in Tennessee, 506. So roughly 507,000 people without power at the moment in these areas, based on these 5 states reporting. So, what did man, somebody gotta go back and clip it. I said 500,000, right? I didn't mean to be that spot on, but that's kind of impressive. 507,000 people without power right now, and I said 500,000 like 3 hours ago or something. I did not mean to do that. That's a little bit too scary of accuracy. So that's interesting. That's interesting. If you think I'm lying, go to poweroutage.us and do the math yourself. Yeah, 500,000 from the Derecho. And also morning storms in Kentucky and Tennessee much earlier on. Probably many more people, yeah, I agree. But from what they're reporting, I was not off. 500,000, yeah, quote it. What the heck? I did not mean to do that. The fruited plains? I love that. I don't think I've ever heard that before. It's gonna be similar today. Again, the storms in Wyoming and Colorado might take much the similar path that they did this morning and last night. Keep it all out of Texas. We will. You guys get the heat instead, unfortunately. Just look at the shot. This is Arvada in Colorado. We are looking east off the foothills at a supercell that just dropped 1-inch hail in downtown Denver and so forth. And you can see the sun streaming in from the west back behind the camera. Low contrast in there, but the clouds are pretty. Yeah, the Taylor Swifties. I'm thinking about you guys. I remember this from the last stream. The Swifties are in a slight risk of severe weather tomorrow. Again, the evolution of that is completely uncertain, but probably would be pretty similar to today, depending on where things form. So think about an afternoon risk for the Swifties in Cincinnati. And that is outdoors, too, so we really need to... I'm sure they have people that are keeping very close track of that in their team there for Taylor Swift concert. No, I have not sang "Oh Beautiful Spacious Skies." Star Spangled Banner Fruited Plains? Really? It's in the Star Spangled Banner? I guess the whole song. Well, I'm not embarrassed. I just like it. Sounds good. Makes me want some fruit. So that's a look at what's prompting that severe thunderstorm warning. You can see the back end of the storm right here. And the storm itself is right here on radar. Looks a little silly, but it's about to drop some smaller hail onto the Denver airport. We also had a golf ball size hail report in there, so this was upgraded to a considerable warning. Based on that report, more than likely. So golf ball size hail possible in the worst part of this storm right here. It looks like a little bit of a funky supercell. Currently non-tornadic. No tornado with this at the moment. Tornado threat increases as it moves off to the north and east over the next couple hours. My Swiftie? Not necessarily, but I care about them. Wheat is a fruit? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Michigan, hailstorms in the mitten. That's all that's expected up there, if you're getting any hail up there. Ooh, we got it. I'm rapid firing now. Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. It's been a wonderful stream thus far. The Derecho is fun coverage. Now we're waiting to see if we can capture a tornado on the live stream here with Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley on Highway 85, south of Hawk Springs, near LaGrange, an area that has been of focus very often recently. That's about it so far, though. We're in the lull of today, which is great. The Derecho has fallen apart. We've got so many severe reports from that. How many wind reports did we get? Let me see how many reports there are. 363 damaging wind reports today. That's a lot. 363 damaging wind reports today. From mostly from this Derecho, but a couple, or like 40 or 50 of them from that earlier morning storm in western Kentucky through the Nashville area. I blow this up for you guys. You can see all of these. You can see all of these reports here. I have to bring it up real quick. All of these severe reports today. All the blue is the damaging wind reports, and those black squares are the significant wind gusts as well. Pretty evident swath here from what looks like pretty solid Derecho. And we made it all the way through here. The damaging wind events are falling off heavily. For anyone in Ohio and Kentucky, looks like a non-issue. There's a look at what a Derecho looks like on a Storm Prediction Center storm report map. I love this shot. Some sunbeams coming through there. We might even be able to see the base of the storm from this camera here if we get lucky and we get any contrast in here. Thank you, Joshua, for the contribution. I appreciate you. You pick a station closer to the storm, or do you want one further away? As long as you're not right next to the radome, which is the radar site, you'll be fine. You want to be as close as possible outside of that. Storm by Casper, we can try to take a look up there. That is a radar hole, though. A little bit of a radar hole up there. Alright, so let's try to bring that up. I am going to open up a separate radar site for that, actually. Let's look at another one. What a funny looking storm here in Minnesota. The opposite hook. It's opposite day down there. Let's go over to the Riverton radar and see what's going on here if we can be a little bit closer. Not sure this is going to give me a good view, but it's the best I got. Casper storms here are far away, just about 2 miles above the surface, and I can't really see much of anything here except maybe the storm is rotating a little bit, but it's far away from the surface, far up in the storm. Not certain what's going to happen here in Casper. Looks like some strong storms. Maybe dropping a little bit of hail. And we lost the virtual Railfan. Let's get that back. It had such a good view. No. Come on, virtual Railfan. Waiting here. I think that the peak of our tornado threat will be through the sunset. We could see another attempt right here. I think we could see another attempt at wrapping up right here. This might be our next chance at observing a little bit of tornadic tendency here on this storm in Wyoming. And we will have Hunter Hurley in the perfect place for that as he's driving south on 85 here. So if this wraps up at all, man, we're going to have one heck of a look at it. Thank you, Rob, for the support. Slice on you, a slice of pie. You think coming for Ohio, you guys are all good. Maybe just a little bit of some rain. You guys are fine, though. The Derecho is falling apart. Coleman, isn't the hailstorm off to your west there a little bit? I'm trying to think about it without looking at it. I'm trying to visualize it. I every day, every time I do the stream, I get better and better. I have thousands of town names, thousands of locations in my head that I have to remember across the entire nation. It's hard to do what I do. Talking to thousands of people here. All right, so here you go. Reason why we could see something wrap up right here, and chasers are honing in on this. Look at the gust front. Gust front is right along this line here. You can see it there on the radar, and it wraps up right in here, right? So where it's wrapping up, we could see a new area of possible rotation in the storm, especially because we see it trying to dive down just a little bit here. So just observing the tendency of this storm on radar. Let's see what it does next. No, I didn't end up storm chasing yesterday. They fired way too east into Wisconsin. Yes, actually, I retweeted a picture of yesterday's tornado, which was down here near Kimball, in Nebraska, and it was a picture of the tornado with a lightning bolt kind of going through it. Don't see that every day. It was really cool. So you can find that on my Twitter. Faribault, Minnesota. Looks like some strong storms that are sub-severe. If there's a special weather statement out for you over there, and you know where the storms are, probably to your south a little bit. Those have popped up and haven't done much of anything yet, except some smaller hail, I think. I don't know. I'm actually not super familiar with local Minnesota TV meteorology. I don't have cable, so I don't often watch it. I don't seek it out. I do the meteorology on my own. I don't need somebody else to tell me. Cincinnati is okay. How's the wind in Cincinnati? I have to ask you how it is because it looks like nothing on the radar to me. It is completely died off. Chicago's okay. Yeah, Reed is doing an incredible work this year. Shoutouts to Reed, of course. He has had one heck of a season. Faribault. Really? Great. I love that. I love that. All right, watching Hunter's feed there. The storm's off to the right side of the feed, getting in position there. I'm pretty sure he's probably going to stop soon or head on a road straight west towards this thing. So let's see what it looks like once he gets close. We're going to start looking at the base of the storm very soon here. Yeah, Mamatis clouds are cool. Thank you, Justin, for the support. Became obsessed this year. I'm happy to inspire and promote a new way to look at active severe weather events and also whatever we cover in our videos as well. 15 to 20? Oh no. Hopefully it cooled it off there. Is Maine okay? I think we had that flash flood warning in place, and that's probably going to stay the case there. Well, you just didn't have the right conditions in place today in Ohio. It's not as unstable there. Did I cover winter storms? I haven't done so yet on my channel, but we have streamed winter storm coverage on Ryan Hall's main channel, in which I contribute there. We've done that in the last season, but I started streaming here on this channel 3 months ago, so it has been for the spring. I don't know how that's going to work with winter on this channel. I'm not sure. I don't know yet. You're in Kimball? Man, I'm sure yesterday was a little bit stressful. It genuinely does look like some of these storms are going to make it over generally in your area, maybe a county north. It remains to be seen what will happen with anything that develops in Colorado too in between this area. So definitely be weather aware in Kimball as you should be, because this has been one heck of a season for you over there. You're in Big Springs off I-89. Interstate 89. Is that on the east side of the state? If so, you've got many, many hours before these storms get over to you. We're looking at the east side of Wyoming right now. Oh, I-80. Okay. I was like, I don't know if I-89 is a thing. Oh, there you are. Okay. Off of Julesburg, you still got maybe 3 or 4 hours. 3 or 4 hours. Storms are well off to your west, and they'll take some time to move over. Yeah, of course. Happy to help there in Champaign earlier today. Yeah, the Derecho was some serious coverage. And then we can start taking a little bit of a break here, a little bit of a breather. No, I am not the Andrew Hill Weather Kid video. You guys are so funny with that. If I was, imagine that. Like, if I was that guy in that video when I was a young kid, and I turned into this with this YouTube channel, I would be promoting that left and right. I'd be like, yeah, that's me, that's me, that's me. But no, I don't do that because it's not me. You know, I would champion that straight up. It's in New England. Yeah, don't worry, I found it. I found where they actually were. All right, Storm Chaser Hunter Hurley is chasing an outflow dominant little hook echo here. And it's very quickly encroaching on his location here in Laramie County. I don't know when he wants to stop, but he probably shouldn't go too much further. Unless he wants to be south of it, which is a better idea. No, that's all we're watching right now. I'm watching a supercell move out of Denver. We're watching a supercell from Hunter Hurley's perspective, and yeah, that's great. It's great that nothing bad has happened. I love this. It's perfect. Am I ready to cover hurricane season on my channel? I have no idea how that's gonna go. If we're covering a major hurricane, I know Ryan will be live, and I don't know what all else I'm gonna be able to add to that over here. So, yeah, that remains to be seen. We'll have to think about that. We'll have to think about that. That was 32 minutes, Frank. You're late. I can't believe you. I can't believe you would do this to me. All right, looks like this supercell is kind of split off into two, or the updrafts that are all in this area have consolidated. So it looks like our storm over here is generally actually taking an eastward track here more than anything. And perhaps whatever this thing was, dropping quite a bit of hail over here in Edgewater. Also a flash flood risk already. Approximately a foot of water covering several lanes. What? Oh yeah, I guess. Man, that is some intense rain rates. So this loop right here dropped a foot of rain in this flash flood warning. Foot of rain? It's all consolidated on the low levels of I-70 here. That is ridiculous. I don't know yet, Kyle. I haven't done. I literally haven't been streaming during the winter yet, so we don't know. We don't know what we're gonna cover in the winter on this channel. Probably gonna be more on the side of forecast videos. Please do it. I mean, I will. It just depends on which channel for hurricane coverage. A foot, yeah, a foot of ponding water, I suppose, over there. That is, yeah, that definitely took me off guard for sure. Glad they have that flash flood warning in place. They're receiving public alerts, and that's how they know about that. How's the cat? He's alright. He's doing okay. Nothing different for him. Just the everyday eat, sleep, and meow. Nope, no high winds for East Tennessee expected. But severe weather risks do exist over there over the next couple days. Around the Ring of Fire. North Mississippi, I guess you're okay. It's just hot, right? Didn't get a notification that I was live. Yeah, this was mostly unplanned. Make sure the bell is highlighted for this so you get notifications for the channel whenever I do go live. Yeah, it was much harder hitting in western Indiana and through Illinois. That was the worst of the derecho today. And maybe through northeastern Missouri, southeastern Iowa as well. I've been on for 5.5 hours now. And we're watching the continuation of today's risk with any possible tornado threat that might happen here in the tornado watch in place in Denver, up north through Cheyenne, through eastern Wyoming, which so far hasn't done too much. We saw one tornado warning. Nothing else, though. So we're hanging out with the chat. There we go. Now Hunter's got a look at it. We can take a look at that storm up here. So Hunter is right in Meriden in Wyoming. Looking at what is likely a little bit of an outflow dominant storm, but that may change here. Let's let me pull up Hunter's feed here in just a second. Perfect. So Hunter's feed right here. This is a look at the Wyoming storm near Meriden, LaGrange, Hawk Springs, and generally headed over towards the Harrisburg, Nebraska area, probably between Kimball and Scottsbluff as it stands. Oh, good look at that. You could kind of see the outflow dominance of it. So you got a little bit of that shelf hanging down. You don't really see a wall cloud in there. You don't see a base in that storm. Since you don't see those features, what you can extrapolate about what's happening here is that the gust front is pushing this storm out in front further than, or faster essentially, than the inflow can get into it, and thus we don't see a base, we don't see a wall cloud or a tornado, but we see this shelf cloud. So that's the current look there. Some heavy rain falling back in there. Yeah, Peoria definitely was widespread 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts over there. I think the worst of it was just south and also just west of Peoria and Pekin earlier today. Indeed, we had 10,000 watching during the Derecho, which was really good. I'm glad I was able to reach that many people with no planning of this stream, essentially. We just popped it up, went live, and bam. And it was very well done, I think. Great look at this storm approaching Highway 85 in eastern Wyoming right now. Thank you, Linda. I appreciate that. Don't worry, nothing they say in the chat bothers me, you guys. Don't worry about that. I have seen stuff over 6 years of streaming. Anything they can toss at me, don't worry about that. It means nothing. I'm what they call a seasoned streamer. Yeah, make sure you allow for YouTube notifications, and a lot of you guys have done exactly that, which I appreciate. I love hanging out with y'all. As a meteorologist, always learning something new. Is the science pretty much all figured out at this point? Absolutely the former and not the latter. What I said this a little bit ago, and I've been sticking with it. That was a nice lightning bolt. Did you see that? What I've been sticking with is the more you know in the weather world, the more you have to learn. Because when you learn something, even if it's super niche, it opens up so many more avenues to understand things physically, realistically, in person, with your eyes, visually. Twitch is a bit different than YouTube, yes. Thank you, Black Sheep. I appreciate that. I didn't see any attacks, but hey, still doesn't matter. Seasoned viewer. I like that. I've been in Minnesota for 2 years, so if you want to call me a Minnesotan, then sure, take me on. But I grew up in California. Man, look. So what you can start to see here is that while we have this shell cloud, there is a wall cloud actually on this. Back in there on the right side. You have your shelf, but you actually have the wall cloud visual back in there too. It's a little bit of that showing up. Really good view of that. The lowering back behind the shelf. I saw that a couple times when I was out storm chasing last month. When do we expect severe threat in Colorado? It depends on where in Colorado. Depends on where. Might have another round of hail for parts of the Denver metro. There's still storms popping up on the Front Range over there. So we'll see, but it's definitely going to transition to the east with time. Still always learning while going through advanced weather spotting and training in that. Yeah, absolutely. The more you learn about weather, the more you have to learn. So it opens up so many new ways of thinking. Exactly, Turnt. No, Hunter's not live on YouTube this time. We have him on the RTMP, direct feed to this stream. But we are definitely going to get Hunter's YouTube going and boosted up there. Because he is been a glorious chaser since he started in this last year. He's done very well. And it was a pleasure to chase with him as well last month. At his hail form, ice gets lofted up in a storm. More ice forms all around it as it's below the freezing point. As it grows heavier in a larger hailstone, the updraft of the storm keeps it in the storm. until it becomes too heavy or it falls out of the storm in some other fashion. That's how hail forms. Yeah, Hunter's car is still banged up. He is with someone else today, but still giving us a very nice stream of this moving in. You know, the untrained eye might be pretty concerned about what that is on the right side, but that is, to my visual, it doesn't look like anything in particular. It does look pretty interesting, though, right? It's just a little bit of those scary-looking clouds right now. Keep a close eye on it, though. And Hunter will come through with any emergencies there. What I see on the radar does not support a tornado at the moment, so that is definitely a funky-looking cloud, though. So the shelf is almost overtop him. Here in Laramie County on Highway 85, south of LaGrange. This is where this is right now. Yeah, that looks really funny, doesn't it? It looks like a trunk coming out of it. Very cool looking clouds. Yeah, Kentucky is fine. The heck is that structure? You're telling me. You think you see a funny looking scud cloud and you think you've seen all of the different looking clouds, but then one like that shows up and you're like, man, what in the world is that? A ton to learn, exactly. And there comes the rain and the wind, right on time with this storm, right with the outflow. Are we gonna get a pan to see what the continuation of that cloud looks like? And for anyone just joining, we're watching the radar right here on this storm. Southeast Wyoming, here we are. Southeast Wyoming right here, an area that's been hit quite often. No tornadic circulations with this on radar, no tight rotation here anywhere in this mess. But what we do have is some very large hail falling back inside of this thing, so... but somewhere back in that mess with a little bit of a green tint to it is some really large hail. And that's what we're watching right here. Yeah, Brandon's cool. Whenever Brandon reaches out to me, I enjoy talking to him. I grew up in Ventura County. Not a funnel. Tornado threats in Ohio? No. Looks like an elephant's foot. Yeah, that's what I would call it too. Elephant's foot scud. Elephant's foot scary looking cloud. I haven't seen one that looks exactly like that. Yeah, the hail is just literally a couple hundred feet, maybe 1,000 feet away from Hunter right now. Off, which way is he going? Whichever direction he's going, it's off to one side of his feed there. The hail is very large here in the core, and the pinks and the purples too. So Hunter's right here, right along Highway 85. I imagine he's probably going to go off to the north. Try to find an east option to get out ahead of this storm. That's what I would be doing. Actually, I think the Weather Channel is already going old school. But yes, I did hear and see. Tornadic potential later on for today would be in the high plains here in Wyoming, Nebraska Panhandle over here. This is where our tornado potential would be later on today. In the Midwest, it is done. We have covered the strong storm in Alabama, hear me out, for the last 3 hours. I think no barbecue tour for you, actually. you might need to double check that one. But yeah, we've been covering it forever. Oh my goodness, chat is funny. Should we tell him, chat? Should we tell him? Yeah, I wish I could bring the cat to you, but he is not easy to go and grab. If you get lucky, there may be a Midas sighting. Watching this storm might start to look a little funky here. This is the most concerning it's looked in the last hour, as we get a little bit of a push up through here. Hunter's actually going to the south. Okay. if he was really lucky, he would have gone off to the north and stayed just out ahead of this thing and then taken the east option near Lagrange. I would have done that, even though it's a pretty close call. We might start to see a little bit of a circulation here. Popping up here. This is right on the edge of the gust front, so yeah, it could start to rotate right in here near Meriden. Huh, interesting. I don't know what happened to my live chat, but I can still see you guys, but it says subscribers only mode. I guess I'm not subscribed to myself. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I would have gone up the Lagrange route. We don't have much time to get up there, though, with some very dangerous hail. Windshield buster out to your west. But we could be seeing the next attempt at the storm to wrap something up here. If we had gone to the north, that also would have been a dangerous chasing perspective, because you don't want to really be north. You don't really want to be north of a tornadic circulation that's moving to the east. Makes escaping from it much more difficult, especially with these road systems. So the dangerous move would be go north. The safe play is to go south where Hunter is going. I like the Minnesota winters. I like both extremes. I like sitting outside when it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit in a black shirt and black shorts. You grew up in Thousand Oaks? Yeah, I've been there quite often. Reed would go north because he knows what the heck he's doing, yes. Watching this come together. No tornado right now, just watching a possible development that could lead to one. Yeah, Ohio's all good. You guys are fine. Hopefully that blows some of the smoke out of your area if it's still hazy over there. That's the best part. Welcome from Tulsa. Hope you're doing okay in the heat. Hope you're doing okay in the heat. Everybody who's dealing with the extreme heat, hope you're doing fine. Deviant motion? Yeah, deviant motion is when a tornado will essentially turn in its path. And the reason it happens is because the environmental winds start to have more of a direct impact on it rather than the progression of the storm, the path of the storm, essentially, so the movement. So essentially, it's when you flip from the storm is dragging the tornado along with it in the same direction to the tornado is now moving on its own because it's being influenced by the near surface winds a lot more. So the near surface winds will steer it away from the path of the storm and most often cause it to go into the storm when we see that hook kind of just get wrapped into it. It's an example of that. Also occlusion. Generally, those kind of go hand in hand but not every time. Thank you for the support, Gordon. Austin, Texas, it's hot. Yeah, I think we're trying to see something silly. Something silly start up here. A little bit of some silliness happening here. Right on the edge of this hook near Meriden. We have a little bit of velocities going this way and a little bit going that way. It's a tiny circulation. It's weak, but it is there. And we should talk about it because it is legitimate. So we got a little bit of circulation starting up here. Tiny little thing right there. See if it keeps going. The beginnings of something. Tornado Cowboy. That sounds incredible. Smoky in Ohio. Yeah, I hope it clears out some. Everyday triple digit. Man. Yep, those excessive heat warnings are in place for a reason. So hopefully they've helped you prepare. Some of the nastiest radar couplets I've ever seen, maybe Basefield, Mississippi, and from the Easter 2020 outbreak. That one was pretty gnarly, especially because of how wide it was. Watching the third or fourth widest tornado happen, yeah, that's gonna be that's always gonna look really nasty. That was back in that was 3 years ago. See the rotation? You just have to know which color means what. So greens are going toward the radar site, reds are going away from the radar site. Depending on the orientation of the greens and reds with respect to where you are from the radar, it could be either convergence, like this. This is an example of convergence right here, because the winds are going this direction in the reds, this direction in the greens. They're coming together. But if the reds and greens were
Andy,
like
I'm not
this,
sure if you got it on stream, but we just had a brief landslide tornado right in front of us.
if you have the winds, if there were red over here and green over here, for example, and they were together like this, that would be rotation because of where we are with respect to the radar beam, which comes out this direction. It's hard. You have to really be experienced with that. But yeah, that's essentially how you tell. All right, Hunter had a land spout right in front on the stream. Did you guys see that? I don't know if you're able to see that. It's a little small, but if that land spout did come through, we could get a clip of that. I didn't see it, but Hunter came through on that. That was what he was talking about. Was he quiet for you guys? Let me see if I can up his volume. Yeah, I have him at 100, so I can up him a little bit there. There you go. Okay, thank you, Hunter, if you're listening. I didn't see it myself, but if it did come through, dang. Is what I'll say about that. Thank you, me, myself, and I. Interior Northeast. Are you talking about the Maine storm? And there's also flash flooding warnings beyond the one in Maine. But the one in Maine we took a look at, actually. We had training storms over it, back building that continued to drop really heavy rain over the same area. Heard him, didn't see the spout. Left of the shot. Yeah, probably. Thank you, Mandy, as well. Grand Rapids. The radar looks wild. The only thing that's happening up in Grand Rapids are hailstorms. So if it looks wild, it's probably because there's a little bit of a hail core near you. Near you there. There's nothing else is really expected up there except for a little bit of hail. Just some sporadic, scattered thunderstorms, and they're dropping some hail. Hopefully that helps. I didn't even have to look at the radar to tell you that, because I looked at it earlier. But that's how it's been. The tornado threat is non-existent up there. So I want to calm any nerves. All the storms up there are elevated, which means that essentially all the air that's flowing into the storm is above the surface, meaning that there won't be a tornado at the surface. The air ain't flowing in at the surface. It's above it. Thank you, Lady Sharon. The worst of the storms today was definitely west central Illinois, probably. That vicinity, there were a couple 90-mile-an-hour wind reports over there. Landspout is still a tornado, but not one that's connected to the rotating part of the thunderstorm above it. So landspout happens on the ground and up, essentially, because the air starts to rotate closer to the surface, and then it gets tilted vertically. But it doesn't mean that it's connected to the part of the storm that's rotating, which is why we can't see them on radar, which is why Hunter's like, there's a landspout down here. Well, you guys are like, where the heck's the hook? It's, it would be rotating up here, right? Well, he might have seen a landspout down this way because it's not connected to the rotating part of the thunderstorm. Hopefully that makes sense. I think that was a really good example of that, actually, because he came through right then in an area where we're like, what? Why would there be a tornado down here? That doesn't look right. Waiting for the storm at Bridgeport. Hopefully it fares okay for y'all over there. Yet another one. How's the stormy season been for you there, Bailey? Thanks for checking in. My radar freezing? Nope. We can play it fluid if you need it. I know. Yeah, I know about I understand the smoke forecast and the outlook for that. Definitely understand that. The problem is it's extremely unpredictable. So I wouldn't really be able to make many videos on it. I could make them YouTube shorts, honestly. Landspouts dangerous? They can be, yes. But usually they're much weaker. Usually much weaker. I hope Chicago gets relief, but it looks like you guys haven't so far today. Landspouts and dust devils are almost the same thing, except convergence happens under storms, and that helps produce a landspout, whereas convergence for a dust devil just happens in the clear air, so you can't really predict those. Make sure you guys are watching live. This is in Central Time for anybody coming through. I see delayed reports of I hear him. That was like 7 minutes ago, so make sure you're watching live. Time is in the bottom right, and that's in Central Time, military. So it's currently 5:54:35 at the moment. PM. Yeah. Waterspouts can be proper tornadoes. Yes, they could be proper tornadoes. They can also be landspouts too, in terms of like their actual definition. But if it's over water, it's a waterspout. It can move in onto land as a landspout or as an actual mesocyclonic tornado. I hope so, Timber Dan. I'd like to have some severe weather up here, but so far not much, right? Very good, Chris. I'm sure they appreciate that. Better today, but still unhealthy. Yeah, man, we really need to clear that out. But it's gonna come back, I think. It's not gonna be just this one time for the smoke in the Midwest. Thank you, Mike, for the support. I don't think it's gonna be just the one time. Is my thing frozen here? No, I'm fine. It just looks weird. Little bit concerned that my YouTube is frozen. My feed's fine. I know that. I'm still talking to you guys. Totally fine. But what I'm concerned about is that I'm not going to be able to end the stream when I want to. I might just sit here like a dummy. But we still got time before that happens. I think I got logged out, which is funny. So Ryan's logging in my account. He's like, "Get this guy out of here." Who's this guy? We gotta get him off YouTube. Yep, everything stayed north of St. Louis. We covered that earlier. Yeah, waterspout is a tornado if it's over land, essentially. Because if it makes landfall as a landspout or as a proper mesocyclonic tornado, it's still all considered a tornado. That's a silly debate. Like it's a rotating column of air attached to a storm. Like, do we need to call is it like it's fine, it's a tornado. Just it is one. It's just over the water. I'm stuck with you forever. I actually am. I'm locked out, and that means the stream has to continue until I'm let back in. They have me in shackles here. YouTube's like, keep going. You're not allowed to stop. This looks non-tornadic though. Nothing came through of that suspicious area we just saw happen there. It's not really turned into anything. So let's go back down to Denver. Nothing happening down here really in any regard other than probably some large hail over Watkins east of Aurora here. But yeah, the rest of these storms have failed to get going yet. Could see another one taking place over Morrison. Oh yeah, what is going on here? But yeah, nothing that. What the heck? Okay, whatever. YouTube is being freaky on me, but I don't care. As long as I'm still here with y'all. All the rest of these storms have failed to take off yet, but we could see another one right in the same place near Morrison, which would pose an extreme flash flooding concern if it moves into this area where we had a foot of water ponding between I-70 and 25 there. So we really need that to not happen, but that could be a cause for concern as we watch this develop. They absolutely are lightning strike induced fires. Plenty of them are. And that's good. It's natural for the evergreen forests over there. They actually need wildfires in order to open up the pine cones and produce new trees. Okay, I'll look. A couple of people are telling me to go to Michigan. There is a reason there is no tornado warning over there. I'll tell you guys that right now. But we can take a look from whichever radar I can just yeet over there. So I'll go ahead and explain what's going on over here in Michigan to y'all. So you're just observing a cluster of storms. These have all clustered together here, producing a severe thunderstorm warning for low-end hail and wind. There's no rotation here at all. No rotation here at all, just scattered velocity signatures, really, that say, hey, it's probably pretty windy right here in Howard City. That's all I can see. Just looking at that, I've seen 5,000, 5 million storms that look like this. I had to think about that one for a second, and at the moment, this looks like nothing to me. So, severe thunderstorm warning, you don't want to be outside in that, but you're okay. You're okay over there. Alright, yeah, so focus is on the Denver Metro in the event of further flash flooding, and watching this storm over to the east of the Metro now progress off to the east, maybe to the east-northeast a little bit, where better tornado conditions and parameters exist out in front of it. So we're concerned out in front of this. The sky looks good for that? Oh, yeah. I bet so. That's true. I forgot to say that probably has some pretty good clouds on it and there in the Michigan storm. All right, let's see. Anything up here? No, just huge hail going on right now. And generally, this is happening because we're not seeing tornadoes right now. We're seeing a lot of hail because the wind profiles in the atmosphere, as you know, literally the speed and direction of wind as you go up in height. The way that works is that's a wind profile, and what's supported for hail is different than what's supported for tornadoes. They're not exactly synergizing with each other. Hail profiles are not really supportive of tornadoes. Tornado profiles are not supportive of large hail, is what I'll say. In general, that's usually the case. So when we see a storm that looks kind of disorganized like this, or it's mostly just got a hail core and nothing really tornadic about it, it's probably because the wind profiles in the atmosphere are supporting hail and don't necessarily have a lot of that low-level jet, or the nadir juice, as you guys like to see it, which would usually cause the hail core to shrink in size, essentially. So it's all due to the winds. So let me see if I can see what's happening with YouTube. I don't know why it just logged me out randomly. Oh, I see, okay. Wants me to verify that it's me. Understood. Okay, perfect. I'm back in. There we go, everything's updating now. I'm back in. Google, it was Google's turn. Google's fault this time. It was like, no, you need to verify who you are. And I was like, okay, Google. Okay, Google. All right, did I set off anybody's device there? Let's check out some photographs. True. Yep, I can back up what I'm talking about here. If we have any observations in place, which we might not, because this is not exactly an area of great coverage, and especially because the Denver airport was just recently had a storm pass by it. But yeah, this'll do. This'll do for an explanation. So let's go ahead and look at it. Pull this up over here. Right here. Here's our photograph from the Denver airport. So the Denver airport and the radar there. This is a photograph generally from that. So you see basically our curving with height. You know, you've seen this quite a bit. But what is pretty conducive for hail here is the fact that there's very little change between the surface right here and the first kilometer, 3,000 feet above the surface. So this is not changing very much. That's our wind shear in the lowest level, right next to the surface. So the fact that this doesn't change very much means that all that hail is going straight up in the storm, and it's not being chucked out everywhere. It's not being yeeted out everywhere, which means it's keeping that hail in the storm. Efficient hail production is happening because of this little bit right here. Now, if this was much larger, like this, for the first kilometer, that's when you start to see the tornadoes. So that's your difference right there. A little weak shear in the first kilometer versus much larger shear. It's tough to absorb, but for any fans of photographs out there, that's what we're seeing there. For this storm up here, it's basically the same case. And that was the Denver radar, so that's for that one, and that's also for this storm right here over Watkins. That's what they mean by straight line? Yeah, that's a somewhat straight line. Once you get above 3 kilometers, it's mostly in the same direction, so it looks like a straight line on the photograph. Generally, that means all the winds are coming out of the southwest and aren't changing in direction. So that also causes your splitting supercells and efficient hail production. Yeeted, yeah. Hail equals skull emoji. Exactly. You guys get it. You get it. You're on track here. But of course, that can change in a moment. Because while we're looking at that, the storm is going directly on top of the radar, and storms can modify their local environment, start to pull in more air into the central low pressure, the rising part of the storm, and that can cause some circulations to happen. So it's not a 100% truth. It's just to look at the environment beforehand, before storms modify it, and you're like, well, actually, this thing is starting to rotate. Right now, that doesn't look to be the case. What's interesting about this is actually the downburst signature we have right here. See this little hail core off to the north of the radar? Right here on the southern side of that, we have 60-mile-an-hour winds just above the surface that are going towards the radome here. And the red on the other side of it is going away from the radar. So we have a little bit of a downburst right in the center here with really strong winds and probably some hail. Essentially, all this air is falling out of the storm right here, hitting the ground and spreading out very quickly. So you get to see that right there. Downburst. Downburst in progress. A derecho is not a tornado, so the difference there is that one is a windstorm and a tornado is a tornado. One's a windstorm that spans across probably a whole entire state. And I don't think any tornadoes are the width of a whole state. They better not be. How often does Radar Omega update? You mean like the app? They just recently had a new update too, so they're actively working on it. Very good. Thank you, Nate's Garage, even though you're yelling it. Appreciate the sentiment. And what's funny is a derecho can have tornadoes in it too, which we actually saw earlier today in Illinois. Some spin-ups. One inside the other. That was Freddy's stream was showing. It looked like a microburst. Yeah, this could get pretty close to a microburst. It's got pretty powerful winds, and it's pretty small too, just this localized area. So, yeah, this is kind of like, I would say maybe this is a weaker microburst showing up on the radar. But I don't know if that happened in Wyoming, but yeah. Oh boy, it ain't looking tornadic. How are the chasers feeling? You guys watching chasers right now? What are they thinking? What's Reed saying? What's Freddy saying? What are their thoughts right now about this outflow dominant storm that is not going to produce a tornado at the moment? Are they feeling down and dejected, or what are they saying? I want to hear their perspectives from y'all. I mean, they probably have some really good structure, yeah. Let me try to refresh Hunter's feed, actually. You trying to text me here? Going for gas down south. And then gonna hop on I-80 and track it east. So that tornado threat exists through the evening into the early night. And you can see the storm's really taking advantage of that here. This is where our tornado threat is, right in this area. So we have two primary storms entering this from the north and from the south, and either one of them could trend toward a tornado. Oh, Reed isn't live. Okay, I got you. I got you. I don't know why I thought he was. Anyways, take a look at this. Gnarly hail spike coming out of this storm. Look how spiky that is. So this is far away from the Cheyenne radar, but we're looking at the Denver storm. And we got this spike all the way out in front of it. Look how large that thing is. This happens when the radar beam hits the hail in the core here, then hits the ground, jumps back up to the hail, and then back to the radar. And that gives us a delayed report. The radar thinks that it's taken longer for the beam to hit this far away from the storm. So it produces this spike out in front of it because it's like, oh, the beam took longer to come back. That means that something is further away, when in reality it's not. The beam just took extra time to hit the hail down to the ground and then hit the hail again and back to the radar. That's what causes a hail spike here. That's a really large one too. Wow. Something else you can use to diagnose these is the correlation coefficient. You can see just how dark blue that is there in our hail spike. That's another feature that you'll always see if you ever look at that from far away. And the beam is scanning through hail. You'll see that right there. So some large hail exists in the East Denver storm, exiting the metro area and going into mostly rural areas. Let's go take a look at that near the radar. We're right on top of it here. So really large hail is falling right on top of the radar. And just outside of Denver Airport over here. That's going to cause some delays. Shelf cloud? Yeah, definitely. Definitely the Wyoming storm has a shelf cloud. Yeah, South Central Minnesota getting it a little bit on those hailstorms. I haven't seen a severe warning come out for any of those, though. Not yet. Happy to help, Skipper. Let me see if Hunter's feed comes back at all. He's getting gas right now from what he told me. Let's see if his service comes back, because he's been frozen for a little while. Oh, very good. All you have to do is refresh. So there we go. Hunter is going down to I-80, and then it's going to track this storm to the east, so we've still got plenty of time to chase this. It's 5 p.m. over here in Mountain Time. Alright, very cool stuff over here. We'll continue to watch this storm closely. Go ahead and take a look at the environment out in front of this, too. Just so we can be 100% aware, the mesoanalysis of what's going on. Does this have the chance to tornado? We have 56-degree dew points out in front of this. In terms of wind, we got plenty of shear. Helicity looking a little low. Looking a little bit low. However, I do see the vorticity maximum just to the south of this. So it's possible that this storm right here could attempt to do something in the near term. Watching it really close. Wow. And yeah, wouldn't you see that? It's a good idea. I decided to look at the environment because look at that next scan. There's our hook. Are you kidding me? That was so fast. I barely even had a chance to think about it. And now we have a solid hook showing up. Maybe the terminal radar will also give us a look at this. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh goodness. This is right on top of the storm. You can see really powerful winds right next to the surface here. Right on the radar. So I'm not seeing any low-level rotation with our new hook yet. But I am seeing really powerful winds at the surface. That's for sure. The 4 feet above the ground, above the radar. 65-mile-an-hour winds. On both sides here. Yeah, there's our destructive warning for it, too. For 3-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. So we saw that huge hail spike, right? From the Cheyenne radar. So now this is warned for 3-inch hail. Yeah, and there it goes. There it is, right through our feed. 3-inch hail jump scare. Suddenly, Supercell is popping off. So let's keep a close eye on this one. I am glad that I looked at that, because certainly something has started happening here. Alright, we're going to keep a close eye on this. 2 different radars right next to each other to give us a really good look at what happens with this storm. Now warned for 3 inches in diameter of hail. Holy mackerel. This is in an environment of 2,000 to 2,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE. That's pretty high because we don't actually have that much moisture in place here. But yeah, it's really just gotta start picking up some more low-level inflow for it to do anything tornado-wise. So right now we're seeing this large hail threat, because we don't really have a lot of that. We don't really have a lot of that nadir juice that we talk about, the low-level winds. So there you go. That's the Denver storm update. Let's go up to the storm in Wyoming, where I don't see anything happening on the radar, but we could have land spouts. So we probably have some land spouts ongoing with this storm up here. It's still a possibility, but there is nothing mesocyclonic about this at the moment. So possible land spouts up here. If you see anything, definitely that's a land spout tornado occurring with this storm, especially back behind this gust front here, which is about to enter Cheyenne from the north. A little bit of a wind direction change. For the echo tops. On this storm, about 40,000 feet tall. It's not the tallest we've seen recently. They're in the orange pixels, but certainly something. Yep, that was a land spout. Freddie Mercury? I don't know about that. But yes, Freddie. Yep, so if you saw a tornado there, that was a land spout tornado. Again, not connected to the rotating part of the thunderstorm above it, but still a rotating column of air. All right, let's check out some of these other warnings just to go through them one by one. We have this considerable warning over here north of Grand Rapids in Michigan in the mitten. This one's come together to be a little bit stronger of a storm. For golf ball size hail, I thought it would be for wind. But we have a little tiny area here where we could have some larger hailstones, especially down in the southwest part of the storm, approaching from the north near Cedar Springs. Play that loop down, you can see it's generally going south-southeast. So if there's any larger hail falling in this, it's probably not going to be long-lasting, but the storm's come together and taken on a bunch of mergers. Held itself together here, so looking okay. See a severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana, which is weird. Let's go look at that. Just a regular severe thunderstorm warning up here, but it looks like we're trying to have some development back in here. Now, what's this nonsense? This ain't supposed to be happening. Derechos are just funny things now, aren't they? Wouldn't you imagine how silly it is to have a little bit of some supercell action back behind a derecho? Oh yeah, we just had this damaging windstorm move through here and take out all that humid air. Nope. Now you have supercells. So I suppose this is in part of the reason why we have some lingering tornado risk over here in our 5% area. Not expected to be anything extreme, I guess, but we might as well take a watch or keep a watch on this now, since it's popped up. That is wild looking. We got supercells behind our derechos. What in tarnation? Exactly. I agree. What in tarnation? Now, this is just a radar signature you are not going to see very often, man. This thing is gnarly looking. I wish we had another radar that was just not right on top of this thing. See how our terminal radar is faring with this. as it bears down right on top of this poor thing. I don't even think the radar is able to scan the storm back in here because it's just blocked off by hail. Just got like a hail ring around it that's actually preventing the radar beams from getting out. I think that's what's happening here. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that before on a terminal radar. This is hail beam blockage. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. How many times am I going to see something new? Hail beam blockage? It's like there's a bunch of trees here that are blocking the view of this radar off to the north. But this time it's hail in the storm, and it can't scan through it. There's just something new to look at every single stream we do on this channel. What the heck, man? Hail beam blockage? Golly. And we can see that too, because you can see sporadic attempts for the radar beams to like scan through the storm here over the last few scans. Like it's trying to make it through there, but it's just covered in hail. That is interesting. Always something, yeah. What in the world? So that's happening over the terminal radar right now. Fascinating stuff. Terminal radar, that means it's not one of our Doppler, our big Doppler, dual Doppler radars. It is a smaller radar that can scan much fewer products, and those are usually at airports. Terminal meaning the airport. So still no low-level rotation with this. It's just really powerful winds coming out of the storm in this direction. Haven't seen anything wrap up with this east of Denver around Watkins along I-70 here. So the Denver area itself is just dealing with flash flooding, and unfortunately it does look like this storm back here over Morrison once again is trying to ramp up right in the same direction where this pretty bad flooding here in the I-70 and I-25 junction. So if that goes through there again, that's a pretty bad flooding situation that's only going to make it worse. So for the rest of Denver, everything else is fine for the most part, but the flooding is pretty bad right there. Nope, we're watching a supercell dropping 3-inch hail or greater east of Denver, moving into an environment that might be favorable for tornadoes down the line here. It is out of Denver. We're concerned about flooding in Denver. All right, let's go back up to Wyoming. Still nothing in particular happening with this storm. I don't know when. I don't know what's going to need to happen to make this storm a tornado producer here. But at the moment, it doesn't look like one, so that's great news. Want to keep it that way. Looks like all of the storm activity further north starting to come together, and we might have this hailstorm down here more of like a tail end Charlie situation, literally on the southern edge of all these storms up here. Perhaps we get more of a supercellular structure out ahead of this thing as we get this, what looks like kind of a line of storms here forming up. East Tennessee's fine. Now we're chilling with the radar together, watching hopefully storms move through mostly rural areas, with a little bit of an attendant flash flooding risk in urban areas, though. Kentucky's fine for now, but we are watching these storms over here entering southwest Indiana that have popped up very sneaky like. Very sneaky like back behind here. I did hear Midas. He is out and meowing. So we have our supercells behind the Derecho right here. What should we call these? Post Derecho supercells? They aren't doing anything super interesting right now, but they may start to do that. This is still an area of some marginal tornado risk back behind here for any storms that do pop up, so I'm going to watch these pretty closely. Southeast Illinois, southwest Indiana. Only a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Looks like they're moving generally in probably towards this direction as well. You heard the kitty? Let's go. He came through. Yeah, he had something to say. Alright, so keeping a close eye on that. Still have these hailstorms now going through northwest Alabama and still going strong into west central Alabama. They're starting to move a little bit with a westerly component, I think, along their own outflow. Look at that. Storm's just popping up a little bit. Then the outflow of the leading storm reaches this little shower here, and that causes it to blow up right there north of Berry in Alabama. So dropping some hail right now. No tornado threat with these right now, though. The wind is all coming from the north here. In Tuscaloosa, it's coming from the north. I would be very surprised with a tornado threat up here unless it was very, very short-lived. But that's what's going on up here. Just taking a look at surface winds in this area to confirm. Winds in Tuscaloosa are actually calm, so we don't got inflow anywhere. But generally, winds are coming out of the north from Birmingham, and otherwise calm conditions in Tuscaloosa as this approaches from the north. So we'll see if any hailstorms make it to Tuscaloosa, but right now it's not going to be too bad. I don't think so, King D. I hope not, but things are subject to change rapidly. With derechos, you can get an increase in the risk on the day of, right when it becomes apparent. So it's not the easiest thing to forecast. Not the easiest thing. So I am already, what I would say is that I'm already happy you're here, because that means you are weather aware. You're paying attention, and that's what matters the most for you there. But yeah, right now it doesn't look bad. So hopefully it remains hopefully it remains a lower end threat. Right now it's a slight risk over those next 2 days. I'm not going to look at the future radar for that because that is not going to tell you what will happen. Future radar is notoriously bad at telling you anything with these windstorms. Yes, Hunter, that was Midas, you heard. Yes, we've been looking at Michigan. There's a wind and hailstorm up there. Here you go. North of Grand Rapids. We have it up. Looks like it's passing probably to the east of Grand Rapids. We'll see if it has any westward development, but right now, wind and hailstorm. Maybe 2 days from now, Asheville might get some severe weather, so Saturday, possible, July 1st. Oh, wow. What a day so far. Waiting to see. Things can turn really quickly on you over here in the high plains, and these can just become prolific tornado producers. Waiting to see the progression of them, but right now everything looks just downright nasty, but not necessarily tornadic. So we're just hanging out. I hate the street flooding ongoing. That new radar scan, we could see this storm still trying to do a little bit here. Still a little bit of heavy rain. Getting close to our flash flood warning in place there through the west part of the metro. This one heck of a storm, though. If you're just joining, this is a 3-inch hailstorm. Very large hail possibly falling with this storm and this destructive warning. It goes over I-70. If anyone's driving right here on I-70, their vehicle's getting creamed. I can tell you that. That ain't good. I wouldn't want to be driving right there on I-70. That's the biggest concern as this moves through this area here. Thank you, Liz. So that's it. That's the only area of concern in Colorado besides the flash flooding. Bam. Back up to Wyoming. Still watching this take shape. What storm mode this is going to determine what it can do. Right now, it's mostly not a supercell, is what I'll say. We're seeing what storm mode this will take place. If this becomes a supercell again out in front here into Banner County in Nebraska, then we'll see a attendant tornado threat more than likely. But right now, no tornado threat with this besides some land spouts, which is usually on the weaker side. Central Illinois might be a hot spot for severe weather around that ring of fire that they talk about in the videos. So it's literally just the periphery of the high pressure storms right around that. We call that the ring of fire. So that's probably going to be an active area over the next couple of days as well. The streams are the lessons, Russ. Otherwise, I'd never have any free time. Maybe Abalone. That's a great question, and that is entirely possible. They might go off to your south. If it does persist, I could see it happening for sure. Again, Ring of Fire activity there. Highest wind gust been today? I saw 90-mile-an-hour report in west central Illinois, outside Macomb or Macomb. Louisiana's okay. Just be prepared for the heat. Missouri, what's cooking is probably your driveway. Probably the roads are cooking in Missouri, and anything you put on them, like an egg. So be ready for the heat over there. You're gonna fry some eggs on the asphalt. Thank you, Russ. I appreciate that. I'm on hour 6.5 right now, so today's been a while. Are they calling it the Ring of Fire? Hopefully that answered it, Goddess, but I'll say it again. It's on the periphery, the outside edge of the high-pressure system. High-pressure system usually means clear, calm conditions. It's down here somewhere in Texas, Oklahoma. Along the outside, things move cyclonically, or anticyclonically, sorry. My gosh, I'm going to mix it up. They move clockwise around the high-pressure system, so we watch, literally look at this on Radar Omega. Things move clockwise around our high pressure with clear skies down here in Dallas. There you go. There's your severe risk moving clockwise around the high pressure. That's your ring of fire. And right in the center is the fire where everybody is roasting here in the excessive heat. That's what it means. And the latest outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, as seen here on Radar Omega from the Storm Prediction Center, does look like, some of these storms here in Wyoming and Colorado could pass right through these areas once again. Omaha, severe weather in the morning. Maybe even as far south as Kansas City, Missouri. So it looks like they're really going to take that same similar path and probably provide severe weather all the way through the night and into the morning again. That's the outlook into until 7 a.m. Central is when this outlook goes to. So it's probably 7 a.m. Central. You might see the storms anywhere from this vicinity, anywhere in that corridor. This morning there's 102 in North Missouri. Yeah, I believe it. Before I was able to start the stream up this morning, I believe it. It's like a desert here. I hope you get some rain. Yeah, there's an exceptional drought up in this area. In particular up there. In northeastern and eastern Nebraska. I hope you guys can get some rain. We got the rain finally in parts of the Midwest today that have also been in a similar case to y'all. So it's possible. Believe it. Hunter says going to Kimball, then north to Harrisburg. Okay. I say we watch the progression of these two storms in particular, and also any attendant risk for these supercells back in here, which are forming in a marginal area, by the way. They form back in here in the marginal. It's not even our best meteorology really gets why these are forming back behind our previous derecho supercell, post derecho supercells forming back in the marginal. We'll watch those for a while. We'll watch this hailstorm east of Denver for a while, and this one up south of Scottsbluff here. And if any of these start to take off in the next hour, then we will stay with them. If they do not, then I will go offline and miss probably 7 confirmed tornadoes, because that's what happens. Alright, so let's cycle through one by one, now that we have 3 areas of focus. Let's go to Illinois and Indiana here. Looking at 2 supercells right now. The leading one to the south and east near Mount Carmel in Illinois, because I know there's one in Indiana too. And Princeton in Indiana. This one doesn't look too bad right now. Attendant wind and hail threat. Nothing tornadic. This one back here near Clay City and Noble is in an area of contamination. We got a little bit of an unhealthy look here. This is not really conducive for tornadoes when you see the hook backing away like this. This generally means we're seeing outflow dominance. The rear part of the storm is pushing it forward, so we're not really going to get any rotation in there. The signatures you see on velocity here are contamination from side lobe. So watch this. If I move up in the storm, blam. There's some higher areas of reflectivity here right near Clay City and to the southeast. But at the surface, or closer to the surface, clear air right there. Look at this yellow marker right here, this blue circle. If I go up, there's values over it. If I'm at the surface, there's nothing. And that is what's called side lobing. That will make it look like there's something wild ongoing here on the velocities. This is not actual data over here. This is just contamination, as we call it. It means that the data is not real, essentially. So nothing ongoing here with this supercell yet. And it looks non-tornadic for now. So hopefully it remains the case, but we'll keep an eye on it. That is why there's no tornado warning on it, because the National Weather Service is smart. And we should always be giving shout-outs to them, thinking about their work. All right, let's go over to the Denver storm, east of Denver. Quiet clip here. I'll call it the I-70 storm. Looks like it's moving out of our destructive warning to the east a little more. I'm not seeing anything that shows me that this is trying to wrap up low-level rotation here. Still just a really large hailstorm right on Bennett, Colorado, and headed towards Strasburg. Small towns over here. But the unfortunate bit here is it looks like we're going to have round 2 in our flash flood concern. So this is the bad news. Looks like this storm has gotten its act together. We see a pretty robust storm cell here, dropping hail in the pinks and the dark reds again, and moving right into this green polygon, which is our flash flood warning. That's going to be pretty bad. So this is bad. Bad for flooding. Anyone on I-70 25 Junction area near Wheat Ridge and Edgewater and Lakewood, it's probably going to be a bad flooding situation. Do not drive through. Flooding waters on roads. Another interesting example of possible side lobe contamination down here is this supercell that's just popped up and instantly started rotating near Pine and Buffalo Creek. But you can tell if you look closely, I center the frame right here, so I have this red dot right there, that red dot in the center. This is where our rotation is on reflectivity. That's not quite in the right place, not quite where we'd expect it, and the next scan confirms exactly that. This is not legitimate data. So there we go. The storm's probably rotating. It's just getting going here, but this is not looking tornadic. So more pesky radar signatures that are tough to tell. That's why you need an expert eye on these things, and we should not have a tornado warning for that, unless there are ground observations. All right, and now let's cycle up to Wyoming. Or now we're in Nebraska, basically. Waiting to see what becomes of this storm in particular. If we get a supercell that emerges out of this, we have a proper structure here, then we'll have a storm chaser Hunter Hurley down here in this blue circle. I believe already routing to the north near Harrisburg, so it looks like Kimball might stay okay. Might stay okay for a while today. And I think the ring will move. We'll see. It's all about tracking the surface high pressure. But at the moment, there's excessive heat in place for a few days, so it's definitely going to at least stay there for a while. I saw that too turn. That was a while ago. Yes, turn around, don't drown, exactly. Especially in the Denver Metro as that situation evolves. I'm pretty concerned about that, actually. And one brief look in Michigan. 65-mile-an-hour wind report outside Cedar Springs, so still some pretty substantial winds are occurring. Nothing tornadic with this storm up here. North and east of Grand Rapids, you can see it there. But just a strong storm that's the result of several storms that have merged together here, so it's generally moving off to the southeast quite a bit. East-southeast, or I'm sorry, south-southeast, and also to the southeast. So if this persists for a while and gets to Lansing, then you guys might be in for some severe weather over there. Looks like it's going to miss Grand Rapids to the east for now. Thank you, Daniel, for the support. You and your fiance entertained. Happy to help. The location of the storm chasers is private, obviously. Don't follow storm chasers. We're not just going to give you that information. Those are their Zello locations, though. So we have a custom coded. It's not actually that hard to make, but a custom coded solution that shows up as a base map layer on GR2. All right, back over here in Illinois, Indiana, with our post-Derecho supercells that have popped up. So not noticing anything in particular with these storms. I hope. Yep, nothing in particular over here. Definitely a weird-looking radar signature, though. Wow. Sometimes you can be thrown for a loop, but yeah, this is nothing legitimate to the best of my ability to tell over here. Especially because we go from orange to nothing. That doesn't happen very often. So still watching over there, but nothing too concerning about that besides some wind and hail so far. Next frame confirms we don't have any ongoing anything there, so thankful for that. Yes, thank you, Chaz. Thank you for the reminder. My goodness, we've been going a while. Yeah, no, they're not going to be tornadoes in that storm in Michigan. Not right now. Probably not at all. I don't know why it would try to do that. Same is true down here in Alabama for anyone concerned down here. What you can see here is the gust front from all the storms that have pushed this forward, essentially. This gust front comes out in front of our supercell, traveling to the south towards Tuscaloosa. So because of that, we have this air out in front here that's being pushed forward. That means that no air can get into it and cause a tornado. So no tornado is going to happen with this storm right as it is. As it approaches Tuscaloosa. We're fine down here. No tornado threat. All right, let's go back over to probably the primary area of concern, which is this area, supercell east of Denver, and also these forming off the front range now. One traveling right where we don't want it to go into a flash flood warning. This is not great, but it's going to flood some more. Going to flood some more over here, and I'm not happy about that. So this is an ongoing flooding situation that's going to get a little bit worse. Hopefully, resources are able to assist over here and that we can not have a bad situation there. Flooding is bad. Turn around, don't drown, just in case somebody's in the area. I-70 and 25 junction on the west and northwest side of Denver, downtown. This one down here near Pine, still getting going, dropping some hail. There's our severe warning for it. That'll come through probably the south side of the Chicago Metro. Nothing tornadic about this yet, but my goodness, it better not, because that would be right in the same spot, Highlands Ranch, where we saw that tornado recently. Not looking to do anything like that, but we are keeping an eye on it just in case it does. I don't think it's going to have the environment necessary to do something like that. I just looked at Michigan and gave a storm track for that. Make sure you're watching the stream live. Keep up with the live stream. Cannot help anybody who's watching 3 hours ago. Or an hour ago. Or 10 minutes. But I will continue to cycle through them. I am getting tired for sure, but the plan is to watch these storms as they develop over the next hour, and if any one of them become in particular a cause for concern, to continue to watch them. So that is the plan. Been a wild one so far. Hopefully I've been able to help you guys out so far today. Anyone still watching from the Derecho impacts earlier? We did some wild things today so far. I called out while the Derecho was happening. I was like, yeah, this will probably knock out power for about 500,000, and the number was 507,000 just a little bit ago. I'm gonna refresh it to see how much more might be out now. The number now, some has been restored in Iowa. The number now is closer to 480,000, with a few out in Missouri as well. Closer to about 480, 490, so some restoration's already ongoing, but it peaked at 507,000 while we were looking at it. That was a weird... I did not mean to do a fortune telling of that. I check Oklahoma. It's hot. Stay hydrated in Oklahoma, and you'll be okay. The heat is bad. Yeah, that derecho knocked out 500,000 people's power, estimated. Probably is more than that. Thoughts on Des Moines area tomorrow? Storms might stay a little bit off to your south and in the Ring of Fire. But it's definitely an active weather area, especially closer to the Missouri border. So it is possible we could see another round that's similar today, with storms eventually reaching you sometime in the morning. Thanks for sending that along, Logan. But I'm not looking at the future radar. I'm not looking at the models to tell you that, because they have a really bad time handling storms like that. They're not great at resolving those things. Yeah, I am staying hydrated. I got some orange juice and water. Yeah, sure. Let's look at the hail in Minnesota as well. Bring up another radar here. I have some storms ongoing here earlier, but they haven't done much of anything, and they continue to not do anything. So if you're in Rochester or anywhere along I-90 here, Albert Lee, and to the west, we're doing okay over here. There was never a severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota today, but a couple of storms did pop up. We should have had one up here for a couple of quarter-inch hail reports in Wisconsin. There was probably one up there. But for the most part, we're okay, as the outflow from these storms hopefully brings a little bit cooler air into the Twin Cities, but might stall out just before it. Northeast Missouri was pretty bad earlier this morning. So hopefully your parents didn't lose any trees. And it'll be an active area for severe weather for the next couple days as well. More than likely. Doesn't mean there's going to be a storm on top of your parents' house. It just means that there is this likelihood in the vicinity that something more could happen. So, primarily for wind and hail, of course. All right, back into Denver now. Still watching these this unfortunate secondary hailstorm move right through our flash flood warning there. One down here near Pine is still exhibiting classic side lobe contamination here on our velocity products, so no rotation ongoing there that we can look at. And then this strong storm east along I-70 here has not done anything too much of notion. Still mostly a hail producer. You can see how gargantuan the supercell looks. This is nothing to play around with. Nothing to play around with up here. And over here into Nebraska, our storm is kind of falling apart here. Near Harrisburg. Looks like we've really just entered this line of storms regime up here. That's kind of interesting to me. I didn't expect a line of storms up here. But out in front of this thing, there are probably conditions pretty favorable for the continuation of severe weather. Really just, yeah, uncapped, moist environment out in front of this. It's not that moist. There's not much in the way of moisture out here. Actually, I don't think that these storms here near Harrisburg are going to do anything. Because in this area, we have low 50s dew points in Fahrenheit. It's looking a little bit less than supportive compared to down here. I think our corridor of best moisture is down here along I-76. So up here, we're really just going to see these damaging wind and hailstorms. But I think this storm, if it were trying to produce a tornado, like we saw earlier, it just doesn't quite have the moisture in place to do that per mesoanalysis. So it's looking a little bit less tornadic here. So that we could probably X this one off of our list of storms to rotate through. Looks like it's not too concerning. Of course, the high plains can change that. It is the high plains after all, but right now we'll keep a little bit less of an eye on that. I think it is not as concerning. Not as concerning over there. Okay. Unfortunately, that's where our chasers are. I mean, it looks like that. So there's still quite a bit of interesting clouds in the vicinity here, but yeah, I would be a happier chaser down here on I-70 probably, because I believe that has a favorable corridor for continued severe weather and a chance at a tornado down there. Interesting stuff. All right, so back over to southwest Indiana. Let's see what we got over here with the continuation of our storms. Very low-end tornado threat if one does exist over here. I'm not seeing one come together with either of these supercells. This would be west of Vincennes, northwest of Evansville, the Princeton, Indiana area, and West Salem, Illinois. Strong storms. The front one has dropped its severe thunderstorm warning, but they are currently warned for wind and hail. So still watching this just in case something ramps up. That would be tornadic, but at the moment, I don't think so. Because if we use a little bit of radar diagnosis here, and in this area of bright greens, we can see that these are winds that are going toward the radar. And if we co-locate them on the other side of the screen, they're right here in front of the hook. That means winds are going this way in front of the hook, which means we don't have air streaming into this supercell right now, meaning that a tornado is unlikely as it stands. It's probably not going to happen. A little bit of radar diagnosis helps us understand that. It's being pushed out. It is outflow dominant there. More than likely. All right. So Denver becomes our primary area of concern for flooding and the evolution of this storm if it does organize anything. But right now, I'm not seeing too much of that besides the flooding. Almost on hour 7 for a mostly unplanned stream. I was ready to go today. Hop down here and start it up in 5 minutes, but you know, we didn't have a thing yesterday that says, "Hey, we're gonna stream tomorrow." I was just ready to do it if there was an upgrade issued, and there was. So we did really good coverage of that earlier. Seeing the evolution of our high plains risk through the tornado watch, we can take at least a little bit of a look here on these storms back behind. near Cheyenne and Laramie again, but I don't think that I don't think these storms are going to be able to do very much back here, especially in a little bit of a cooler environment. Maybe. But I think the northern side of our tornado watch might be on the downtrend up here. I think we'll really just have to watch this area out in front of our southern supercell. And that's about it. Which is good. We don't need a massive tornado to happen every day to be happy out here. I think it's going to be pretty tough for some of these storms to produce tornadoes given the lack of moisture. So we'll see. Yep, nothing else in particular to report about the south side of the Denver metro. I know we're thinking about Highlands Ranch in this area where the supercell that's popped up generally will travel in your direction, but I'm not seeing anything in particular yet with it. It's still early on in its life cycle here, so we still got plenty of time to go, but it's okay. It's the golden hour now. Will something happen? Nothing needs to happen. Honestly, nothing should happen. I would prefer nothing to happen because what we've done so far today has been great. Let's have nothing else. That would be great. That's okay. I got stuff lined up after. I will be totally fine. You guys don't think I'm fine? You don't trust me? You heard Hunter? I didn't hear Hunter, so I don't know what you're listening to. You guys are so funny in the chat after 7 hours. I love it. I love hanging out with y'all. Right, let's go back here, take another look at our supercell in southeastern Illinois, because this one is, despite being outflow dominant, it looks pretty strong. Some of the winds it's putting out are not insignificant as it approaches Mount Carmel. So generally, this is taking this path down here to the southeast. We play that back. We can see that happening. We don't have very many radar updates here. We're only getting one every 5 minutes from this radar. So it's going to take some time, especially because this is the closest one, but I want to keep using it, but it's not updating very frequently. I wonder if they'll change that. Right now, though, I think this is a non-tornadic storm down here near Mount Erie, Illinois, and West Salem. Just got some pretty strong winds that are pushing out of the storm here in these light greens to light blues, about 50-55 mile an hour winds. That's all outflow out of the back end of the storm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see huge tornadic potential, but I'm a believer in storm modification at the surface there that can cause a situation that you otherwise wouldn't expect. So always got to be paying attention to what storms can do to their environment around them. I don't see anything else happening today. That's the hope. That's the hope. I agree with you in some extents, but I'm not 100% confident on it yet. Not 100% on it, but I'm 95% on it is what I'll say. I think again our biggest concerns are this flash flooding that was allowed to expire. They may be about to reissue this. Because this was allowed to expire, but we have another storm going through flash flooding that's existing right now. So they're probably going to reissue a flash flood warning here, if I had to guess. Otherwise, that's a little odd. The storm down here near Pine has some time to get off of the foothills, but yeah, right now it's not doing much of anything. Don't see any low-level rotation on any of our other storms, really. So either the tornado threat will happen later, or right now is the last of it. That's what I'm seeing. I'm going to take one more look out ahead of this. Just to see if there's any chance of this thing wrapping up later. And I don't know. I don't think so. It's riding along a little bit of a front there, but the moisture in place is not that great. Doesn't look like a straight on makes sense tornado possible situation here. It's probably going to happen now if I stop streaming. It'll definitely happen in that case, but that's just the Andy Classic there. That's really the Ryan Hall Classic. You guys know it well. But out in front of this storm, until we get a little bit further east toward the Kansas border, we're not really looking at conditions favorable for tornadoes, but also they are favorable for pretty large hail. So yeah, looks like a hail threat for now. And that's really about it. In Illinois, I'm looking at the profiles over there. I think what's happening in here is we actually have... Just want to analyze this a little bit more because it looks gnarly, right? I think what we have here is a mostly capped surface environment. So this is an elevated supercell, despite what it looks like. We have an elevated storm over here, more than likely, which means that all the air flowing into this storm is happening above the surface. Because it does have a huge amount of helicity. This storm definitely wants to spin, but it's not going to be able to plant a tornado at the surface because of the rain-cooled air in place from our derecho earlier. It's too cold at the surface. It warms up just above the surface, and thus we have that lid on the atmosphere right here where the storm is, and thus I think that this will not produce a tornado. If there were no lid on the atmosphere right here, I would be extremely worried about this storm, but there is one. And thus, I don't think we'll see a tornado out of that. Because, I mean, the wind profile in place, if it weren't capped, is kind of scary. So thankfully it is. And I think it's going to stay that way. Thank you, Suze, from the UK. I've covered it a couple times in the videos that I put out. I definitely want to continue to do that as well. Is to include everybody when the weather is interesting for anybody around the globe. Yeah, because this is... Yeah, I know. This is a wild-looking supercell that could do really bad things without that cap, right? So, shout-outs to the Derecho, really, for stopping this supercell and cooling off the air over here, because, wow, that is not a good look. Not a good look. Causes the cap to break, surface heating. Surface heating or very strong forcing, like a cold front that you see in the winter. How long is this stream? Almost 7 hours right now. What about Middle Michigan? Wind and hail up there. There's not going to be a tornado up there, thankfully. I don't even know if I have the radar open. Severe thunderstorm warning was allowed to expire up here in Michigan. So it's just a mess of heavy rain that might get to Grand Rapids, might make its way down to Lansing. Hopefully clears out some of the smoke in these areas. Can I tell it's capped from radar? No. It's pretty difficult to tell from radar. What I am looking at for this area over here is actually the mesoscale analysis. And it's a little bit difficult to tell, but gosh, I don't know how I can show this. You looking at this? This is what I'm looking at on my 4th monitor. So we're over here in Illinois and Indiana. This blue shaded area here, if it were to go to the entire length of the photograph, like right here, if it included the surface, which is this pink part right here, and then you draw the line like this, that would mean that there's surface inflow here. But right here, where this storm is, you can see the blue shaded area doesn't quite go all the way through it. So this is our effective inflow base. It means it's elevated because it's not reaching the surface, the beginning of the hodograph here. So that tells me that there's a cap in place. And I mean, we can look at that too on the SKU-T maps here. Where the derecho went through, you can see how this profile basically goes out first. It bulges out first a little bit and then back. So it's still, we still have instability aloft, and that's why we have supercells. But at the surface, we have that cap from the rain-cooled air. That's to back up anybody who, questions what I'm talking about there. If you have a question about it, that is the science behind the reason why that's, why I'm talking about it like that. Which is good news. That's what we like to see. That means no strong tornado with that supercell. Hopefully Missouri gets good rains. It'll probably be the northern extent of the state, though. More than likely. I'm doing okay, but I'm pretty tired. And I'm waiting to see just if anything becomes a concern. So now that I know the cap's in place here, this is not going to be a concern, hopefully. There shouldn't be a reason for this to, uncap, essentially, unless the sun's shining. Is anyone out here in Evansville? Is the sun shining now? If that's the case, then, I mean, it doesn't have long as an hour, which is not enough time to uncap, so we should be fine, but I don't know if the sun's shining back behind you. Thank you, Contemplator. The science. Thank you, friend. I appreciate the support for the science. Hope you're having a great day. Is there a cap over Kansas City? I don't think so. But the storms aren't expected to be there. So we know that's fine. Storms near Cheyenne. In the Nebraska Panhandle, I mean, this is trying to do something, but it's pretty weak. We have Hunter and Ryan basically in place, waiting for this storm right here that's not even severe warned in the Nebraska Panhandle. It does have a little bit of rotation, but it's the most pathetic thing I've seen today. I'll call it that. And then back down to Denver. Let's see what's happening here. We definitely have a strong convergence signature, which is interesting. No flash flood warning, though. I am very intrigued by that. I don't know how we can go from having a foot or two of standing water on some of these roads to another storm moving through and then not having a flash flood warning. I'm not sure what's going on there. I guess they just swept all the water out of the road. Hopefully everybody is okay over there. Don't drive through flooded waters. And then the last interesting thing here is here along north of I-70, east of Denver, north of Highway 36. We have convergence here because the radar is off to the left side here. We have winds going this direction in the red and going this direction in the green. So they're coming together right here. Where they meet up, we could see this transition into rotation, which would be along this axis. We'll see if that happens, but again, the environment here is not extremely supportive of at least a long-lasting tornado. We should be okay. Indiana's okay. Still a little cloudy in Evansville. Have you seen the sun peek out at all? It's a lot of science, but you know what? You know what's good about it is that you can always go back to it in this live stream. You can always come back to it and be like, oh yeah, that's what that means. Or you can go back to it and be like, what do you mean by this? And then you start looking it up and you find out what it means. So this is a now permanent resource for all the things that we watched in a case study essentially happening live. And you can attribute everything we've talked about today as to things that you can learn about, a permanent resource to do so with. I think that's pretty cool. Case studies are super important in meteorology. We peaked at 11,000 viewers today during the Derecho. Yes, that MCS was a Derecho. I got you at the Hey Google. It's a classic. Yeah, happy to help from Southern Indiana. Couple rounds for some people down there with our post Derecho supercells. They're elevated, so they're just going to give you some wind and hail and some heavy rain and lightning. But, you know, you went through it earlier, you can do it again. It's not going to be too bad. I don't think sunlight really has the radar has any issues with sunlight. Your power's been out for 7 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Amazingly accurate. I agree. When they could do those near-term updates, upgrading today's risk to a moderate risk, and then enhance before that, and getting the message out, and we can relay that to so many people. I agree. That's a very, very good job by them. And I feel good being a part of essentially the communications that lead to you guys hearing about the risks in place. Yeah, exactly. But you could go back through the stream today while I tracked the Derecho. You can go back to my thoughts. I never used the model. I never looked at the model output. I never looked at what the model said was going to happen. I just used my meteorology. I looked at the surface conditions. What's the temperature? What's the dew point? What are the winds? And what does it look like above the surface? That's all I did, and I basically showed you guys where the Derecho would go through. That was pretty good. I feel it's okay to feel a little bit proud about that. I'm like, yeah, I feel a little good about that. I think the now casting was really, really well done today, so I'm happy with that. I think it's good to be happy with your work. No. I think there could be an isolated area of possible tornadoes today that our storm chasers might see, especially with this supercell out in front here towards the Kansas border. This might be able to rack up a couple tornado warnings tonight if it continues. But at the moment, nothing else really concerns me in terms of tornadoes, no. Is photosynthesis happening constantly all around you? Yes. North of Tuscaloosa? Yeah, I'll do one final look at the Tuscaloosa cell. So this is a wind and hailstorm north of Tuscaloosa in Alabama. You can see the state there. It's persisted for quite some time if we play back the loop. It's actually the last remaining thunderstorm from the morning storms that passed through the Evansville area, west central Kentucky, eventually some heavy rain in Nashville. And then what happened was the western edge of that line of storms built off on its own and brought a hailstorm down through northwest Alabama and through west central now. So that is the product of storms basically 12 hours ago that were ongoing with a ton of lightning in through that area. West Central Kentucky. Stop bragging. All right, let's look at the risks for the next couple days on Radar Omega. Okay. Tomorrow's risk on Radar Omega, day 2 here, is a big old slight risk with 21 million people in it. Here is tomorrow's risk here. You can see it on Radar Omega. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. Currently, slight risk in yellow, 2 out of 5. And this really just arcs around our high pressure down here. So we have our high pressure. How do we draw this? That cursive H that my meteorology professor loved to have. It was like, gosh, I can't even remember. Whatever. That's my new H there. Do you like that? Looks like a gusty storm. There. my new high pressure symbol. And the ring of fire all the way around our anticyclone, or our high pressure there, that's giving us our excessive heat down here in this area. You can see no thunderstorm risk down here, but we have our strong storm risk that extends all the way around this thing. And that's our ring of fire. That's a great way to visualize it. They like to ride the boundary right around that where we have moisture in place, we have unstable air in place, and it's not just, gosh, I don't know. Begrudgingly hot is a good adverb to use with that. So this is our risk for tomorrow. You can see that probably down the line somewhere we might have morning convection ongoing in northern Missouri here, maybe as far south as St. Louis, and through parts of the Midwest again, eventually to the Appalachia. So it looks like they get a little further this time with any storms that persist tomorrow afternoon into the evening. The day after that, let's look at Saturday here. And now the anticyclone, or our high pressure, draw it again down here. I like this symbol, has migrated a little bit to the east. It's really hot down here in Alabama, Mississippi, southeast Arkansas, up through Memphis on Saturday. Worst of the heat starts getting over here. And we have the storms around the edge, the ring of fire of the high pressure down here now. So here's our ring of fire now. A little bit more severe risk through the Appalachia and parts of the Midwest, the Ohio River Valley. And that's generally what the case is going to be. Again, this is a slight risk on Saturday now. Includes Cincinnati, 2 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. This is subject to change. Could be upgraded. Could be downgraded. I don't know. But looks like some severe weather will be in place due to our setup. And generally, that's the pattern. Make sense? Not really. It's really complicated, but I'm just trying to tell you where things are going to be. While giving you a little extra info to wrap up in there. Thank you, Lori, for the support. Chance of tornadoes? Yeah, we can really quickly peek through that on the day 2 outlook. No. So our chance for tornadoes tomorrow, on Friday, is down here. Lamar, Colorado, Garden City, Kansas. If you're in this area, which is generally very sparsely populated, this is your only tornado risk in place currently for Friday, June 30th. And then we do not have a specified tornado outlook for Saturday yet. But yeah, that's really it. And then this is the rest of today. So we'll see how these storms migrate off to the east, whether they get to Omaha in the morning. Be prepared to maybe wake up to some thunder. But, I mean, from what I can tell so far, there is very little left for me to cover as all these storms stand. Look at them one more time through. We have our elevated supercell here, southeast Illinois, headed towards Princeton, Indiana. Nothing too concerning besides some hail and wind to follow this in some previously impacted areas from the Derecho. Denver, once again. Still not seeing anything wrapped up in here, but our hail risk is certainly verifying with a very intense hail core ongoing here in a rural area in eastern Adams County. The rest of the storms on the Front Range look less than impressive. Maybe just a little bit of localized hail from them. And up through the rest of our tornado watch to the north, we have nothing in the Nebraska Panhandle right now besides some damaging winds out in front of this. So more than likely, this line of storms right here is going to be what travels through a lot of Nebraska into the night. So we'll see. And then one more hail core over Laramie that's dropped a little bit more hail here in Wyoming. Yeah, beyond that, that was the severe weather today. Quite incredible stuff, especially with that derecho earlier. And what we could have had with our dual mode here if this tornado threat did actually set up. But it looks like we have trended towards the hail side of things and less towards the tornadoes. Cool. Not bad, man. Not bad. He has a little duck on the dashboard. What a great way to end the day today. You thought you'd rung the bell, so you just joined. No, Zachary. Thank you guys all for the support today. I appreciate you all. Thank you for telling me to eat and drink. You know, I see it. I know myself. I can feel it. So I appreciate you guys looking out. And everybody who's contributed today, covering the derecho and the secondary threat. in the high plains. It was fine. Not too bad today. Widespread wind damage. Hopefully you guys are able to clean up if you were impacted, if any trees were down. Hopefully that goes smoothly for you. And if I was able to help, especially with those spin-up tornadoes toward the start of the stream, do let me know. You can reach out to me on Twitter. I always appreciate hearing feedback. Much appreciated, y'all, in general. And thanks for joining me. Thanks to the mods. And Hunter Hurley for chasing. And Virtual Railfan for giving us some good camera angles, as well as the Indiana Department of Transportation. It was good stuff today. Let's call it there. If any warnings come through through the remainder of the evening here for the high plains, make sure you're weather aware and have multiple ways to receive warnings. And always remember, don't be scared. Be prepared.